Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deca Built Support Company. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The day Izuku met Hatsume, he's told at least, was the day of a huge rainstorm. So bad that his dad had to take him to work with him because his mom was called in to help with victims of the storm. So Hisashi had brought his 2-year-old son with him. Alenki Hatsume, the head of Hatsume Industries, was in a similar situation as she brought her daughter, also 2, with her while her husband was out of the country overseeing the transition between directors for their American branch. The 2 support engineers had laughed about the coincidence while the 2 toddlers had stared at each other in fascination. Hatsume because she didn't get to spend much time with other children. And Izuku because this pink-haired giggle monster was definitely not Kaken. By the end of the day the 2 were fast friends, and when Inko had come to drive her husband and son him, she and Alenki had agreed to have more playdates. But it wasn't really in the cards. There were a few playdates here and there. One attempt at a holiday party. But their schedules never seemed to match. And so Mei had become a distant memory and Kaken was his only friend. And then he turned 4 and he didn't even have Kaken anymore. And any attempts at playdates with Mei were met with refusals. He had already lost Kaken. He didn't want to lose her too. Better to be able to say he has a friend that lives away than to know that he doesn't even have that much. It would be too much for him. So he goes through life. He's bullied relentlessly. Kaken the worst offender. The teachers ignore it. His mom tries to help him but he doesn't have the heart to tell her that this is the work of her nephew. She already had her heart broken twice. The first when he was diagnosed. The second when his dad was transferred to America to work on civilian support items. He can't let it happen a third time. So he suffers in silence. He takes the pain and the abuse because he knows that at the end of the day he has a loving mother that he can go home to. That she will bandage his wounds. Tear up the unfairly graded exams. And she even dyes his sneakers so they're not as obvious. The bright red is a horrible color but if covers up the original color, giving him just a tiny bit of anonymity. He can get through each day because he knows she'll be there for him. Loving him. Giving him a hug as soon as he is through the door. And then one day she isn't. One day he comes home bruised and bloody. And she's not there. For the first time, she's not there. Izuku stamps down on his panic and goes into the bathroom. Maybe she got caught up taking another shift at work. That sometimes happens when she's here at home and she'll have to rush out. He'll just wash up and do a little treating to his wounds and she'll come home and kiss them better and then he can help her with dinner. But an hour turns into 2. Which turns into 3 and then finally he hears someone outside the door and a knock. Did his mom forget her keys? That's not like her. He thinks to himself as he rushes to answer it. It's not his mom. It's 2 police officers. The world turns to static around him. But he makes out the words patient, vital, and attacked. Then finally the word dead. His mom isn't going to be welcoming him home from school ever again. Inko Midoriya is buried on a bright Saturday. It's the kind of day she would have loved. The gentle blue of the sky. The warmth of the sun. With just the smallest puffs of soft white clouds. It's the sort of day that would have her forcing Hisashi to call out from work, calling Izuku out of school and going for a picnic. But those will have become a thing of the past. Because his mom will never smile again. Never tut absent-mindedly when she found a few yen forgotten in a pocket when she's doing the laundry. She'll never laugh. Movies she would have loved will be made and she'll never get to see them. Dogs she would have loved to pet will remain unpetted. And he and his dad are standing there beside her coffin. Covered in roses. Because people had loved her. Even Kaken is here and he's being halfway decent, or maybe it's just because his parents are there and they have always been able to bring him to heal. He's grateful for it. He doesn't think he could handle it if Kaken said anything to him. He and his dad spend the day sharing stories about her. About how when he was 5 he would ask for plants like the ones she had. But he was so bad at keeping them alive that she eventually bought him a plastic one. About how she had done the same thing when Hisashi had tried to care for a plant so they could have a common hobby. Only she had switched Hisashi's with a plastic one and let him keep watering them. about how she and Izuku would quietly play while he worked on designs. More and more stories of how important to them she had been. How important she still was. Izuku missed his mom more than anything. He couldn't even bring himself to enjoy the time he was getting to spend with his dad. And soon enough that time has to come to an end. His dad has to go back to work. And America is worse for the quirkless than even Japan. And his dad specializes in civilian support items, and those aren't legal in Japan. He can't go with his dad, and his dad can't stay here. Which leaves them with one of the most heartbreaking situations ever. Izuku has to stay in Japan. At least until his dad can find a new job, but his dad loves making support gear to help people. Everyday people. Not heroes. Which then begs another question. What happens to Izuku? He's not even out of elementary school yet. He can't live on his own. And he knows his mom would want him to go with Auntie Mitsuki, but the idea of having to see Kaken all day both in and out of school, he can't do it, but he doesn't know how to tell his dad. It turns out he doesn't have to. His dad mentions the Bakugas as an option, and Izuku must flinch or his face must give something away because his dad immediately drops it. They don't have time to vet virtual strangers. And even if they did, they likely wouldn't be decent people. Not once they found out Izuku was quirkless. And then, like a gift from a higher power, Alenki Hatsum calls his dad to offer her condolences and invite them over for a home-cooked meal because it's very common knowledge among anyone who knows his dad socially that he cannot cook for his life. And Izuku's too young to use the stove still. He's terribly nervous as they stand outside the Hatsum's house. Is small. Not tiny. He knows that the family is well off, very well off. He's heard his mother mention it a few times at his dad on the phone. But their house is modest. And it feels like a home. Shoes he assumes belong to May appear to have been haphazardly thrown towards the rack, and subsequently missed, falling to the floor in a mess. The family photos that line the entrance hallway appear purposely crooked, like they've been touched and moved often. They can smell the food from the kitchen drifting into the hall. Izuku almost sobs. It feels like home. Alenki is standing there to greet them when they step in, and she guides them into the living room, explaining that her husband is in the kitchen. And then suddenly a small pink blur is crashing into him, and before he can even recover, he's being pulled towards the door. Mom, Izuku and I are gonna make babies. The two adults laugh as Izuku sputters. She means inventions. His dad says, wiping tears from his eyes. And so he's left to the mercy of the pink menace. I missed you. You're the only person my age that understands what I'm saying. She says, falling back into a pile of stuffed animals. Some of which seem to be gutted. What? Was she not speaking Japanese? None of the kids at school know the difference between a circuit and a wire. I'll explain my babies to them and they just don't get it. She says. But you're here now. So let's make a baby. I'll even let you pick what we make. She says, bouncing. But what's your quirk? We could make something to go with that. She says. I don't want to tell me? It was just a suggestion. Oh, what about bouncy sheets for extra jumping on the bed? She says. Izuku blinks. She's not forcing him to tell her his quirk? But kids always want to show off their quirks. Speaking of, what is her quirk? He stares at her. She doesn't have an obvious mutation quirk. And if it's emitter, she has excellent control of it. With how excited she is, it should be going haywire. Speaking of, her pupils are shifting from smaller to larger and back. Wait, he looks closer. Oh, it's some sort of telescopic quirk? That would be interesting. How would that even work? Are the lenses in the eye acting like those of a telescopic lens? Is her brain merely enhancing the normal image when she activates it? He stops when he sees her staring at her. He was talking out loud. Whoa. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to freak you out. Are you kidding? You have so many cool ideas. I'm nowhere near as good at quirk analysis as you are. If I was, my babies would be even cooler. Oh my God. I just had the best idea. What? She's talking so fast and excitedly. It's kind of startling to see someone so excited around him about something not having to do with beating him up. We should totally partner up. We could have our own company when we're older. The Midori Support Company. With my babies and your analysis, we'd be unstoppable. We would take over. She says. No, that wouldn't work. Why not? My analysis is creepy. It's literally not? She says, confused. The kids at school say it is. What do they know? She asks. And he blinks. What? They're kids, right? They can't even do long division and you're taking life advice from them? My mom does this for a living. I've seen her pore over every inch of a hero to best help him develop support gear. It's her job to do what you do. So what do a bunch of kids know? She asks. Is that true? Does Mrs. Hatsum actually? Could he actually? But she has a quirk. No one would hire him. You don't have a quirk? May asks. Oh, he was talking out loud again. He needs to work on that. No. He waits for her smile to turn to a sneer. For her to kick him out. For her to be like Kakin. But she just keeps grinning. Does it hurt? What? Does not having a quirk hurt? Do you mean emotionally or? I was referring to physically. I already know your life probably SCKS really bad. I at least have a quirk even if it's weak. I can just imagine your school is 1,000 times worse to you for having no quirk. Your quirk isn't weak. Are you kidding? You could be great for recon missions as a hero. You could be a spy. And it's really useful for engineering. Through his rant, May's eyes are rapidly zooming in and out. Until he suddenly has arms full of a pink-haired girl hugging him. Thank you. You're the best, Izuku. But I didn't do anything. Yeah, you did. You said something I really needed to hear. But you never answered my question. Does being quirkless hurt? I mean, the special shoes are a little uncomfortable, but the actual quirklessness doesn't hurt. Izuku, you're brilliant. Why? He squeaks out. You helped me come up with what we're going to make. I did. Comfy quirkless shoes. Mom would help us patent them, and it could be the first design of the Midori Support Company. They aren't technically gear, so it's not illegal. And then suddenly she's off talking about material and customizations. In the hour before dinner is called, they have a blueprint of the shoes, which Hatsum insists he sign. Before she signs her name right next to it. As he washes up for dinner, Izuku doesn't know what to think. May hadn't cared in the slightest that he didn't have a quirk. And when she tells her parents that they're making shoes for the quirkless, they're proud of them. Of seeing a need and filling it. So when he slips in that he can't wait to wear them, implying his status, they just smile at him kindly. It's the first time anyone has smiled at him after finding out he's quirkless. It's nice. It's a few days after dinner that his dad brings up the topic of who will take care of him while his dad is in America. They only have a week left. Izuku knows his mom would want him to go with the Bakugus, but his dad shakes his head. He forgets his dad is smart, not just with machines, but also with people. At some point he must have put together that Izuku didn't really want to go with them. And his dad doesn't pry. He just vows to listen when Izuku is ready to tell him. And that's when his dad brings up the Hatsums. The idea of living with them doesn't make his guts churn, unlike everyone else they had looked at. May and her parents hadn't cared about him being quirkless, which was refreshing. May was insightful like him but awkward with her use of it. Like him. The three of them are all extremely intelligent, and Alenki could teach him more about his analysis. He wouldn't have to be useless anymore, destined for a below minimum wage job. He agrees to try it out. His dad ruffles his hair and tells him that he's proud of him for being so brave and that he'll be looking for a job that brings him back to Japan. Or to a country that's better with quirkless people. And Izuku argues that he'll be okay with the Hatsums. It's one of their first arguments ever. Izuku has never wanted to be the reason his dad gives up what he loves. And his dad doesn't want him to think that he's loved less than a job. They eventually compromise. His dad will look for a job that would provide better options for them while Izuku lives with the Hatsums. If by the 6-month mark Izuku wants to stay, then they would evaluate the ability of his dad to visit or video call more. If however he wants to live with his dad would keep looking until he found a new job. It's imperfect. And messy. Abnormal. But they both agree this might be the best way for both of them to proceed. So that's what they do. His dad agrees to be the one to call the Hatsums and ask if they would agree to let Izuku live with them. Izuku is too nervous to listen in. But when his dad comes back in, he has a smile on his face. They agreed. Mei was apparently screaming in excitement at basically having a brother. Izuku immediately turns red. Oh, am I her brother? I mean, they're just my guardians. You can be her brother if you want to. Close friends sometimes refer to each other as siblings. Your mom and Mitsuki used to refer to the other as sister all the time when we were in college. Izuku thinks about that. He had wanted a sibling up until his diagnosis and then even a short time after that. Until he became afraid that either they would also be quirkless like him, or afraid that they would have a quirk and turn out like Kaken. He shakes his head. There's no use thinking about what-ifs anymore. So he takes a deep breath and nods. Okay, I'll think about the idea of being her brother. His dad ruffles his hair, then sits down next to him. Izuku, you know that I love you, right? What? Where's this coming from? Of course, Dad. He doesn't look fully convinced. I know it had to be confusing and scary for you. To wake up one day and know you were never going to have a quirk, and then me leaving immediately after to the one place that would treat you worse than Japan. To a 4-year-old it would have been easy to think it was because of you. That I wanted to get away from you. But that's not the case, I swear. Your mom didn't want to tell you because she didn't want you to blame yourself, but I think I should tell you. The plan was for me to go to America for a year, work and save up money. Get things settled there and here. Then, once everything was sorted, you and your mom would come over and we would live together again. I accepted the job and quit my old one. Then you were diagnosed. I couldn't suddenly quit this new job because the previous one threatened to give poor recommendations. So the plan was to work at the American company. Find something back here and come back. But it wasn't as easy as I thought it would be. I became well known in civilian support gear and no company here wanted the risk that affiliation would have for them. So I couldn't come back. But I wasn't trying as hard as I could have. The money was good enough to support our family. Create a tuition fund for you. Your mom got to go from full-time to part-time and be home with you more. And you never seemed to mind. But I think she and I had blinders on. You very clearly missed me. And I'm sorry we never explained things to you, and I'm sorry I didn't do better. Izuku can't breathe. Well, it's just a lot of breathing. Or is it sobs? He touches a hand to his cheek and feels the wetness there. Tears. Definitely sobs then. He tried not to think about why his dad had left when he did. It had all seemed so sudden, but thinking back with a slightly older point of view and this new information, his dad had been home more leading up to his leaving. When he's seen him heading out or coming back and he hadn't been dressed for work, his dad would mention America in conversations. Usually in reference to All Might. He just thought his dad liked to talk about All Might. It makes more sense now. It still hurts a little, but it hurts less, and considering until this moment he hadn't realized he was still hurting, it says something. And you don't have to forgive me. Now or ever. I just needed you to know before I head off to America again. And I need to know if I have a chance to fix it. His dad says. I still love you, Dad. I don't know how I feel right now. From a logical direction I can understand, but emotions aren't logical. Yeah, but I want to try. Thank you. His dad says and pulls him into his arms. Hugging him so tight it feels like he won't let go. It's kinda nice. Izuku tangles his hands in the strap of his backpack. It's his first day back to school since his mom died, only a week into his living with the Hatsums, and a day into his dad being back in America. His dad had stayed as long as he could so that if it wasn't going to work out with the Hatsums, Izuku would still have someone to go home to. But once they decided that things would be okay, Izuku had insisted his dad go back before he lost his job. It's easier to find a job when you have one. So his dad went back to America and he was left without backup with the Hatsums. Which honestly wasn't as bad as he was dreading. Mei was herself. He got his own room, which was decorated with All Might merch from his room at home. He had his own area in the family lab, and his own desk in Mei's. Alenki would sit with him and go over analysis and what information was useful and what was unnecessary. She never called anything useless. Mei's dad was a bit reserved, but he'd always give a hair ruffle if Izuku looked or was feeling sad. How the man could always tell when he was feeling sad, Izuku still hasn't figured out yet. Maybe something to do with his quirk? And Mei wouldn't call him anything but her brother. It was nice. But good things must always end. Which means here he is, back at Aldra. He didn't have the guts to tell them about the extent of the bullying. May knows a little about it, but not nearly everything that his teachers and classmates do to him. He just can't tell her or her parents about it. He doesn't know why. The few times he almost did, he stopped himself because his hands were getting clammy and his chest squeezed unpleasantly. So he chickened out. Maybe his classmates wouldn't be too bad while he's still in mourning? He can hope. But he's often disappointed, so it's unlikely. At least Alenki had dropped him off so he wouldn't have to leave before the sun was up to make it in time for the train. And she would pick him up at the end of the day as well. Which was nice. He wouldn't have to take the train nursing injuries at least. Perhaps he should have told them that he was a pretty big target for bullies. That way when they see him with injuries that wouldn't freak out. But his mom still sent him to school, so it couldn't be that bad, right? Almost the minute he walks in the door to his classroom, someone shoves him as they run by. He sighs and slinks into the room. The same kids as always try to trip him. He hears the same muttered words of useless and worthless as always. The same spider lilies on his desk. The only difference is Kaabakugu is sitting quietly at his desk. By now he would have burned him for daring to miss so many days of school, leaving him without a victim. But now he's sitting at his desk, staring at it like it said All Might was a villain or something equally stupid. And Izuku almost reaches out to see if he's okay. But then thinks about all the things he's done and how angry he would be to be bothered by a useless Deku. So instead he sweeps up the spider lilies and throws them out before returning to his desk and sitting there. It's not until lunch that he's bothered again. He doesn't leave the classroom quick enough and almost the entire class has encircles him. He's not sure which one shoves him first, but soon he's being shoved around the circle. And then he's on the ground, being kicked and hit. And then he's alone in that old and used hallway. He stays there for a long time, till his eye has swollen shut, till he can feel a small puddle of blood under himself where one of his classmates had scratched him, till his head is throbbing and the light hurts the one eye he can see through, till he's dizzy and nauseated, till he eventually hears the bell ringing to signal the end of the day. It takes great effort and causes great pain, but slowly he's able to drag himself throughout the hall. Then after a while he's able to force himself to his feet and stumble out the front doors of his school. This is one of the worst beatings he's experienced. He shuts his eyes as the bright sunlight shines in his one good eye and he has to squeeze them shut against the brightness, which just makes the dizziness worse and he feels himself hit the ground. Izuku. He hears before he loses consciousness. When he comes to consciousness he is aware of multiple things. 1. He's laying on something very soft and very comfortable. 2. He can smell the soft scent of roses and lilac. It's a very soothing scent. He likes it. 3. There's someone softly humming along to the soft music that's playing. And 4. Someone is gently dabbing something wet against his wounds. He cracks a swollen eye open and when his vision clears he sees a woman bent over his lower half dabbing with a bloody towel. She has long lavender-colored hair pulled up into a bun, glasses on her face. There's a scar over her cheek and bags under her eyes. But her face is soft, gentle, like how his mom's used to be. She seems to notice him looking at her and gives him a soft smile. Izuku, it's nice to see you awake. Who? My name is Minaki. Mrs. Hatsum brought you here. I run an underground clinic. But don't worry, I'm also a trained nurse. His eyes widen. His mom never took him for medical attention for his injuries. Granted, he also never passed out from them before, well, in public at least. Sometimes he would fall asleep after treated them before she got home. But that's normal, right? Besides, he hadn't wanted to worry her. She did. Yes, she was very worried about you. Minaki says. What's wrong with me? Luckily nothing was broken. But you have a black eye, a lot of scratches and scrapes, many bruises, larger cuts that I put a few stitches in, as well as a lot of older injuries and burns that I'm taking a look at, she says. Thank you. Of course I hate to see a child in danger or hurt. And because of that I have to ask, are all of these from your school? What do you mean? Are you safe at home? Izuku's eyes widen. Of course. The Hatsums are amazing. And my dad would never. My mom too when she was alive. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you, but I have to make sure. Izuku takes a breath. But because she's a nurse, she has to make sure he's safe. It was a formality. She helps him sit up and he can see that most of the injuries to his arms and legs, the parts that he can see, are now bandaged up aside from the ones she was working on when he woke up, which she fixes quickly. With an all-might band-aid. His obnoxious red shoes are still on display, announcing to her that he is quirkless. You don't care that I took an oath to help anyone who was experiencing a medical emergency. To me you are no different than any other kid who came in with bullying injuries. I wish my colleagues and society as a whole felt the same. Izuku looks down. Right, because that's why he's here. Normal hospitals would either turn him away or delay treatment until he was either the last patient there, he left, or he died. Besides, I have a nephew your age. He's been bullied relentlessly for his quirk. I could never look him in the eye again if I did anything quirkist. But enough about all that. Mrs. Hatsum is worried sick about you. How about we go tell her that you're awake, she says. Izuku tenses. She's going to be so mad. Not only did she take time out to pick him up from school, but he added time onto her busy schedule by passing out. And now she's going to have to pay Manaki for the treatment he received here. He should have turned down the offer of a ride home, or fought off his classmates, or been stronger, or… Oku? Izuku? He startles and looks at Manaki, who apparently had been calling him. I'm sorry, what were you saying? I was saying that I've seen that look on my nephew's face enough times to take a stab at what you're thinking. Nothing that happened today is your fault, you know that, right? But nothing. You were the victim in this. Mrs. Hatsum only cares that you're safe and okay? You'll see, Monica says as she helps Izuku sit up and then stand. It takes longer than it should to limp towards the door, but eventually they make it. On the other side, in what seems to be the living room, Izuku can see 3 angry Hatsums. Mr. Hatsum is furiously typing on his phone. Alenki is wearing a stormy expression, tear tracks on her face as she gulps down a glass of water. And finally Mei is pacing the room, her eyes zooming in and out uncontrollably. Something he learned happens when she's feeling very strong emotions. When she sees him, Mei immediately launches herself at him only to be caught by Alenki. Mei, he's injured. Be gentle with him. Right? Sorry, Izuku. It's okay, he says, uncomfortable with how angry the 2 adults look. Thank you so much for helping him, Alenki says, looking at Manaki. Of course, I'm just happy that Izuku is okay. He has a lot of nasty injuries. I hate seeing kids in pain. Manaki says. Izuku looks away. He didn't mean to upset her. I'm sorry for upsetting you, Miss Manaki. Oh, Izuku, I'm not upset with you. I'm upset for you. No child should have those sorts of injuries. They really aren't that bad. And this isn't the worst they've done. Izuku, you know that doesn't mean anything, right? You're still a child who is being mistreated in a place where you're supposed to be safe. Manaki is looking at him. He thinks about her nephew. The one she said has a hard time because of his quirk. Would saying that Izuku deserved the way he is treated imply that her nephew did too? Would it be like saying that Mei deserved the teasing she had opened up to him about? It would. And they definitely didn't deserve it. So, maybe Izuku didn't either. No one here seemed to think he did. Izuku. Okay, I believe you. I don't deserve to be treated like that. But what choice do I have? Every school will be the same. They'll treat me just the same. I just won't be as familiar with the building, so I won't have anywhere to hide. Oh, Izuku, no kid should have to worry about things like that. I promise we'll find a solution that will keep you safe. But I promise that you will never be stepping foot in that school ever again, Alenki says. Izuku takes a deep breath as Alenki holds him tightly. Mr. Hatsum puts a hand on his head and Mei hugs him from behind. And he believes them. Believes that they will find a solution. Izuku would like to say that he's immediately pulled out of Aldra Elementary School and that the Hatsums make the school regret ever messing with him. But that's not what happens. What happens is they pull him out of school. They pull Hatsum out of her school. She wasn't particularly attached to it anyway. They put the 2 of them in online school. Self-paced so they can decide what to study when. They report his old school to the board. Nothing happens. He's still quirkless, which means society doesn't care. They report Hatsums for some of the bullying she faced. There's a few fines imposed on her school and a few low-level administrators are removed, but that's about it as well. It's not fair. Not to them nor to the kids who will have to face similar treatment themselves. But unfortunately it's the world they live in. Perhaps one day it won't be this way. But the world isn't ready yet. But at least Izuku doesn't have to worry about being beat up at his desk, or his teacher falsely failing him. And with his classes being online now and for middle school too, it means that his teachers can't write him up or put marks on his record. He's just a number in the class. No one knows him or cares so long as his assignments are done. It's freeing. He's eating healthier too. No longer is he throwing up his breakfast because he was punched in his stomach before homeroom. No more is he skipping lunch to hide from bullies. He's no longer just barely in the healthy range. And he's getting more sunlight because sometimes he and Mei will have their classes in the backyard. And Alenki takes them on walks or for jogs. Izuku already had experience running for his life. But he finds jogging to be incredibly relaxing, so that becomes part of his morning routine. Mei thinks he's crazy, but what does she know? She's getting buff just by working on heavier inventions. So has he come to think of it? But there's a peace in throwing on his jogging clothes and some music if he's alone and running through the neighborhood before anyone else is awake. Now that his body is getting the proper amount of food, he's growing taller. Which is nice. Even if Mei is still taller than him right now. One day he'll be taller, he just knows it. He spends more time with Minaki too. Now that he has a medical professional who will actually treat him, he's started going for a checkup more regularly. And Mei sees her too for solidarity. Minaki reminds him a lot of his mom. She has a gentle demeanor about her that makes him feel at ease. And it has nothing so do with her calming quirk. Sometimes they don't go to her for a checkup. Sometimes they just go to have a cup of tea and some conversation. That's how he found out that her quirk was to calm anyone who could hear her voice. It had helped him through a few panic rambles before. She tells them more about her nephew, who has decided he wants to be a hero. And Izuku reminds her of him. He and Mei work in the labs and workshops more and more. He learns more and more. More about analysis and more about building support gear. It's really nice to have people care about him. To not dread the alarm clock going off. To have someone his age who is kind to him. To have adults who care about him. To have classes that he looks forward to going to. To get the grades he knows he deserves and that he earned rather than the grades his teachers think he should get. It's really nice to get to be just Izuku Midoriya. Izuku smiles as he and Mei walk down the street, window shopping and pointing out cool or silly things they see. He never thought something like this would be possible for him. Never thought he would have someone who wants to spend time with him. It's nice. Alenki is a few feet behind them, keeping an eye on them but letting them explore without a parent breathing over them. So, have you thought more about being a hero? Mei asks gently when they pass a shop selling merch from a new hero on the scene. Izuku will have to look them up later. I don't know, it's going to be hard, you know? I don't have a quirk. It's a basic ace up your sleeve, you know? It's a wild card. The hero never knows what quirk their villain will have, and the villain doesn't know what to expect from the hero, which is a huge advantage. I have to disagree with you, Aizu. Izuku stops. What's Present Mix quirk? Voice. Midnight. She can produce a mist from her body that puts people to sleep. Snipe. Homing. Netsu. High specs. All Might. No one knows what his quirk is. Fine, what abilities has he demonstrated? Super speed, super strength. Enhanced durability. How would you counter Midnight's quirk? Gas mask. Snipe. Shields and staying out of his eyesight. Probably with smoke or something. Present mic. Crowds of civilians. Aizu, we're in elementary school still, and you can already counter quirks of a knot of heroes. So can the villains. Hero quirks aren't exactly a secret, you know. If they aren't broadcasted during the sports festival, then they're dug up but paparazzi or on a talk show or interview, or you piece it together from seeing them in action, right? Yeah. So a hero's quirk is never a trump card because even aliens know about them, Mei says. Mei. So it doesn't matter if you'll be at a disadvantage because every hero is. Izuku thinks about that. She's right. Like always. All a villain needs is a gas mask and Midnight is quirkless. But if that's the case, then who helps the heroes prepare for the villain quirks? He catches Alenki's reflection in a shop window. He's overheard some of her consultations with a few pro-heroes. Not a lot. He was too scared to linger, not wanting to interfere with her job. But he'd heard enough. Discussions of creative quirk use to increase popularity by attracting new attention. New ways to use a quirk to improve battle prowess or how best to use their quirk against a particular villain. And even a few consultations with the police about the quirks of various criminals and what hero would be best to handle each case. And he's reminded of a conversation not long after his mom died but before he moved in with them. About May mentioning how important his analysis could be to a support company. About how he could help her inventions improve. That coupled with what he's seen Alenki do. I don't want to be a hero, he says. Izuku. May says, her face falling. I'll be much too busy as head analyst of the Midori support company and quirk consultant to the pros, he says. May blinks at him. Her eyes zooming in and out. Are you sure, Izuku? I know how much being a hero means. I wanted to save people with a smile like All Might. But there's more than one way to save people, you know. I can save people by improving the heroes. By helping put criminals and villains in jail with the police and pros. By helping you develop awesome support gear. Yes, I'm sure. May squeals and launches herself into his arms, causing him to lose his balance and go tumbling backwards. They both grunt as they hit the ground but continue to laugh. The Midori support company is going to be #1 in Japan. Just Japan. He teases. Gotta start small. First Japan, then the world. She says, and he has to dodge her flailing arms. He's laughing so hard his sides hurt and smiling so much that his face hurts. Are you okay? Alenki says, strolling over. Mom. Izuku is gonna be like you. May says. Does he? She asks. Why? Yeah. Wanna do quirk analysis for support gear development and quirk consulting for heroes and police. He says. Alenki grins as she helps them up and claps him on the back. Well then, kiddo, I hope you're ready for a lot of hard work. Because it's not easy. He gulps. But I've told it helps to have a teacher. And I happen to know a brilliant woman who would be happy to teach you. She grins, leaving no question that she means herself. Really? Really? She says. Izuku crashes into her legs as he hugs her. Thank you, he says. She ruffles his curls. Of course, Izuku. Saying he has a dream and working towards it are two different things. So the next day, after he and Hatsum finish with their classes, they sit down at the computer and look up the sorts of degree other analysts and support engineers have. A lot of them have a degree from a hero school or a support school. But support-only schools are few and far between, and most of them are in and around Island. And they definitely can't move there as much as it seems Hatsum wants to. Most analysts don't have any support engineering credentials. Which is dumb. How are you going to recommend support gear if you have no idea how it works? Besides, he spends too much time in the lab with Alenki, May, and Mr. Hatsum to not attempt a degree in support design. So, he wants to get a degree in quirk analysis and support gear engineering. After a little research, he finds that both are typically included as support course concentrations at hero schools. So he looks at their hero schools in Japan. All three seem to have both tracks, with the ability to concentrate in one or both. Which leads him to his next question. Which schools can he actually go to? He knows that the hero course applications all ask for your quirk. He had checked what feels like a lifetime ago back when he was first diagnosed, forcing his mother to read the application over and over. But the application for the support course for UA and Shiketsu don't ask for his quirk. The Ketsubutsu one does. And while he's not sure that his status would matter for the support course, he would rather not open himself up to that. Which means that he has two schools he can apply to. And part of him still dreams of going to UA, even if it's not as part of the hero course. So he prints out the application requirements for both schools, but he focuses more on UA. He knows it's years from now. But if he starts preparing now, he can grow and improves instead of it being right before the application deadline and he's trying to perfect everything. The requirements seem simple enough. He needs competitive grades from middle school and a competitive disciplinary record. He's tied with May for the top rank only because the classes he's bad in she's good in, and same with the reverse. And it's impossible to have a disciplinary record at their school. It's all online and self-paced, and they still plan to do online school for middle school in a few years. You have to submit a sample of your classwork. He'll have to wait for middle school for that one. He'll pick one of his projects and devote as much time as he can to it. You cannot have a juvenile or criminal record. Those are the baseline requirements. They quickly read through the individual course requirements. The support course has a basic written exam as well as a practical skills test and a portfolio review, which is the case for both concentrations. The same basic requirements for Shiketsu, however their review time is shorter, the written exam longer, and the portfolio requires less items. Recommendation letters are also optional for both schools, as well as professional resumes. It's better than Izuku could have hoped for. Apprenticing under a Lenki will give him plenty of material for his portfolio, a professional resume, and connections willing to write a letter for him. The same is true for May. And working with a Lenki is nice. She takes time to explain the theory first. Then shows him the theory applied to an example and then lets him apply it himself. Then she examines where he went wrong or where he was a little weak, and they focus on that while reinforcing the parts he did understand. It's an excellent style and it does wonders for helping him with his analysis. Working in the lab with May is also a lot of fun. She was more of a trial and error kind of learner. And while he'd read a bunch of knowledge on the theoretical building of support items, his practical skills leave a bit to be desired. The good news is he knows every inch of the lab by now after having to clean it up 100 times after each explosion. Even Minaki lends a hand by teaching him how the body works so that he can understand how to design support equipment that works with the body instead of against it. She even teaches him and May first aid. And over the summer they'll take certifications, go first aid licenses. And slowly, ever so slowly, he settles into this life he creates and this new dream of his. It's going to perfectly. He should have known that it wouldn't last. It's shortly after his birthday when it happens. He spent this actual birthday with the Hatsums. Minaki unfortunately couldn't make it, but she had sent a small All Might toy. He hopes she's feeling well. The last time she saw her was to drop off groceries, and she had looked like the weight of the world was on her shoulders. She hadn't even invited him in for a cup of tea. She always invites him in. But either way, the toy was a nice thought. He loved it actually. It was so cool. It even sounded like him. He's walking around his old neighborhood. It's been a while since he's been here. Aunt Mitsuki had invited him over to spend some time with her and celebrate his birthday. He knows it's a bad idea. He hasn't seen Kaken since that last day of school, but maybe he's changed? Maybe the lack of having a constant target had mellowed him out. He can only hope. So he took the train down to his old neighborhood. It's so weird to walk through the streets he once walked with his mom. Only without her, it feels empty without her here with him pointing out the flowers in people's boxes or the way some shadows would fall. She pointed out the beauty in the world. Something Izuku could enjoy without his quirk status being a factor. Aunt Mitsuki is so happy to see him. Immediately dragging him in and sitting him next to Kaken. Then snapping at them to smile as she snaps a million photos. He'd honestly hoped Kaken would have just gone for a walk or a jog. Maybe go train. But the glare on the older boy's face tells him that Aunt Mitsuki has something to do with him being here. Then comes the interrogation. How have you been? Fine. What are the Hatsums like? They're nice. They're not his mom, but they're nice. Question after question thrown at him over cake. Luckily, Kaken telling his mom to shut up after each question keeps him from having to answer more than a sentence or two. Normally he would love to talk to Aunt Mitsuki. Once you realize she's not going to kill you with how angry she is, you're pretty much able to enjoy a conversation with her. But not with Kaken glowering at him when she won't see. Until finally, have you thought about high school yet? It's said so suddenly that he almost chokes on the cake. Aunt Mitsuki, I just started middle school. I still have a year before I need to worry about what schools I can apply to and my application materials. He says. But are you preparing a good resume? She asks. Yes, of course. Alenki has me apprenticing with her in the Quark Analysis Department of Hatsum Industries. And I've been learning engineering with Mr. Hatsum and May. So I'm already working on my resume, he beams. Good boy. Your mom was always so invested in making sure you had a future was secured. She's be really happy to see you doing this. Thanks, Aunt Mitsuki. You remind me so much of her. She'd be so proud. I hope so. Izuku, I knew Inko before you were even a thought. I watched her fall in love with your father. I watched her stand up for what she thought was right, like the annoying little do-gooder she was, and I watched her learn she was P-Arginin-T, and I saw how much she loved you. And one thing I know is that the only thing she ever wanted was for you to be happy. Thanks, Aunt Mitsuki. He won't cry. He won't cry. He won't cry. The day continues like that. Aunt Mitsuki ignoring her glaring son and focusing on Izuku. The cake she had bought was delicious. His favorite. She had gotten him a book of photos of his mom, a few All Might notebooks, and a novel. Before he knows it, it's time for him to go home. Brat, walk Izuku to the train. The villain activity has been crazy lately. Shut up, hag. Deku can walk to the train himself. Don't make me tell you again, Katsuki. Walk him to the train. Kaken TSKS and storms past her and him and then out the door. It was nice to see you again, Aunt Mitsuki. Izuku says as he quickly jogs to keep up. Izuku bites his tongue once he's caught up. He knows Kaken doesn't want to do this. But what can he do? He can't go against Aunt Mitsuki. No one can. His best bet is to just try and not set off the other boy. But he sets Kaken off just by existing. But maybe he won't do anything too bad since it's his birthday celebration? When two hands press into his chest and send him sprawling on the ground, he knows that that was too much to hope for. He hits the ground hard. A shock of pain going through his body, and he stares up at the boy who caused it. Who do you think you are? What are you talking about, Kaken? Do you think you're better than me? Lording over the fact that you have an apprenticeship? Like that will somehow give you a chance at somehow being a hero. Kaken, I don't. Shut up, you stupid Deku. He snaps and kicks him. And then kicks him again. And keeps kicking him. You'll never be better than me, you got it? You're just a loser with no quirk. With a creepy obsession and some crappy notebooks. You'll never get into UA. You'll be a useless nobody forever. He shouts and kicks him one final time, his foot catching on his arm and making a sickening noise. He cries out and grabs the injured arm as no Bakugo walks away. Something bad happened in his arm. He has no idea what, but it can't be good. That was not a good noise he heard. He sobs as he pulls out his phone. Izuku. Alenki picks up on the first ring. Help. I hurt my arm. He sobs. It hurts. All right, Izuku, tell me where you are and we'll come get you and take you to Minaki. Minaki said she wouldn't be seeing patients for a while. He says after rattling off the address. I'm sure she'll make an exception this time. Your arm could be broken, she says. And isn't that thought terrifying? That Bakugo could break something of his. That his once best friend was capable of such violence against someone who idolized him almost as much as they both idolized All Might. Alenki stays on the phone with him while she's driving. May is there too. She must be the one holding the phone and muttering angrily. Although that could also be Alenki. Before he knows it, the car is screeching to a stop and May and Alenki are stabilizing his arm with May's jacket before helping him into the car. Alenki is a surprisingly calm driver normally. But right now he's a little worried he'll get more hurt driving to Minaki than from Bakugo. She pulls to a stop in front of Minaki's building and Izuku follows her and May up the stairs before Alenki is knocking rapidly on Minaki's door. The purple-haired woman opens it and Alenki nudges Izuku towards her. I told you I wasn't going to be seeing patients. We just need to know if he broke his arm. Please. We wouldn't have dishonored your request unless it was an emergency. She glances back into the apartment before unwrapping the jacket to examine his arm. Suddenly there's a soft noise that draws all of their attention into her apartment. Peeking over the back of her couch is a tuft of purple hair, a few shades darker than Minaki's. Attached to the hair is a boy their age who looks just as tired as Minaki. He's staring at all of them. "Everyone, meet my nephew Hitoshi Shinso," she says. After Minaki introduces her nephew, everything is a bit of a blur. She ushers Izuku into the living room and into the armchair she always uses to examine them. She gently examines his arm. She's pretty sure it's not broken. Which is good. Broken requires more than a nurse can do out of her home. So she tells him to take painkillers. Rest it and stretch it. Ice it and keep it still as much as he can. But to not baby it. Before asking Mei to go to the store for an arm brace to help with that. A task she excitedly takes on. Alenki can't leave Izuku, so she has Mei stay on the phone with her while she goes to the store. It's helpful too because while Mei is amazing at tech, she knows nothing about arm braces. So Minaki has to guide her to the right one. And through all of this, Hitoshi stands in the corner of the room as quiet as a shadow, watching everything unfold. And Izuku recognizes the look in his eyes well. The eyes of someone who desperately wants to reach out and talk to someone but has been burned so many times before that he can't. He's worn it many times himself. But maybe this time he won't. He waits till Mei is back with his arm brace. And with his arm still and supported, he's able to focus a little more. And there's more than just fear in his eyes. There's also another emotion, or a mix of them. Another one that Izuku knows well, and it paints a clearer picture of what happened. Once he's free of the chair, he turns to the boy and to Minaki, who he can now see the same emotions in her eyes. They match his when his mom died. "I'm sorry for your loss," he says. Hitoshi jumps and looks at him suspiciously, but Minaki just smiles. "I should have known you would have figured it out, Izuku. I recognize loss. You both look like I did when my mom passed away." Minaki gently ruffles his hair. "I'm sorry," Mei says. "Thank you both," she says, and Hitoshi inclines his head. "Would you like to make some tea while the kids introduce themselves?" Alenki asks after a look from Minaki. "That sounds lovely. Behave," Minaki says, following her into the kitchen. "Hi, I'm Mei Hatsum. Izuku Midoriya." Hitoshi motions his head in acknowledgement. Mei and Izuku share a look. "Minaki told me when we first met that you get bullied for your quirk," Izuku says and winces. He'd meant to say it more delicately. "Kids are assholes. We don't give a heck about quirks." Well, that's not entirely clue. Izuku is obsessed with studying quirks. He loves every and any quirk. Rude. But true. Hitoshi doesn't look convinced. Mei points to herself, "Weak quirk and weird person. There is no such thing as a weak quirk." Izuku says, then points to himself, "No quirk and weird person." They look at Hitoshi. He opens his mouth. Villain quirk, and I don't think I'm weird. No such thing as a villain quirk. All quirks are heroic and villainous until they are used. At the same time, Mei says, "Give it a week will make you weird. My quirk makes people do things. So does Ms. Joke's quirk?" Izuku says, "Yeah, but that's laughing. My quirk is worse. I don't know, people randomly bursting into unrestrained laughter kinda sounds terrifying," Mei says. "What is your quirk? I bet you I can find a way it could be used heroically." Izuku says. He's been practicing with Alenki to help him with his practical application of creative quirk use. "A bet? Yeah, I win, you have to be our friend." Izuku says. "And if you win, we have to be your friend." Izuku adds. Hitoshi opens his mouth to say something, but Izuku beats him to it. "Come on. What's your quirk?" "Brainwashing. I ask a question, get a verbal response, and then can make the person to things," Hitoshi says. Izuku pauses. "See, told you it's a villainous quirk. Bold of you to assume he's speechless. He's just getting ready." Mei cackles. Hitoshi looks at her confused, but before he can say anything, Izuku interrupts. "Are you kidding me? That's such a cool quirk. You could help evacuate civilians that are resistant to being rescued. You could calm panicking civilians and victims. You could capture villains with minimal property damage. End battles before they even start. Hostage situations, lost children, jumpers. You could use your quirk to help so many people. Are you kidding? It's an amazing quirk," Izuku says, and hisses in another breath. Hitoshi stares. Izuku turns red. "I'm sorry. I know I can talk too much and that my analysis can be a little creepy. Are you kidding? You're the only person who isn't related to me that ever even pointed out I could be a hero. Hitoshi Shoyuta then covers his mouth. Sorry, didn't mean to yell. Are you kidding? I live with Mei. We regularly have explosions at home. Nothing you could do could ever compare. You know what this means, don't you? Mei says. Hitoshi looks at her. You lost the bet. You're stuck with us now. There is no escape. Izuku says solemnly. Hitoshi snorts. I don't think I mind, Hitoshi says with a smile. Hitoshi fits into their group like he was always there. But there's one thing about him that Izuku and Mei never expected. He's a mom friend. He constantly checks that they're sleeping enough, despite his own insomnia. He makes sure that they have snacks. He'll keep them from going off into rambles about heroes, analysis, or babies. He makes sure they're getting their schoolwork done, that they're taking breaks and remembering to eat. Sometimes by dragging them out of the workshop if he has to. He reminds them to put work into their portfolios for school admissions. Because it's easier to take out the ones they don't want to show than to try and gather the stuff they do want to use at the last minute. And in turn they invite him to movies or cafes. They do homework with him. They'll let him come over when his aunt and uncle have to work late or on weekends so he won't be home alone. They learn sign language so that they can understand him when he's too tired to talk or the world is too much and he just needs one less thing overwhelming his senses. And eventually he confesses that he wants to be a hero. So they work on helping him get ready. Izuku researches diets to encourage muscle building and energy levels. He joins Izuku on his jogs sometimes if he spent the night or runs his own route designed by Izuku to get him in shape. He joins them for their first aid lessons, which he kind of had no choice in considering they're held in his living room. Mei teaches about support items. And Izuku teaches him about analysis and how to use his quirk to maximum benefit in his hero work. They try to join a gym to teach them self-defense and fighting. But they won't take Izuku or Hitoshi due to their quirk or lack thereof. So Mei joins and she teaches the two of them what she learns. And Izuku finds books at the library and videos online to help teach them what to do. They read hero protocol and procedure and Izuku gives lessons on hero law. And slowly Hitoshi grows more comfortable around them and can discuss his quirk. And he even uses it one time on Mei. He releases it without asking her to do anything and immediately apologizes but stops when she throws a wrench at him. Apparently being under Hitoshi's quirk helps quiet her brain enough to focus on one train of thought at a time, which she appreciates. Then one day their friendship was tested. He and Mei were bored. They had finished their online work, the workshop was closed for its monthly serialization, and Alenki made a rule that they couldn't do more than a week's worth of coursework a week, in an effort to keep them from overworking. So they are bored. Until Mei has the idea to go grab Hitoshi when his school lets out and dragging him to the mall or a cat cafe or a park. Where it doesn't matter. Anything is better than this boredom. So with Minaki's blessing they board the train and head to his school. They get a little lost. The school is a bit deeper than Minaki's apartment, another train stop to be precise, so they've never been in this area but eventually they can see the school building. They just have to get to the front gate. And when they do their blood runs cold. They see Hitoshi on the ground protecting his head as a boy that's definitely older than them kicks him over and over. Before either of them really know what they're doing, Mei is picking up someone's discards half-empty can of soda and hurls it at the boy, spilling soda all down the boy's hair and back. And at the same moment Izuku had hurled a rock with all his strength and managed to hit the boy's hand, making him hiss. The boy looks at them but then seems to register the sticky feeling of the soda dripping under his clothes and into his hair. With a curse that's too low to hear, he speeds off into the school building, likely to clean the soda off. Mei and Izuku waste no time as they help Hitoshi up and check him for any immediate issues. Satisfied that he's going to be okay, they start to help him home. But the quiet request for them to not tell his aunt have them stopping. Hitoshi explains that as much as he would like to not go to that school, he doesn't have a choice and he doesn't want his aunt to feel bad about not being able to do anything. He explains that this school is the closest one to him now, and that he can't go to a further one because it would cut into the handful of hours his insomnia will let him sleep, and that he can't do online classes like them because he can't be home alone and he can't go to work with his aunt or uncle due to them working in a hospital. and Izuku and Mei know that they're privileged. Alenki can either work from home so they can go to class from home, or they can go to work with her and do their classes from her office. Hitoshi doesn't have that flexibility. They're all still too young to be left home alone that long on a consistent basis. Mei and Izuku less so though, because at least there would be another person with them, but Alenki had already said that she wasn't comfortable letting them stay home alone that consistently yet. So Hitoshi has no choice. It's that school or nothing. Mei vows that they'll figure out a solution, and Izuku watches Hitoshi resign himself to being dragged home. But that's okay, because Izuku has an idea. He just needs to talk to Alenki and Manaki. They take the train back because Hitoshi's wincing every time he walks. So they sit there for the one stop between the school and his building. Luckily they know Manaki is home today because of an incident at the hospital that made it impossible to get in if you weren't inside. A child's quirk malfunctioned, sealing all the doors, and so they had to have a construction crew come in and spilt the doors open again. It took all of Izuku's powers of self-control and some of Hitoshi's not to ask a million questions that Manaki likely wouldn't know the answer to. Mei spends the train ride sharing looks with Izuku and distracting Hitoshi, who they know is a chronic worrier. Meanwhile, Izuku spends the ride on his phone, texting Alenki about his idea. If he's going to suggest his idea, he wants to make sure she's okay with it. Sooner than expected, the train rattles to a stop and they help him limp home. Manaki is waiting when they get there and immediately starts checking Hitoshi for injuries. Mei must have texted her to let her know what was happening. Once she's done checking him over and he has an ice pack on the more troublesome spots, Izuku takes a deep breath. Miss Manaki? Yes, Izuku? She asks, giving him her attention. I have an idea to help. She considers that at moment before nodding at him to continue. Hitoshi pointed out that online school wouldn't be an option because he couldn't be home alone all the time when you or your husband have to be at work. Yes. Well, on our way here I texted Alenki. She said that if you wanted to enroll Hitoshi in the online school that we go to, he could come over and do lessons with us from our house. Alenki is usually home with us, or she takes us to the office to do lessons from there. And maybe a few times she would leave us home. But she won't do that if you're not comfortable. And classes start later in the day, so Hitoshi could still wake up at his normal time and still make it to our house in time for classes. So his insomnia won't be affected, he says. Hitoshi blinks at him. Manaki blinks at him. There's a lot of blinking going around. And Alenki is okay with this? Yeah. I was texting her on the train. She said that she'd do anything if it helped Hitoshi get away from his bullies. And I want to help him too if I can. His treatment was one of the things that helped me believe that I didn't deserve to be bullied. So if I can help him escape, I want to. She hums. Could you step into the kitchen? I want to talk to Hitoshi alone. Of course. Would you like us to make some tea? Izuku asks. A month ago he never would have considered inviting himself to use someone's kitchen to make tea. But Manaki made it clear that long as they were respectful, this was a second home for them. And Alenki had extended the same to Hitoshi once they explained how they extorted him to be their friend. That would be lovely. I'll call when you can come back in. They go to the kitchen and Izuku isn't at all bothered by the request to leave the room. He may have only known Hitoshi a short while, but Izuku knows that Hitoshi would make the decision he thinks they would want if he has to look at them while he makes it. If this helps Hitoshi be able to make the decision he wants to make, them, so be it. Eventually they're called back in and they bring the tea with them. Hitoshi, and I want to thank you for the generous offer. I just spoke with his uncle on the phone and we are all in agreement that if Alenki is okay with another child to watch during her days, then we will enroll Hitoshi into that online school. Izuku cheers and gently hugs Hitoshi excitedly, and Hitoshi hugs him back. Izuku can't help but feel proud. He helped someone. They settle into a routine pretty easily. Hitoshi doesn't lose any sleep because he can still get up at the same time of the day. He hops on the train and has half an hour before classes start. And either Alenki will offer him breakfast or something to drink before she goes into her office in order to allow them to focus on the classes. She'll check in on them from time to time. Then, only noticing some of the time and they know they miss some of the time, she peeks out. Then she'll come out at lunch and make them all something because she knows Hitoshi won't accept it unless she offers. An anxious tic they're trying to break him of slowly and gently. Then more classes before they get to work on their homework. Sometimes Mei or Izuku will have to help him with his coursework. But not much. Hitoshi is bright, grasping things quickly if not immediately. Then after they finish their homework, the three of them will have a little time to relax before Izuku has to go in with Alenki for his apprenticeship, and Hitoshi will either get kidnapped by Mei to hang out in the workshop. They'll watch TV while they wait for Izuku to finish. Mei will show him the newest moves she learned in self-defense class, or Hitoshi will just head home. Typically it depends on how much social battery he has after class. Izuku and Mei never hold it against him. They understand that it's nothing against them. They just happen to have an introvert with a limited battery. Sometimes they'll buy him a coffee to help if his insomnia has been particularly bad. Izuku and Mei are banned from trying to make him coffee after a particularly bad incident where they engineered a coffee blend that kept him awake for a week straight. Needless to say, neither of them is allowed to experiment with edible items nor use Hitoshi as a test subject for their inventions without Alenki's approval. And while Hitoshi and Mei do their thing, Izuku and Alenki will review concepts, address practice problems, work on theory, run through a simulated battle between a famous hero and villain. Alenki providing him information that would be in a file, or providing him with the materials that are used to make an analysis and letting him make the file, or a handful of times making him do on-the-fly analysis as the villain reveals abilities and weaknesses. This is their routine for months, until one day Hitoshi heads home right after class because of a dentist appointment, and Mei is going with Mr. Hatsum to look at a new parts supplier, citing that knowing how to tell if parts are good quality is a crucial skill in a support engineer. Mr. Hatsum promises to take him to another supplier meeting next week so he can have a turn at testing his abilities. So it's just him and Alenki in the house when he sits across from her in the office. She's smiling gently at him, which is his first clue that something is going on. "Oh, don't give me that face, Izuku. It's nothing bad," she says. "But there is something?" She clears her throat. "Yes. I think it's time for you to create your first solo analysis. As my apprentice, I'll look it over before sending it to the client, but only for any obvious mistakes." Izuku stares at her. His first solo analysis? So soon? Sure, he's done his own analysis, but that's all been under her guidance. Never completely on his own. Don't look so scared, Izuku. I wouldn't give this assignment to you if I wasn't sure that you were ready. If you can't believe in yourself, then believe in my belief in you. I've been doing this for years. I know when someone is ready. And you're ready, kiddo. Izuku takes a breath. But I'll do it. But here's the surveillance that the heroes and police have of the suspect, as well as eyewitness reports of him and his quirk in action. Izuku nods and begins to quietly go through the surveillance. The suspect appears to just walk up to people on the street, touch them, seemingly speak to them, and then the victim passes out. At first, Izuku thinks it's voice-based like Hitoshi's quirk. After all, it's only after the suspect speaks that the person falls unconscious. Some kind of sleeping quirk? A voice-based version of Midnight's quirk maybe? But that would have to be so hard to control. Surely the person's quirk would have been registered closely to what it is, because it would be hard to hide that quirk awakening. So maybe it's sight-based like Eraserhead? He is looking at them when they pass out. But why the ruse? He could just knock them out from a distance and never have to interact with them. It's so confusing, but a good way to conceal his exact activation requirements. Maybe Hitoshi should do that with his quirk, both as a student and as a hero. It could come in handy. But back to the case at hand that has Izuku wanting to pull his hair out, especially with the victim's statements describing the man slightly different each time. Sometimes he's a bit taller than he's described in another report. Izuku initially writes it off as the Visidim basing it on their own height, thereby making him taller or shorter in reference to the victim. But something is nagging him. So he looks through the surveillance footage again, and then he sees it. His hand is writing before he can even think about it. Different ways of walking. Slight difference in height. Slight difference in shade of eye color. Different weight distribution. Nearly identical twins. Which means the ruse combines both of their activation requirements. Twins often have similar quirks but with some differences. He lists all the possible activation requirements and the probability of each. Then he writes down the differences between the twins and the best guess as to the individual activation requirements for each twin. He writes until he has nothing else to write. Until his theories and ideas are all on the paper. His suggestions on how to handle the two men listed in order of effectiveness. And then he works on neatening it up. And then it's ready. Handwritten but ready. His tablet, a gift from Alenki for his blueprints and analysis work, is passed to him and he works on copying it over. Once he's done, he uses his official company account and emails it to Alenki. He nervously watches as she taps away on her computer, humming to herself. Until finally she pushes back from her desk. Congrats, kiddo. You just did your first solo analysis. I'm thinking ice cream is in order. Let's go meet the two inventors and get some ice cream. Izuku nods, breathing a sigh of relief. The two of them leave and Alenki texts her husband and they all meet up at the local ice cream shop. Ice cream never tasted better than when it's a reward for a job well done. And Izuku's ice cream has never tasted better. He does more solo analysis after that one. Nothing as life or death as that first one, but still more that he does all on his own. First are a few sidekick analysis. Alenki explains that sometimes when a hero has multiple people applying to be their sidekick or they are recruiting out of a group, they'll send in the specs of the people to an analyst to see how they would work with both the hero and the rest of the agency. The first one is easy. Two prospective sidekicks applying to serve with a rescue hero. It's easy because the hero focuses on water-based heroics, and while both applicants are skilled with decent resumes and achievements, there is one glaring difference. One of the applicants has a fire-based quirk. She must have been desperate to apply for a water hero. Not that he says that. He merely points out the various issues that could arise from a woman literally made of fire being on a boat. But he does also attach an addendum to the fire-quirked woman listing all the heroes Izuku can think of who could benefit from her skill and ways to adjust her resume to maximize her chances with each. Alenki just gives him a soft smile when she reads that part and a hair ruffle. The next was a request from UA, which made Izuku nearly faint. They wanted him to analyze several students' internship offers. Point out the benefits and problems with each so the students can make informed decisions. He's surprised that Nedzu isn't doing this himself, but maybe he outsources some work because he is likely in such high demand. Either way, he puts his entire skill into analyzing each option that the students are seriously considering and pointing out some that they should consider. That one takes him almost 2 weeks to finish, but he has it done before the students have to submit their selections, so he figures it's okay. After all, they didn't give him a deadline. During those 2 weeks, he also receives a few requests from heroes asking for analysis on several students they are considering for internship offers. After that, there's a bit of a lull. Likely because most heroes are working with the interns and helping them improve, so they aren't doing many large-scale missions. But that doesn't mean Izuku is bored. Alenki takes that lull as a chance to show him how to check it out clients so he doesn't accidentally give information on how to beat a hero to a villain. She's been checking all the work requests herself before giving them to him, but it's a valuable lesson to learn. And then he's given a few days of rest to be a kid while classes are on a break. Him, Mei, and Hitoshi use the chance and the facilities at Hatsum Industries to work on their self-defense lessons. It's going as well as can be expected. Mei is doing her best to teach them. But they all know nothing she can teach them or that they can teach themselves can compare to actual lessons. But it's the best they can do for Hitoshi because he wants to be a hero so badly, but no one will train him because of his quirk. And the classes that Mei can take are only base level because that won't waste a spot in an entrance exam prep class on someone who isn't going to be a hero. It's bullshit. And at this rate, Hitoshi will never be ready for any entrance exam. Let alone UAs. Even if they have roughly 2 years to prep for it. Through all of this, he honestly forgets about that first solo analysis. Nothing was reported in the news, so he assumes that they haven't been caught and his mind is distracted by other work and worrying about Hitoshi. And then one day he's sitting with Hitoshi and Mei trying to find some kind of video on entrance exam training when Alenki calls him to her office via the PA system. He's immediately nervous as he heads to her office. She never used the PA to call for him. She'll either call his phone or come get him in person. Besides, he's supposed to have off for another 2 days. So what could she possibly want him for? He walks into her office and stops dead in his tracks. Eyes immediately drawn to the person in the room who is not Alenki. The first thing he notes is black leather. Then a directional speaker. Then finally the iconic blonde hair slicked up and back. And as the man turns to look at Izuku, he notes that it's longer than it appears on TV. Izuku, this is Present Mike. He would like to talk to you. Izuku stares at Present Mike. Why does he want to talk to him? Izuku hasn't been involved with anything the hero has been. He hasn't been hired to do any analysis for students or any of his sidekicks. At least not that he knows of. He hasn't done anything wrong, has he? What could the pro hero want with him? He's broken out of his anxiety spiral, but by the pro rising from his chair and approaching him. He's such in a deep breath. He's not sure what he's expecting, but it's not for the blonde to approach him and bow. I want to thank you. Without your analysis of those twin villains, one of my sidekick would have gotten seriously hurt, the hero says. Izuku finally snaps out of his shock. Please don't bow. It was nothing. Sorry, little listener, but it was far from nothing. If you hadn't realized that they were twins, my sidekick would have been ambushed when capturing one of them. So I wanted to come here and thank you in person. Thanks really aren't necessary. I was just doing my job. Izuku says, waving his hands. Yes. But Mrs. Hatsum told me that it was your first solo analysis, and surely that deserves something in thanks. So surely there has to be something you would like? Even if it's not from me specifically, I have some favors owes throughout the hero community. Izuku looks at him and thinks. He thinks of Hitoshi, downstairs desperately trying to train for UA using online videos and basic self-defense classes. Of Hitoshi who will never be able to get real training because of stupid quirkists. He takes a deep breath. Does it have to be for me? Izuku asks and Present Mike blinks. No, it can be whatever you want within reason. Izuku nods. Okay, my friend Hitoshi wants to go to UA. He says, and Present Mike opens his mouth with a frown. Izuku quickly presses on. I'm not asking for strings to be pulled to get him in. He'd never forgive me, but none of the training programs open to the public will take him because they don't like his quirk. We've been trying to learn through videos and what little May can teach us from her self-defense classes, but it's not enough. Could you train him so he'll be ready for the entrance exam in 2 years? Izuku asks. You would use your reward for help your friend train for the hero course? Present Mike asks. Yes, I would. He wants nothing more than to be a hero. All he needs is a chance and someone to help him prepare. And I want to show him that I believe in him, and I can help him come up with ways to use his quirk, and I can teach him to analyze all I want, but in the end it's just words. But this will show him that I believe in him, he says. Present Mike smiles. All right, I just have a question. Izuku fiddles nervously. Okay? Who's May? Mrs. Hatsum's daughter. And why does she have to teach you both self-defense? Izuku looks down. People don't like people with what they believe are villain quirks or those with no quirk at all. Present Mike blinks and then nods. All right, the first lesson will be on Monday with permission from the adults in your lives. Wait, don't you mean just him? No. You, Hitoshi, and May. I've always felt that learning alongside friends is the best way to learn. Meanwhile, I need time to convince someone to help me train you guys. I'll do it regardless, but I think he could help you 3. He says. Izuku looks at Alenki. Yes, you and May can learn from him. Izuku is practically vibrating. He's going to learn self-defense from a pro hero. Hitoshi is going to get proper training for the exam. I have to go start my patrol. But this is my number. Have Mrs. Hatsum text me when you get permission for Hitoshi, and I'll text her the location and time. Then after that first lesson, I'll give my number to you 3, he says, handing over a piece of paper to Alenki. Thank you so much. Izuku says. No, thank you for saving my sidekick's life. I'm confident you'll do amazing things in the analysis field, Present Mike says, shaking his hand. Once he's gone, Izuku bounces as he looks at Alenki. She smiles. Go on. Go tell them the good news, she grins. Izuku doesn't need to be told twice. He sprints back to where his friends are waiting and tells them the good news. He's almost through the explanation when he's interrupted by a thump. Oh dear. Hitoshi fainted. They get Minaki's permission for Hitoshi to learn from present Mike and whoever else he brings. It doesn't take too much work actually. Just a conversation between her and present Mike about safety protocol and she's giving her permission. It feels like the week drags on but soon enough it's time for their first lesson. They head over after their classes which are starting to wind down for the summer. The building present Mike chose seems to be a vacant gym, or at least one that's not open to the public. They walk in and are greeted by the blonde. Hey there listeners. Now I know Izuku. But I can only assume pink is Mei and purple is Hitoshi. They nod. Izuku and Hitoshi more eagerly than Mei. Now Mrs. Hatsum clued me in that Izuku and Mei aren't going into heroics but rather support. Now I'll work with the two of you on more self-defense-based moves when we have our one-on-one lessons. While a friend of mine will be handling Hitoshi's because I'm not a hand-to-hand fighter. I know the basics but I mainly use my quirk, act as a distraction, and just throw a punch. So he's agreed to teach you real fighting. But I know enough self-defense to handle the basic lessons. My friend is on patrol right now but he'll drop in later to get a feel for the three of you. They all nod eagerly and Izuku wonders who the friend could be. Present Mike is friendly with everyone, so it's a crazy list of possibilities. Okay, so Izuku filled me in on his quirk status. But I need to know your quirks so I can incorporate them into your lessons. Mei quickly explains her quirk. I'm not seeing many applications for self-defense but it's a rocking quirk for a support gear engineer. He says. Hitoshi mumbles his quirk. I'm sorry. He explains his quirk. Present Mike grins. Oh nice. I'll be teaching you how to banter and talk while fighting so you can get a response. I might be able to talk joke into helping but she's out on an injury right now. Hitoshi stares in shock that someone who's not weird like him or related to him isn't afraid or disgusted by his quirk. We're going to start with some baseline tests. To see where you guys are. Well, repeat the tests every 2 weeks so we can chart your growth. I saw we but I really mean my friend. He's actually a heroics teacher. I just teach English and talk about students' quirks. This information will help him to design training programs for you guys. Specifically Hitoshi but he'll likely make ones for all of you so that you guys can stay fit. Should we also tell you about training we already do? Izuku asks. After I get your baselines then yes. They nod. And what follows is a boring afternoon of fitness tests. Various races which end in Izuku in first, then Hitoshi then Mei in last in the shorter one. And Hitoshi and Mei switched for the long-distance one. In the ball throw Mei does better than them purely because of her increased upper body strength from dealing with heavy equipment. Same with the grip strength and the arm hang. And that's how the afternoon goes. They also detail their hobbies. The jogging, the heavy lifting they do, and the various other things they studied like the first aid. Then he lets them take a breath and rest for a little. Good job for your first official lesson. You guys are rocking, he says. A throat clears behind them and Mike perks up. They all turn. Standing there is a man with long messy black hair, a tired expression on his face, and a sleeping back in his arms. Kids meet Eraserhead. Izuku has heard of Eraserhead. A hero that makes others quirkless was something he had researched heavily. He knew he was in the same UA class as Mike, but hadn't known that they were friends nor had he suspected that Eraserhead would be the friend that Mike was expecting. He peeks over at Hitoshi, knowing the other boy was a huge fan of Eraserhead, choosing to play as the hero whenever they played heroes and villains. Sure enough, the more introverted boy is practically vibrating. The first lesson we'll be working on is situational awareness. I was able to sneak up on all of you but Mike. That won't do in both heroics and general survival. So let's work on that. The last hour of training they spend running around the gym while Eraserhead will try to get the jump on them. The first half of the hour he manages to get them every time. But slowly they start to anticipate where he could be, which makes them notice small things like a little too much weight on something, or quiet taps of feet on the equipment. They know he's taking it easy on them but the fact that they are growing is a good sign. And when Mei manages to grab his arm as he goes to grab her from behind, they all feel victorious. All right, problem children, this was a good first day of training. Things are only going to get harder from here. Eraserhead says as he goes to head out on another patrol. Mike sits with the as they wait for Alenki to pick them up. Hitoshi was spending the night. Don't let Eraserhead's grumpy demeanor get you down. What happened today was his version of glowing praise. He was intrigued by you using my offer for your friend Izuku, and he thinks you'll thrive in underground heroics. Hitoshi. And Mei, he isn't very involved in support gear, but he called you a problem child, which is pretty high praise. And if you tell him I said any of this, I will make you run 1,000,000 laps. They all share a laugh and are still laughing as they separate and go with Alenki once she arrives. They spend the rest of the night practicing sneaking up on each other before finally being sent to bed by an fondly exasperated Alenki. Their training continues like that for the next couple months. Working with Eraserhead on self-defense and combat. Present Mike as well. It's an interesting dynamic to watch, and Izuku is 100% certain there's more to them than they are letting on. Hitoshi just shrugs, not caring enough about their trainers' personal lives to comment. And Mei is more interested in the support gear opportunities if they are close and work together. They move from situation awareness to stealth to parkour. During breaks from school, their training schedule changes to accommodate more free time. They still take lessons from Minaki in first aid, the two pros tossing in some of the basics they know and Hitoshi teaching them what he knows. Present Mike takes on training Hitoshi to use his quirk, since Hitoshi needs to be more of a banter if he wants to be able to use his quirk more effectively, and it's hilarious to see their normally introverted friend cracking jokes and making small talk when he spars. Obviously, it's not really useful for fights within the group because they all know the activation requirements for his quirk. But sometimes he'll strike up enough of a conversation to make his opponent forget. Usually it's when he's sparring with Mike or Mei, who are both bundles of energy and easily distracted. Izuku can usually resist until Hitoshi brings up quirk theory. Meanwhile, Hitoshi still hasn't managed to get Eraserhead. They learn rescue procedures and field triage, which is different for heroes than medical staff. They learn what Mike refers to as the hero bedside manner, which is mainly how to handle the victims of villain attacks. Hitoshi has notebooks full of information on the lectures they give. Izuku too, even though he's not going into heroics, and Mei argues she won't need this to make babies, but Mike surprisingly counters about how is she made support gear to help with rescue operations. She'd be the leader in the field because there's very little support gear that's made for the rescue as opposed to the rescuer. That seems to be the magic word, and Mei begins carrying her own notebook. Not everything they do has to do with training. Sometimes they'll just sit and discuss current events. Quirk theory and analysis. Quirk discrimination, which is a very lengthy topic as it seems that have all experienced it. Mike, who reveals his name to be Yamada or Hizashi, for having a volatile mutant quirk. Eraserhead, who says they can call him Aizawa, for having a villain quirk, like Hitoshi. And Izuku, Mei, and Hitoshi detail their own struggles with quirk discrimination. It feels weird to tell adults who he's not related to or who's not treating his injuries about what his school did. But with Mei and Hitoshi chiming in with everything he leave out, he pretty much tells them everything. He leaves out Bakugo. Even if Bakugo doesn't act very heroic, he still has a chance to learn, to grow. Izuku doesn't look at it as sparing him from consequences. Because he knows Bakugo will never see it that way. He'll see it as Izuku thinking her better than him and close his mind to anything else. Plus he has to think about the people Bakugo will save because he becomes a hero. What if down the line someone dies to a villain that Bakugo would have stopped had he become a hero? Plus with the eyes of the world on him, Bakugo will be blocked from doing too much damage. He won't have the admiration of the public because of his attitude. So he won't have the protection that Endeavor does. Which means he'll face consequences that he can't blame on anyone but the Hero Commission and himself, though he'd probably never see it like that. And any repentance will mean nothing if he only does it because he's been barred from heroics or because he's facing charges. It'll be hollow. Izuku would rather Bakugo hate his guts than only change because he got in trouble. Izuku deserves a real apology, a sincere one. Not one born out of desperation to preserve a heroics career. He knows the others, Mei and Hitoshi, the Hatsums, and even Minaki don't agree with him completely. Nor does his dad. But they accept that this is how he feels and wants to handle it. He's not sure if the two pros would be as accepting or even if they could look the other way. So he leaves that out. But he also knows that a lot of Bakugo's more extreme behavior will not be ignored by the two pros who work at UA. So if his behavior causes problems, it'll be because he did something. Not because two pros that Izuku happened to befriend did something. Sometimes Hisashi will bring them food he made too much. Or take them to cafes. They'll discuss the latest topics on his show or topics he plans to cover soon. And he listens to their opinions. It's nice to see adults that aren't related to them take their opinions into account. Other times he'll work on their English or sign language till they're all fluent and can include those on their resumes. They take them to volunteer at shelters, kitchens, clinics. They'll all participate in charity runs, which can also be put on their resumes. But that's not why they do it. They do it because it feels good to help, to give back. A little bit of heroics that they can do even if they aren't heroes. Days turn to weeks, weeks to months, and months to years. Their parkour lessons increase in difficulty, so do their stealth lessons. Their situational awareness gets even more extreme. Sparring gets harder and harder. Years of training, lessons, and hard work. It doesn't feel real. Especially when high school applications start having to be worked on. Mike and Aizawa sit with them. They don't write the application nor tell them what to put, but they'll help them format their resumes to look professional. Look at their portfolios to see if there's anything they overlooked. They listen to them brainstorm their essay responses. Not telling them what to put but telling them to trust in themselves and their honest answers to the questions. And before they know it, the UA entrance exams are a week away. The week leading up to the public UA exam is crazy. Hitoshi's training every day. Even when Aizawa and Mike can't make it. Izuku will admit the pain in Hitoshi's eyes when they mention the recommendation exam and having to proctor it. He knows it has to hurt Hitoshi that they didn't recommend him, that it's a commentary on his abilities. But his friend keeps quiet, pushes the hurt down. Izuku sees him do it. It's what all of them do. Until finally it's the day before. Aizawa and Mike come in through the front doors of the gym. Aizawa looking exhausted and Mike looking like his usual excited self. "Hey gremlins, I brought apple slices," Mike says, tossing them each a Tupperware. "How was the exam?" "Maths. Boring. I can't wait to see Hitoshi go through the exam tomorrow. He's going to blow them all away." "Why? You really think that?" "Of course. You had two amazing teachers and two amazing friends to help you. Why wouldn't I?" "Because you didn't recommend me for the recommendation exam." Mick's face falls. "Oh, Hitoshi, we didn't recommend you because the recommendation exam is even more biased to crazy physical quirks than the public one. The recommendation exam would have been a waste. There were only 6 spots to start with and it wasn't meant to someone with a mental quirk. Your energy is much better focuses on the public one, which while still biases isn't completely impossible for a quirk like you and should'ves. Plus there's more facets to the public exam than the recommendation exam. It would have been a waste to exhaust you by trying for the recommendation exam when you should be conserving your energy for the public one, Aizawa." "Oh, but you do think I can be a hero?" "Of course. I don't have any doubts," Hisashi says. "Being the hero and passing the exam are two different things. I didn't pass the entrance exam. I won my way into the hero course through the sports festival. I believe that you have put in the work and have the skill necessary to pass the exam. But it's not just you out there. There's hundreds of other children who have also put in the work. And hundreds that haven't and who won't even make it through the written test. And hundreds who are relying on their quirks alone. I want to encourage you, but I also want you to understand that the exam is by no means the only way to become a hero. You can go my route and transfer in after showing your abilities in the sports festival. There's various training assignments you could participate in. There are apprenticeship programs," Aizawa says and puts a hand on Hitoshi's shoulders. "But I believe that you have the same chance as any other hard-working applicant, okay?" Hitoshi takes a breath and nods. "Good. Now for the rest of today we're going to meditate and talk." "Shouldn't we train?" "No. You want to be in peak physical condition tomorrow. That means well-rested, relaxed, well-fed." Hitoshi nods. He'd even cut back on the coffee to help improve for the exam. Mei and Izuku had taken turns ambushing him with a spar while rattling off test questions. He's as ready as he's going to get. "Now I have a question. What's the first rule of heroics? My guess. Rescue above everything. Correct. A hero's most important role is as a rescuer. A lot of heroes forget that now. But it's true. Nothing else matters except saving people. Whether it be civilians, victims, or yourself. The preservation of life is more important than beating a villain, stopping a crime, or arresting a criminal, Aizawa says, and Hitoshi nods. Yes, sir. And remember, use everything you know to your advantage in the exam. Treat it as though it were real life. As though it's a real villain attack and you and the other examinees are the heroes being sent in. Enough about the exam. You'll stress him more than he already is. Let's talk about inventions. Did you both finally decide on the last entry of your portfolios? My guess. We did. We decided that the final entry would be a joint project. Something we designed specifically for someone together. Oh, and who would that be? My guess. Hitoshi. What? The boy in question says. Yeah, we designed something for you for when you get your hero suit. If we get in, we're going to force the teacher to let us build it to go with your hero suit. You guys actually designed something for me? Why are you surprised we have a whole folder on our work server for stuff for you? This is different. This is something you're going to be showing people in the hopes they let you into UA. We won't go to UA without you. So it makes sense we would have a design for you in there. Thanks, guys. Speaking of inventions, Power Loader has lost his mind. He keeps talking about building giant robots, Mike says. For training. Not very useful. Oh. Mike says, why? Because they're so easy to beat. Oh, can you tell me how? Well, snip every wire you can't find and you'll be set. The joints are also weak spots. Don't forget just knocking it off balance and letting its own weight and gravity do the work. How would one do that? Tangling its feet, making it trip, something like that? Though that only works if it walks like a person or animal. Yeah, that won't work for one that uses wheels like a car or something. Interesting. They talk a lot about robots and their understanding of first aid. Mike tells Hitoshi that he needs to be careful out there and that people can get hurt during the exam. And then it's time to go home. Hitoshi spends the night with them so they can all head over to UA together. A basic middle school uniform laid out for each of them. They have pins to represent their online school. Not that it matters much. There's also an extremely breathable track uniform for Hitoshi in his bag. Izuku, Mei, and Mr. Hatsum had worked on it for weeks. Overheating is not going to be a factor. Izuku forces himself to sleep because he doesn't want to be tired tomorrow during his own exam. It would suck if Hitoshi and Mei got in but he didn't because he didn't sleep. But enough of that. Now is the time to sleep. So he does. Tomorrow is a very important day after all. The next morning is a flurry of activity. With all three of them bolting out of bed once the 17 alarms they had set began going off. The three of them had planned this down to the second. Each of them checking their bag to make sure everything is in there while they take turns showering. That way things are still being done instead of them all lines up at the shower waiting. Izuku even lays out the special shirt and pants he, Mei, and Alenki had designed for Hitoshi. It's made of a special fabric that's more breathable than normal clothes. He checked the rules 6 times and even asked Mike. It can also work as a bandage if Hitoshi gets hurt. Something Mike had talked about, hero suits that could double as first aid supplies in a pinch. He'd mentioned something about a hero literally giving the shirt off his back being poetic. Izuku just wants Hitoshi to be safe during the exam. Eventually the three of them are done and they go down with their bags for breakfast. Alenki had researched the best foods for providing energy while also not being likely to be thrown up due to anxiety. Given how much his and Hitoshi's legs are bouncing under the table, Izuku thinks she made the right call. Meanwhile, Mei is doing her best to distract the two of them, to varying degrees of success. And then it's time for them to go. Alenki agreed to drive them. She'd been planning to anyway, but after an anxiety spiral involving Izuku, a corkboard, a train map, and string, her decision was made. So, they pile into her car and begin the drive to UA. The plan is simple. Go in, do their best, and then wait at their favorite cat cafe for Alenki to finish a board meeting. They hope they'll be allowed to stay at UA while they wait for their hero course exam to finish. Otherwise, they'll have to wait for him outside the gates with all the paparazzi trying to ambush prospective students. Izuku and Mei are safe, as everyone knows when the hero course applicants get out. Though there has to be a way the students are actually getting off the grounds, right? Because typically they only get a handful of them. He hopes so. Hitoshi would hate being ambushed, especially by people who would want him to talk. Mei pulls out the pins that they have to wear instead of uniforms. The three of them had opted for simple black clothing, to mimic a uniform and to look professional for their presentations. They help each other put them on and then they exit the car. Izuku is in a breath. It's surreal. It's one thing to say you're applying to UA and submitting the materials, but something about actually being here. It's different. More real. Mei is next to him clutching at his arm excitedly. Meanwhile, Hitoshi is chewing his nails nervously. Are you ready? He asks softly to Hitoshi. Why not? Yeah. Just what if I don't get into the hero course? Then we all go to our second choice school, or you go into Gen Ed and kick Hero Kid but in the sports festival like Aizawa did. And we'll be with you either way. Yeah, remember we're the Midori support company and you're going to be our first victim, client. Mei says. Hitoshi snorts. Thanks guys, he murmurs. Anytime Purple, we've always got your back, Mei says. Hitoshi nods and they each take a deep breath and step into the school. Then they start following the signs to the area they need to sit for the written exam in. There are so many kids here. Izuku scans the area for Bakugo, knowing the blonde would likely have been one of the first. He can't see him, but that doesn't mean anything. Izuku might just not be able to spot him. Or in the several years since he saw him, maybe the blonde's appearance had changed. He wonders if Bakugo would even recognize him. Maybe not. Who is he kidding? His hair would easily give him away. Maybe he should switch things up. Maybe hair dye? Or he could darken his hair. He'll talk to Mei and Hitoshi about it later. Eventually Mike comes onto the little stage in the front of the room and explains that all 4 courses will be taking the written exam together. Once the written exam is over, the Gen Ed only applicants can go home while the business and support courses will move to their own auditoriums and the hero course will stay there. He's speaking to the whole room, but his eyes are locked on the 3 of them and he has a barely there smile on his face. He goes into a little more about the rules, warning them against disruptions and cheating. And then finally they can begin the written exam. The written exam is easier than Izuku expected, and with how rapidly he can hear Hitoshi and Mei filling in answers, he's pretty sure it's not just him who thinks that. He doesn't dare try to convey that to them. He doesn't want to be accused of cheating. That had happened in elementary school when he scored higher than Bakugo on a competition-based exam. The teachers all agreed he had cheated and they said the prize would go to Bakugo. He'd never been so angry. But what could he do? He was one kid in a school of people who were all united in their torment of him. But he's not going to risk it now. Aizawa and Mike had sworn that this quirk status wouldn't matter. But that's on paper. On paper every school should treat him the same, but they hadn't. So he's not going to risk it. Not now with something so important. He scribbles quickly across the test, breezing through the math and science sections as easy as breathing. Then through the English and history sections, and he sends quick thanks to Mike in his head for teaching them English during training as well. Then finally he reaches the extra credit questions. 2 analysis questions. Once towards quirks and support gear and the other definitely designed for business students about public support. Then one for Gen Ed, asking about their career goals. And finally the one designed for the hero course. What does it mean to be a hero? Izuku knows he's expecting to pick the one for the support course. But it says you can answer as many as you want or none at all. Izuku bites his lip. He should just answer the analysis question. Like he's expected to. It would be the expected choice. Hero Kids pick the hero-themed question. Support the support question. Business the business question, and Gen Ed the Gen Ed question. But there's nothing saying he can't answer both, or even all. He has plenty of time and his anxiety won't let him hand it in early. So he gets to work. He starts with the general education question first. What are your career goals? Izuku takes a deep breath. He writes about 2 little children. One quirkless and one eccentric. who don't fit in with anyone but themselves. About two children who looked at each other and decided that this was a partnership that needed to last. About how the Midori support company came to be after two kids made their first friends in years. He writes about someone who is almost his mother, who raised him and supported him and taught him the wonders of analysis and showed him that it didn't have to just be a hobby. He writes about a boy who had every reason to become a villain, but instead chose heroics. And who Izuku looks forward to designing gear for and providing analysis for. His answer is a love letter to Mei, to Alenki, to Hitoshi, his family and the people who encompass the Midori support company, whether as client, future investor, or the actual team. Then he moves to the business course question. He doesn't spend half as much time on this one. How public support plays into heroics is easy, but he goes into every facet of the chain of cause and effect. He could do the analysis question in his sleep. It's not nearly as hard as some of the stuff he's done with Alenki. Then finally the question he really wanted to answer. What does it mean to be a hero? Years ago he would have said someone who saves people. But he's not a child anymore. And he knows there's more than one way to be a hero. He writes about a mother who worked hours and hours to support her son in a world that was determined to see him die before he reaches 18. Until her death far too soon. He writes about a father who sacrificed the love of his life and watching his son grow up to provide for them. Who made the difficult decision to leave that same son in the care of another when the love of his life died. He writes of a woman, another mother, who was already busy with a child of her own and running a business. Who didn't have to take him in. Who didn't have to show him that his weird hobby could be a thriving way to support himself. He writes of a girl, a sister, who didn't have to open her arms, her heart, her home to a quirkless boy she had only met once. Who didn't need to encourage and teach him about support gear. Who didn't have to make him her future business partner. He writes of a woman who didn't have to help that mother and girl when she saw them at a hospital trying to get help for the quirkless boy. But who did for nothing more than the joy of helping and someone to teach first aid to. Who didn't have to take in her nephew when his parents died, but did. He wrote of a boy who had every reason to avoid two extroverted children. Who could have demanded his aunt stop teaching them first aid and treating their injuries and doing their checkups. Who didn't have to become friends with them, but who did. And who secretly left snacks when he knew they'd forget to eat. Who drags them out of the lab and into the sun. Who teases them and encourages them in his own quiet way. Then finally he writes of two men, two teachers, two heroes, who didn't have to agree to train any of them. Who could have just not offered a gift for the analysis done for him, or who could have refused the request, or who could have agreed to only train one of them. He writes of a second man who didn't have to train any of them at all. Who could have refused the first man's invitation. Who didn't have to teach them as many things as they did. He writes of all the heroes in his life. Of the love and care they show for the people around them. The final sentence is simple. A hero is someone who helps when they don't have to. It feels cliché, but it's the truth. He finishes his final answer and has 10 minutes to review his test. And then he's handing it in to Mike. And they release to breathe for a few minutes. Are you two okay? You look a little teary. Mei's just a little relieved that the right part is over, Hitoshi says. Yeah, it was intense. But easier than I thought it would be. Mei nods slowly like she doesn't believe them but doesn't make a big deal about it. Okay kids. Time for the practical exams. Gen Ed applicants can go home, support with Power Loader and business with Midnight. Hero course applicants will stay here, Mike says. Almost immediately Hitoshi looks anxious. Hey, you're going to do great. Remember, just use what Mike and Aizawa taught us, Izuku says. And remember, you have the president and vice president of the future #1 support company cheering you on, Mei says with a huge grin. Art outright. Thanks, Hitoshi says. They wave as they follow Power Loader out of the room. Time for the next stage of the exam. They follow Power Loader to a larger room with workstations set up. There's not as many students as Izuku expected. There's enough for maybe 3 classes depending on how large they are. Maybe the support course is much less selective? Or are there just not enough support engineers to make the selection process very competitive? You don't necessarily need a license for this sort of work if you perform an internship or apprenticeship. Why would you waste the time or money for such a prestigious school if you can immediately begin working in your field? But Izuku wants that license. He wants to say he went to UA, that he graduated from the top, not just hero school but also just regular school in the world. No one could deny him anything if he has a UA degree behind him. Plus, Bakugo always used to tell him he'd never get to UA. And sure, it's not the hero course, but he wants to be able to stick it to Bakugo. Power Loader breaks the silence and snaps Izuku out of his thoughts by saying, support companies are collaborative environments. Oftentimes students will have to work with someone else on a project. The first practical exam of today will be a project, and you will work with one of the other applicants. We will be examining you not only on your work but also how you work with other people. Izuku gulps. But he's going to fail because someone won't want to work with him because he's quirkless. We will assign people randomly. Some of you may already know each other, some of you won't. This is to simulate the roulette wheel that actual support work is like. You may get someone you know well or someone who you've never heard of. However, you should all be capable of collaborating on a project. You have an hour to design the suit with a prototype, he says. Izuku keeps his fingers crossed. Power Loader fills the tables with one student each. Then once all the tables are filled, he comes back and begins to pair them up. Izuku watches as Mei is put at a table. And he can barely contain his excitement when he's put at the exact same table. With that worry out of their way, they immediately set to work reading over the assignment requirements. Izuku wrinkles his nose at the bare-bones specs. They've told them nothing about the person they are supposed to be building for. What do you think, Izuku? Mei asks. I think there's more to this test than we were told. Do you see how poor the specs are? Yeah, they asked for a flame-retardant suit but didn't tell us if they have any allergies to fabrics or what their quirk actually is or if they have a normal body shape. For all we know, they have a lava quirk and are shapes as a volcano or something, Izuku pouts. But if it was something as complicated as that, surely they would put that in the instructions? Unless it's a test to see that we're thinking about this stuff. Izuku raises his hand and Power Loader comes over. Mr. Power Loader, sir, are we allowed to ask questions about the client? The teacher PPS his head to the side. What sort of questions? Well, is the client's quirk fire-related or is the suit to combat a villain's quirk? Is the client male or female? Do they have any mutations that would affect how the suit would need to be designed? Such as an altered body shape or multiple arms? The man blinks at him. Gender can be whatever you're more comfortable designing for. The suit is for a fire-quirked hero, and they have a similar body shape to Yumi. He says. Thank you. Izuku says, and he and Mei begin to work. Okay, so what gender are we picking? Can we do a male and female version? You want to make 2 suits? Why not? We have plenty of time and I'll set us apart from the crowd. Mei considers it. Let's do it, she says, and they set to work. Both of them have designed clothing before, so it's short work to make a simple design for the suits and less time than they thought to put some of the temperature control mechanisms into the suits. Endeavor's overheating issue was one Alenki ranted about more than anything else on Earth. So they both knew she'd kill them if they caused the same issue with this suit. When the timer sounds, their work is collected and placed into boxes with their names labeled on them. Izuku's feeling pretty good. One team made a dress, which is fine, as long as the fire doesn't reach the hero's legs. Another team's is smoking. Izuku hopes that was just a cosmetic effect. Okay, one by one we will call you into the other room for a few staff members to ask questions regarding some of the things in your portfolios. Once that part is over, you will be released to go home. Izuku gulps. He didn't realize he would be doing a pitch. Immediately he begins to feel queasy. Maybe Mei will go first and she can tell him what to expect. First up is Izuku Midoriya. Oh no. Izuku walks into the room tangling his hands in the hem of his shirt. In front of him is a table of 3 teachers. 2 he doesn't recognize and Power Loader. They have his portfolio on the table in front of them. He can recognize the designs. He swallows as their attention focuses on him. He takes a deep breath. He can do this. Just like he and Mike practiced. Good afternoon, thank you for giving me the chance to apply for this amazing school. He completes the sentence with a bow. Good afternoon, Midoriya. Before we get into your portfolio, we have a few questions about the exam itself. Power Loader says. Of course. We're paired with Mei Hatsum. We would like to ask questions about how you both work together. Of course. But for the sake of honesty, I have to let you know I have a bias. What sort of bias? The female teacher asks, eyes narrowed. Oh, not the kind. I would never. I live with her. Her parents are my guardians while my dad's in America. I've known more than half my life, he says, waving his hands frantically. The teachers smile a little. So you know each other well. Have you collaborated before? Yes. In both of our portfolios is a blueprint for a friend of ours. He's trying out for the hero course right now, and we designed it as a congratulations gift if he makes it in. He watches them flip to the blueprint. Can you please explain your contributions to the project? Yes. I'm primarily an analyst, specializing in quirks. I did the analysis of the extent of his quirk and came up with some of the theory for the mask. My friend has a question and response-based hypnosis, allowing him restricted ability to dictate actions. Since I don't have my quirk counseling license yet, I'm limited to only what his current one has provided. The difficulty is getting people to respond to his questions. What this does is modify the voice to match that of other people. For example, giving him the voice of a co-conspirator to get a response from a villain. It can also amplify his voice, which currently renders his quirk inoperable but would benefit him on battlefields and evacuations, allowing him to be heard over the noise. May did a lot of the programming, but I tweaked it down to make it less bulky and to help it fit his face. The teachers nod and review both his notes and the log of tweaks and changes they had made. Alenki always said it's important to document your process. You mentioned you do analysis, and your resume mentions that you actually work for a company. However, you don't have many real-world samples of your work. Yes, unfortunately, my work belongs to the clients I prepared them for, making it impossible to use them in this portfolio. However, Present Mike and Eraserhead have both provided documentation swearing to my analysis, helping with several cases they have worked on. They have even agreed to make themselves available should you have any questions. I believe they are both present UA today but are busy at the moment. He can see Power Loader's eyes widen, no doubt recognizing the authenticity of the written statements in some way. Thank you, Midoriya. You have given us a lot to discuss, but I have a final question, or rather a circle back. You never actually answered what Miss Hatsum was like as a partner. The male teacher says, Oh, I'm sorry. I love Mei. Sorry, Hatsum like a sister. She's an excellent partner. However, like any new person, she takes a bit to adjust to you and you to her. But I think that's how it is in all new partnerships. There needs to be some time to adjust. If I had to come up with a shortcoming, I'd say it's her eagerness to build. She gets so excited to invent that she goes into a creative frenzy, he says. And this is a shortcoming? The male teacher asks. Yes, because she gets into a creative frenzy and will forget to eat or sleep. I'm guilty of this too. Our friend has to drag us out of the lab to make sure we're eating. Thank you, Midoriya. You may go home now. It will be a few weeks before we send out notifications. Is it okay if I wait in the hall? Hatsum and I are planning to wait for our friend and leave as a trio. Power Loader hums, I don't see any problem with it. So long as you stay either in this hallway, the ones leading to the exit, or outside right in front of the school. But I'll let the other staff know that's what you're doing. Thank you so much, Mr. Power Loader, sir. Just Power Loader is fine. Izuku nods and heads into the hallway to wait. The door they direct him to doesn't lead back to the other examinees, making it seem like each applicant just vanished after their panel. An interesting tactic he'll have to ask Mike and Aizawa about the purpose, if there is one. He bows one last time to the panel and goes to sit in the hall. Hitoshi's hands shake as he waits outside the arena to be let in. They're fighting FNG robots. How on earth is he supposed to beat robots? Where's the dynamic duo when he needs them? Wait. Mike had them tell him all how to take down robots. He gently touches his school pin, a quiet thanks, and Mike is shouting at them to go. He doesn't even hear anything before that. His body heard go and it's moving like the well-oiled machine he trained it to be. Both Mike and Aizawa trained them out of waiting for countdowns. A lesson he can vaguely hear Mike giving to the students who didn't get their buttes in gear. Attack joints, wires, and balance. That's how he will beat them. The first robot he comes across is huge. It almost makes him queasy looking at it. But he has a job to do. He knows Aizawa will kick his butt for this later, all those lessons in stealth going to waste, but B needs something. He whistles, drawing the robot's attention, and when it swipes at him with a huge hand he dives out of the way, allowing it to bend and break the pole of a stop sign. Good he has a weapon. Jamming this giant rod of metal into the knee joint of the robot is time-consuming, but when it crashes into the ground, deactivated, he can't argue with the results. He continues on like this slowly, getting 2 points here, 1 point by a grocery store, another 3 by a school. He gets better and faster with each one he takes down. Practice telling him the best wire to pull, or the best place to stab with the sign. The next 3-pointer he comes across is locked in battle with a blonde who looks slightly dizzy and dazed. He watches as the robot gets ready to flatten the kid. He should let it eliminate the competition and then take out the robot for 3 points. But all of Aizawa's lessons about prioritizing rescuing people have him moving without thought. He tackles the boy and the two of them go sprawling. Then he rolls to his feet and quickly takes down the robot. He doesn't have time to waste, but he knows rescue is more than just getting someone out of danger. He sighs. "Hey, you okay?" he demands the dazed boy. The kid makes a noise. It's not much of a response, but it's enough for his quirk. "Snap out of it," he shouts. His quirk always helped snap Izuku out of his anxiety spirals and maze daydreams. Maybe it will snap this kid out of whatever this is. When his quirk releases, the boy is looking a bit more. "Where? You good?" he asks. "Yeah," the boy says. With that settled, Hitoshi moves deeper into the city, alternating between taking down robots and saving kids. Eventually he hears several explosions. He's in the same area as Bakugo. That definitely means there's going to be no robots for him to get. But there's probably a lot of damage in that a-hole's wake, which means some kids to rescue, which is what he does, carefully following behind the boy and stealing his points as best he can, because the boy is blasting them and letting them die on their own. But some of them are still alive when they hit the ground, meaning they're still ripe for the taking. And in between these unfinished kills, he helps kids trapped by fallen debris from his explosions, even tearing a piece of his shirt and using a stick to make a splint for a kid who is heading to the entrance to see the nurse. Deeper and deeper into the city he goes until he doesn't see many robots nor examinees. He's long since lost sight and sound of Bakugo, so he makes his way back towards the entrance. Izuku's voice ringing in his head suggesting that the robots were likely released around here and are making their way to the entrance, so there should be more over there. Thank God for all those analysis lessons with him and Alenki. Sure enough, there's a bunch of robots and tired examinees making it easy pickings. And then the ground rumbles underneath him. Hitoshi, being very used to sudden noises and explosions, immediately starts looking for the source. Hell, why is there a 0-pointer? He can see the other students rushing for the exit to try and escape, and Hitoshi is about to join them when he sees a girl trapped under a larger piece of debris. Fdesh, fdesh, fdesh. He chants to himself as he rushes towards her. He thinks he remembers her, had seen her levitate one robot into another. He kneels beside her and she looks up at him. "Can you use your quirk?" he asks. She shakes her head. "No, I used it too much during the exam." At least she's aware of her surroundings. "I'm going to try something to get you free enough to touch the piece of the wall and get it off you, and then I'm going to pick you up and run like hell, okay? But my quirk won't work. I exhausted it. I'm going to try something my friend thinks my quirk can do. If it works, we're home free. If not, then I'll have to slowly get you free the hard way." Hitoshi shrugs. He still has the street sign, so he kicks a large, something, maybe piece of an HVAC system? He's not sure and uses it to make a lever, using it to slowly wiggle the wall enough to let her turn over so she can reach it. "Okay, you ready?" he asks. "I think so." Hitoshi takes a breath, feeling his quirk connect. "You don't feel anything wrong. Your quirk is not exhausted. Every is fine, you feel fine," he says and releases her. Try it, he says. She grabs the wall with both hands and they both breathe a sigh of relief when it slowly floats off of her. He wastes no time grabbing her under her arms and lifting her. As an afterthought, he shoves the low floating wall into the legs of the giant, making it topple backwards. As that's happening, he lifts her up into his arms and bolts as fast as he can. He only briefly trained at carrying people while running. He'll have to start those lessons again soon. Eventually they hear Mike calling an end to the exam and he sets her down at the entrance. Almost immediately she bends over and begins the retch. Hitoshi holds her hair back and helps her remain standing, murmuring what he hopes are comforting words, until finally Recovery Girl is there helping to two robots which take her towards the school. "You did good out there, kid, nice job with the splint," she says before rushing off once sure he doesn't need any help. Slowly kids trickle back into the lecture hall to grab their stuff. Hitoshi grabs his stuff and then texts Izuku to tell him he's done. Then he leans against the wall to wait for the gremlins. Shoyuta sits in the observation room. He's supposed to be watching all the kids but he can't help but observe Hitoshi. The kid is good, he's using all the tricks he learned from Hisashi and him, along with the strategy his menaces to society provided him with. He watches Hitoshi being downbots as best he can. This test is not really designed for people like them to be able to pass. Even with the addition of rescue points, you need to have both. When he saves his first examinee, he can hear a soft murmur through the pods of teachers. Normally he would sit with Nemuri, but she's currently trying to flirt with Yagi. No thanks. He can practically hear Recovery Girl buzzing when he wraps some kid's arm as makeshift first aid. And using his quirk to snap the electric kid out of whatever was wrong with him was ingenious. Usually Hitoshi only uses it to bring the menaces out of a ramble or Izuku out of a panic attack. To see him using his quirk to help, on a stranger no less, is an amazing step. And as he begins following behind the explosion kid, stealing his kills because they aren't dead yet when the explosive kid is moving on to the next one. A bad habit for a hero that could cost lives. Plus shouting die is definitely not very heroic. But what does Shoyuta know? He's underground. And then he watches as Hitoshi makes his way back to the entrance, hunting for last-minute points and kids to help. And then the zero-pointer is released and the Gravity Girl is stuck and of course the gremlin is going to rescue her. Because of course the gremlin's goal in life is to make him go gray. He can even hear the strain in Hisashi's voice as he is providing the play-by-play. He's worried but trying to keep it together. He watches him help her push through her quirk exhaustion symptoms and helping her to save herself. Then helping her to get away. It's interesting to see how much he's changed thanks to his friends, his family, and him and Hisashi. He can hear the scribble of pens on paper. Teachers taking notes. He normally doesn't take notes. If he doesn't think the kids should be in the hero course, he'll send them to Gen Ed and wait for them to prove themselves. But this time he'll fight for his opinion. Hitoshi has given him plenty of points to use to argue for his admittance, though he doesn't think he'll need to. Hitoshi did wonderfully between his villain points and rescue points. The buzzer sounds and he sees Hitoshi gently helping the girl as she becomes sick, before Recovery Girl is helping her away. Shoyuta waits as the kids each head off to go home and Hisashi will be heading to the classroom to grab their bags and his grading sheets. Nedzu turns away from the screens and claps his paws together. Alright, it is time to grade the students on their performance during the exam. I can say one thing, that purple kid was pretty impressive. I don't think I've ever seen an examinee perform a full injury care routine during the exam. How did he even know how to do that? Nemuri says. Hitoshi Shinso, he lives with his aunt and uncle who are both medical professionals, Nedzu says. Nemuri nods and scribbles something on her sheet. I thought it was impressive that instead of the very easy option of using his quirk to make students stop taking the exam, he merely used it to help two kids with the symptoms of overusing their quirks, saving both of them. It was very impressive, and his teamwork with Miss Uraraka, someone he has never met before, was quite amazing. And if this was real, he did the right thing making sure that the defeats that Explosion Kid had were actual defeats. Yes, but without his intervention the defeats would have been just Bakugus, Yagi says. Yes, but if this real life the villain would have had ample time to launch an attack before unconsciousness. Plus, I don't really feel safe with a hero that's shrieking die as his only speech the entire fight. I am sure that he can be taught to act more like a hero. He still is a student. He can learn. Why is this a debate? Even with Shinse's actions, he still should have enough points to get in. Yes, but can he be a hero? Does he carry himself as a hero? If he can in fact learn, then what steps would he need to take to learn, and are we capable of providing those resources? They all consider his words. It's a valid consideration. UA creates the best heroes because anyone who they don't think can be a hero isn't accepted into the course. The other schools have the resources to devote to each child. UA constantly has to keep up its image lest the commission try to rein them in a little too much. They've already forced Yagi on them, though Nedzu must see some reason to let him be here. But they want as few dealings with the commission as possible. There's a commotion on one of the screens and they all look up to see what's making the noise. It's the security feed from the courtyard. And Shoyuta looks up in time to see the explosion kid, Bakugo he thinks ranting angrily. And then he punches Izuku. Izuku grins when he sees Hitoshi exit the school to where they are waiting in the front of the schoolyard. When he looks over to where they are standing, he and Mei begin waving frantically. Hitoshi smirks softly and heads in their direction. What's with the waving? We wanted to make sure you saw us. You're bright pink and green. I would have to be blinked to miss you, he teases. So, how do you think it went? Mei's. Good, I just hope I was able to get enough points. The things they had us fighting weren't designed for someone with my kind of quirk. But I managed some takedowns on my own and stole points from someone who left his job half done, Hitoshi says. Izuku isn't sure how he knows. Maybe it's intuition. Maybe he just knows Hitoshi so well that he's able to read his body language and the fact that he isn't looking at him, but Izuku knows who Hitoshi stole those points from. If Hitoshi stole those points from Bakugo, then maybe Bakugo doesn't have enough to get in. Or maybe he does and Hitoshi will lose out by one person or by a handful of points. Could Izuku live with that? Live with the knowledge that if Aizawa or Mike knew how Bakugo treated him, they would never allow him in the hero course or at the least fight the other teachers on it. But Izuku didn't, and it might be his fault Hitoshi doesn't get into UA. They start walking to the gate to slip away from the school. As they do, Izuku catches sight of familiar blonde hair. Bakugo. Izuku takes a deep breath. There were cameras all over the place inside the school. Izuku clocked them as soon as he stepped inside. His stomach clenches. Is he really about to do this? He takes a deep breath and before Hitoshi or Mei can register the other boy, he's on the move. Hi Kaken, he says and rushes forward to beam at him. Bakugo turns to look at him. Congratulations. I'm so happy you made it here. I always knew you would be a great hero. He's as loud as possible so the audio will be picked up. He doesn't want there to be any chance someone could say he provoked Bakugo. He knows that he said to himself he would let the school decide what to do about him. Let Bakugo's own actions, absent Izuku, show who he is. But, can he really let that be the case when it could affect Hitoshi? He can't. He's expecting name-calling, he's expecting being cursed out. He's not expecting the punch to the face that sends him tumbling onto his butt. That hurt. He grabs his jaw, rubbing it gently as he feels two people push in front of him. Mei and Hitoshi. They're protecting him. He can hear shouting, but he's still too dazed to focus on what's happening around him. That is until he hears a familiar voice. What is happening here? Aizawa is here. Shoyuta stares at the sight that is waiting for him when he gets to the courtyard. Hatsum and Hitoshi are standing between Izuku and Bakugo. Izuku looked dazed, like he's not too sure what happened. Hitoshi and Hatsum are protecting him from another attack from Bakugo, who is rendered quirkless under Shuta's own quirk. Not that the other boy has noticed yet. He's too busy yelling profanity at Izuku, calling him a name that isn't a cute childhood nickname, vowing to hurt him. None of which is behavior of someone who wants to be a hero. But it begs the question, what does he do? If this was his own class, the answer would be simple. Expulsion. But he can't expel a kid before he's even enrolled. And Nedzu is the only one who can outright ban a student from admission. Hatsum and Shinso, please take Midoriya to the nurse's office. There are signs to guide the way. Bakugo, you will be coming with me, Shoyuta says through gritted teeth. Today was supposed to be an easy day. Watch a bunch of robots die, then sit with the others and make the best case he can for Hitoshi to be put in the hero course. Which would have been easy considering all the points he earned and skills he displayed. But now it seems like things are going to get so much more complicated. He watches Hitoshi help Izuku to his feet and pull him back into the school. He'll have to call Mrs. Hatsum and tell her what happened. Not just because she needs to know, but also because next steps will need to be addressed with her. He drops Bakugo in Nedzu's office and goes back to the observation room where all the teachers were watching through the camera feed. What's the plan? He asks, looking at Nedzu. I suppose step 1 is deciding what to do with Bakugo. His quirk and his general drive does seem well suited to heroics. But his personality and behavior does leave much to be desired, even to be scorned. I mean, so we want a hero out there that's such a loose cannon and with such dangerous views of quirks and the lack of them? Snipe asks. Surely the boy could be taught the error of his ways? Yagi says. But should we really waste a spot on a kid who might be a better person? There's many students who aren't quirkist who don't have the same risks and who deserve to be in the course. Vlad says. And let's say we ignore the assault and quirkist behavior, like you keep trying to get us to do, Yagi. His actions show us that he has horrible decision-making skills. In no way, shape, or form is it a wise decision to commit a hate crime in the courtyard of the prestigious school he just applied to, Shoyuta says. Exactly. It shows that he doesn't care who is around or where he is. What if as a hero he does something bad in front of the press? It would ruin Yue's reputation because he came from our school. Besides, why should he get a free pass on misbehavior when there's plenty of other exceptional students that know how to conduct themselves as heroes? Unless you're saying heroes should be quirkist abusers, Shoyuta says, looking at Yagi, who sputters. And, no, that's not what I was trying to say at all. Well, then I suppose we should talk with the victim and his parents to see if they are agreeable to the idea I have in mind. If they are, then we can then offer it to Bakugo when his parents arrive, as I have called them already. If not, then we will reconvene to evaluate where we stand tomorrow. Shoyuta with me, everyone else please continue evaluating the examinees, Nedzu says, and Shoyuta follows him out. Why did today have to become chaotic? Hitoshi, this is unnecessary. It was just a punch. He's done much worse and I've been completely fine. Izuku pouts as they force him down the hall to what he assumes I'd Recovery Girl's office. 1, that's not as good an argument as you seem to think. 2, we literally met because that a-hole broke your arm, Hitoshi says. That was years ago. I was hoping maybe he had matured. Unfortunately, it seems like that is a no. Now, let's find Recovery Girl's office so we can get you looked at. Again, guys, I'm fine. It's just a bruise. Allow me to be the judge of that, dear, a voice says, and there's Recovery Girl standing there behind them. Oh wow, you're Recovery Girl. The youthful heroine. Your quirk is so cool. What does it feel like when you're using it? Have people you've used it on felt any side effects? What about you? Does it hurt you or have a bad drawback? Like May's migraines? Izuku rambles. Slow down, dear. How about a deal? You let me examine you and we can have a little talk. I really am fine though. That's not even the worst he's hit me before. He'd never admit it, but the punch didn't have its normal force behind it. I think the exam took a lot out of him. Again, dear, let me be the judge of that. Izuku whines but lets Hitoshi and Mei herd him over to a bed. Up you go, Hitoshi says. Izuku glares at him. Don't make me throw you up there. Try it, I dare you. Now boys, no fighting in the nurse's office, Recovery Girl says, motioning to some of the other kids in the office. Most of them are asleep. A few seem to be dozing. Sorry, they both say. Recovery Girl forces his head this way and that, examining the bruise, and he assumes any swelling that might be there. I don't suppose there's any way you could not call Mrs. Hatsum? Izuku ventures. Sorry. Principal Nedzu probably called her before Eraserhead even got to you. Eraserhead probably speed-dialed Mrs. Hatsum as soon as he saw we were the source of the trouble. You don't think he called me Aunt too, do you? I didn't even do anything. Oh, do you know Eraserhead? He mentors us. Present Mike too. You are the gremlins they speak so fondly of. I have to say it makes sense given how much skill you demonstrated during the exam. I don't know what skills he used during the exam, but only some of it was taught but them. Some of it's just him, Hatsum says. I'm sure. Alright, I'm going to give you a gummy and let you heal on your own. You'll need your energy for the meeting. Izuku whines. Thank you, Miss Recovery Girl. Such a polite young man. Now I promised you a few answers, so why don't we sit down and you can ask a few? You have no idea what you've just done, Hitoshi says as he and Mei grab seats. Which is how Alenki finds the four of them. Two of them passed out. One of the eagerly scribbling in a notebook and one fond, if dazed and traumatized, pro-heroine. Come on, Izuku, Eraserhead and Principal Nedzu would like to speak with us. Hitoshi and Mei, do you want to come as well? I'm sure there's stuff about Bakugo that you know, and it would be nice for him to have some moral support, she asks once the other two are awake. They look at Izuku for his opinion. He knows they would refuse if he said he didn't want them there, and that Alenki would push but not force him, as long as she believes it's in his best interest. But does he want to refuse? He knows he has a habit of covering for Bakugo. Ever since preschool. It's why Aunt Mitsuki never knew about the bullying. And why he never told Aizawa or Mike. And yeah, he had set Bakugo up earlier, but that was Bakugo's fault. He took the bait. He didn't have to. Izuku didn't have to actually tell anyone. They could witness it themselves. Perhaps having Mei and Hitoshi there would keep him from falling back on old habits. He opened the can of worms and he doesn't regret it. But he needs them to prevent him from trying to put the lid back on. He looks at them and nods. He wants them by his side. Hisashi is having a good day. Despite his nerves about the kiddos' performances today, he was able to get a decent amount of sleep. Breakfast was amazing. Just him and Sho. And their army of cats that he sure keeps growing, but he can't prove it. There was no traffic on the way into UA. And he was able to get his favorite parking spot. Close to the door but also in the shade so the car would be cool for Shuda's nap. On the ride home, all the audio equipment was set up and working perfectly. He had spotted his favorite kiddos in the audience during the written exam. Not one of them breaking a sweat. Hitoshi did amazing during his exam. Hisashi wasn't able to observe bits of it. And he made sure to draw attention to some of Hitoshi's greater accomplishments. Just a leg up. So with a light step he makes his way through the school to talk to Shoyuta and see what the others have to say about this year's batch of hero hopefuls. Hey Hisashi, you missed a first-time event, Namuri says when he opens the door. Before he even has a chance to sit down. Oh. One kid socked another kid. Hisashi narrows his eyes. That's happened before, Nemi. She shakes her head. Yeah, but those were always two kids competing for the same course. No, this time it was a heroics hopeful punching a support course kid. Hisashi really wants to give his kids the benefit of the doubt. He really does. But he knows them too well. Was the support course kid a girl with pink hair or a boy with green hair? Meanwhile, internally he's praying he's wrong. That none of his gremlins were involved. Green, but he was with a pink-haired girl? How did you know? Hi, Mr. Mike, a tiny voice says, and Hisashi whirls around. Izuku is standing there flanked by his two friends and being led by Mrs. Hatsum. Izuku? What happened? Someone punched me. I heard, do you know why? The kid who did it never liked that Izuku is, you know, Hitoshi says. I had hoped maybe he had grown in the years since I last saw him. And he used to be my best friend before that, so I went to congratulate him, and when I was done he punched me. Are you okay? Yeah. Recovery girl looked me over. We're actually about to have a talk with Mr. Aizawa and Principal Nedzu about it. Good. Good to know that the situation is being handled. I'll escort you. Thank you, Mr. Mike. Mike ruffles his hair and escorts them to the office. Hisashi was having a good day, damn it. Shoyuta and Nedzu are seated behind the desk. This is Shuda's office. The other boy must be in Nedzu's. Good, they're on opposite sides of the building. Ah, welcome, we have much to discuss, Nedzu says. Izuku hates the principal's office. Hates it ever since he was a kid in elementary school. And he was called in after Bakugo had hit him, and he was told to stop disrupting class and distracting Bakugo. But this is different, right? Mrs. Hatsum is here with him. So are Mei and Hitoshi, along with Mike and Aizawa. They would stick up for him, right? Midoriya, allow me to begin by apologizing. You should have been safe here at UA. We promised a safe place to perform your exam and we failed to provide that. For that I am sorry, and we are taking steps to evaluate our security measures and address any issues found. Now on to the matter of Bakugo. Shall we go over your options and see which you would prefer? Nezu says, getting right to the point, which Izuku is grateful for. He really doesn't want to have to go through all this. Of course, thank you. But surely you have questions about the situation. I never walk into a meeting without knowing all the information. Oh. Your first option, I supposed, would be filing a police report and having charges pressed. No. The police won't do anything. Bakugo has such a heroic quirk and I don't have one at all. Besides, he's still a kid, a cruel kid, but a kid. He can learn and I want to believe he can change. Reporting it to the police is out. We could blacklist him from heroics across Japan. No, Bakugo has wanted nothing but to be a hero. If he had no ability to do that, I don't think it would stop him from trying. You think he would engage in vigilantism? Yes. But surely we can't simply let him into the heroics course here. I'm not saying you should maybe have him on a probationary program. Have him separate from all the classes, or something. Special remedial classes, and if he shows improvement then he can be moved into the heroics course proper. Assuming he did well enough on the exam to get in. I don't want to presume. Maybe therapy and community service as well. Give him a chance to grow and be better, and if he fails on his own merit and not because I'm mad at him for hitting me for no reason. And you would feel comfortable attending the same school as him again? I'm not the same kid I was back then. I have friends now. My parents are aware of the situation and will be watching out for me, and I have 2 senseis who will watch out for me too. Izuku looks at the 2 in question as he says it. Both of them nod. And Mrs. Hatsum, is this acceptable to you? I would prefer he not be near Izuku ever again, but this is Izuku's choice to make. I will let him make it and support him through anything that raises because of it, Alenki says. Mei and Hitoshi both look like they agree with her. Alright, thank you for your input. I need to discuss this with my teachers and see what we can come up with that fits within your idea, then present it to the Bakugis. I believe that should be all. I suggest you get home and rest. It has been a long day for all 3 of you and you're no doubt going to crash from your adrenaline soon. Allow us to handle things from here. Aizawa, if you would escort them out to their car. Aizawa nods and stands and leads them out to the car. Please allow me to extend my apologies for what happened today. There are no excuses for us allowing this to happen. What are you talking about? I never told you or Mike about Bakugo. So there's no way you could have known when I congratulated him that he would punch me. You had no warning that it would happen, Izuku says. Kid, we're pro-heroes and teachers. We should have seen it coming. You weren't even in the room. You couldn't have known until you were notified by the security system. Stop apologizing, please, Izuku says. Aizawa doesn't look convinced but doesn't argue, so Izuku stops with his own argument. Fine. You kids did good today in your exams. I'm sure of it. I caught sight of Power Loader looking shell-shocked. You should be proud of yourselves. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. Training picks up on Monday. Take the rest of the week to rest. Then on to the second hero school exam, Hitoshi says. I'm sure you'll impress them. Thanks. And with that, the 3 of them head back with Alenki, and Aizawa heads back in to discuss Bakugo with the other staff. What a mess. And so that is where the situation stands, Nezu says when he finished detailing the situation to the assembled teachers. So the kid doesn't want this to completely ruin the Explosion Kid's chances in heroics. Gotta say he's a better person than me. I would be pleading for hellfire and suffering, Snipe says. But none of this matters unless he has enough points to even get in. Because if he doesn't, there's no reason to make him our charge if he didn't get enough points to get in anyway, Namuri says. Alright, let's first find out our heroic students and then see what needs to be done. They compile the points. First eliminating anyone who didn't pass the written exam, then eliminating anyone who gave up during one or the other. Then they review the point totals of the remaining 100 applicants. Bakugo Katsuki isn't in the top 20, but he barely squeaks by into the high 20s. Okay, so Bakugu has done well enough to earn a spot in the heroics course. Now, I look to Hound Dog, Midnight, Aizawa, and Vlad to see how they feel about the separate heroics class that Midoriya brought up. Why only them? All Might asks. Hound Dog to work on his anger issues. Me to disable his quirk, Midnight to disable his body, and Vlad to contain him, Aizawa says. Clearly the kid needs support to work through some things. As heroes and teachers it falls to us to lend that support when others have failed, Hound Dog says. You know me, I'm always down to punish naughty boys should the need arise, Midnight says grinning. I really have no opinion either way. I'm not sure if this will actually work. That kid definitely has a lot of things to work through, Vlad says, and all eyes turn to Aizawa. I don't agree with Midoriya's decision to let Bakugu off without full consequences, but I will respect it. But if he assaults another person he's out of here, with real consequences. Agreed. Now I have called Bakugu's parents and told them only that I want to discuss their son. I am sure given his attitude that they expect good news. Aizawa, I would like you to accompany me to inform them of the contrary, Nedzu says. Of course. The rest of you are dismissed for the day. I know exam week is a grueling week for all of us and I want to thank each of you for all your hard work. Please enjoy the week off from semester prep. You have earned it. Thank you, sir. Hizashi brushes their hands together and Aizawa follows Nedzu to his office where the blonde is sitting on one side of the desk, looking sad and his hands sparking angrily. Shoyuta activates his quirk and immediately the sparking stops. Please refrain from using your quirk in my office. I will be very unhappy if you damage anything in my office, Nedzu says and sits in his chair. Shoyuta takes a moment to set up additional chairs on either side of the kid and then takes a spot behind Nedzu, relaxing against the wall and pretending not to be watching him. One move and Shoyuta will end him. The boy glares at him and opens his mouth, no doubt to let loose a barrage of insults or curses, but the office door opening makes him pause. Ah, Mr. and Mrs. Bakugu, thank you for joining us. Please have a seat. We have much to discuss, Nedzu says, lips pulled back in a smile. Somehow the Bakugus are both exactly like he expected and not at all how he expected. Mrs. Bakugu definitely has the same temperament as her son. She may not be sparking from her hands, but Shoyuta has been around enough people to know what a barely contained aggressive stance looks like. Mr. Bakugu is much calmer than his wife and child, preferring to let his wife lead the way, decide when they sit, and in which position on each side of the blonde boy. His mother quickly elbowing him so he stops slouching. Thank you for coming, Mr. and Mrs. Bakugu. I am Nedzu, UA's principal. Before we begin, I must apologize. I could tell from our phone conversation that you expected this conversation to be good news. That was misleading and I apologize. However, what we need to discuss does require your utmost attention. What did Katsuki do? The mother asks. You assume he did something? Well, you said that allowing us to think it was good was misleading, meaning it's bad. And I know that particular scowl on my son's face. It's the one he wears when he's done something but doesn't want to admit he did something. Yes. Well, you are correct, Bakugu did do something. After the admission exam this afternoon, before he had left the school grounds, he assaulted a fellow student hopeful. The other boy merely called out to him and offered his congratulations. Deku deserved it, Bakugu mutters. Ah, and that is the second piece of the issue. Your son shouted some very insulting things at the boy due to his being quirkless, Nedzu says, and both their heads shoot up. That has to be a mistake. I assure you that we watched the footage carefully. No, you don't understand. Katsuki's cousin and best friend is quirkless. There's no way he would do that to any child when he has Izuku in his life, Mrs. Bakugu says. Ma'am, the boy he assaulted was Izuku Midoriya, Nedzu says, a little caught off guard. He'd only had time to go through school records for the boys themselves, which obviously left out the closeness of the boys' families. He assaulted Izuku? Green curly hair, freckles. Cries on a hair trigger Izuku Midoriya? Izuku Midoriya, who is so sweet he would give dentists cavities? That is Izuku Midoriya? Mrs. Bakugu demands. Yes, when Mr. Midoriya offered his congratulations, your son punched him and then shouted anti-quirkless language, Nedzu says. No, you must be wrong. Mrs. Bakugu. No, you have to be wrong because there is no way he would spit on the memory of his aunt like that, Mrs. Bakugu says. There is no way he would throw away a friendship that began before either boy was even born. Not my son. No, because there's no way he could look his aunt in the eye while hurting the son she loved more than anything behind her back. She's no longer even looking at the two pros. She's staring her son down. Shaking in anger, tears of anger, hiding tears of sadness in her eyes. Seething in anger. When Bakugu says nothing, she turns away from him. Inko would be so disappointed in you, she whispers and sits back in her chair, refusing to look at her son. So I can assume that you called us here to discuss the consequences for his behavior? Mr. Bakugu asks, being the first to recover. Yes. While your son did manage to collect enough points to make it in, his behavior would normally bar him from being admitted and having his conduct reported to the other hero schools. We have decided on a different direction. Bakugu literally growls at them. Shoyuta is regretting his decision to agree to help the boys' remedial lessons. No. He shouldn't be rewarded for hurting someone, but especially Izuku, Mrs. Bakugu says. I agree. However, this other option was suggested to us by Midoriya himself. It seems that he still wants Bakugu to have a chance to learn from his actions and go beyond them, Nedzu says. That definitely sounds like a Midoriya. They could be bleeding out on the floor and still offer the last bandage to someone with a paper cut, Mrs. Bakugu says, and they can tell she's not only thinking about the Midoriya they are talking about now. What would he have to do? She asks finally. The agreement is simple. He will be admitted into UA, he will take base lessons, math, English, history, and other core classes with general education. But he will also take supplemental heroics lessons and behavioral lessons with some of our other teachers. He will also have a minimum required 2 sessions each week with Hound Dog, the school counselor. Once the teachers and Hound Dog feel he is ready, he will be given opportunities to earn a spot in the heroics course. However, a spot is not guaranteed to him. He has to show that he deserves his spot. Bakugu scoffs when they mention the sessions with Hound Dog. Therapy is for the weak. You are already in hot water, Katsuki. Don't make it hotter, he father says, and the boy glares but doesn't finish the sentence. Interesting, it seems that his father is the one with the most control over him. If he refuses, what happens? He won't be attending any hero school, he'll go to a normal high school, repeat this behavior again, likely in school or in public, and the logical consequences will follow. Likely culminating in juvie if he cannot control his temper. But I can assure you and him he likely will not become a hero if he doesn't take this offer. Mrs. Bakugu crosses his arms. Choice is yours, Katsuki. You chose to hit Izuku, you can choose the consequences of it, she says. Bakugu grinds his teeth. Fine, I'll do the stupid lessons and therapy. Sign here then. Nedzu says, producing his enrollment forms. Nothing out of the ordinary except it outlines everything they went over in far more detail. Once it's returned to him, he sends the family on their way and Shoyuta texts a Lenki about the outcome of this meeting, warning Izuku that Mrs. Bakugu would likely try to reach out to him. He just hopes she'll let the boy come to her when he's ready. The thing about having one thing be your sole focus for months or years of your life is that once it's over, you fall into a bit of listlessness. Which is what happens to Izuku. The second admissions exam was barely a blip in his consciousness until he's walking out of his presentation with Mei and Hitoshi and heading to Cat Cafe. And that's when Hitoshi asks the question they had been dreading. What now? Well, now that there are no classes, no exams to study for, training was even cut down to once a week because Mike and Aizawa had to start going to UA to prep for the upcoming semester. And yeah, his work with Alenki keeps him busy, but the loss of training and prepping for the exam leaves a huge hulking hole in their schedules. Mei fills it with her babies. And Izuku tries that, but there's only so long he can stay in the lab when he knows his future is no longer in his hands. So he goes for more runs. Aunt Mitsuki had texted him. He'd told her that he needed some time to process but that he appreciated her reaching out. And she had understood. She sent him a mash of emojis and letters, a message he had once sent to her from his mom's phone when he'd been told she was sad. It had become their thing. He used to have a thing with Keiichi Bakugu, but the boy had beaten him until he forgot it. So he runs more. It helps him get all the pent-up emotions out. And it helps clear his worries. That he will be the only one who doesn't make it in, that he'll be banned for not having a quirk. Running is the only thing that quiets the what-ifs. So, when Hitoshi is home taking a nap after setting off an anxiety spiral, Mei is locked in her lab making something, and Izuku is too restless to work, he throws on some running clothes and begins his regular circuit. It doesn't help. He runs the same circuit 2 more times, but it does nothing to ease the tension inside. So on his next pass he takes the opposite turn. Then another and another. Till he's well and truly off the route. He won't stray for long and his phone is fully charged, so he'll be fine. He runs this new route for half an hour until the pavement under his feet becomes the wood of a boardwalk. He's ended up at Takoba Beach. He was here once with his mom. Back when it wasn't as bad as it is now, but still too messy for a day out. His mom had seemed so sad. She even told him about meeting his dad there for dates. A lot of it is old equipment and even some cars. Thinks they could scrap. Thanks Mei could repurpose. And he gets an idea. And he immediately goes to run home to tell Mei and text Hitoshi, only to crash into someone. Whoa, are you alright? The blonde asks, smiling down at him. Yes, sorry. I got excited. He says sheepishly. No worries. Get home safe, he says, helping him up. Thanks. Izuku says, not sparing him another thought. He has a plan to work on. You want us to what? Hitoshi dropping over them on his bed. Clean up Takoba Beach. Why? There's tons of reasons. 1, it's a nice thing to do for the community. 2, it'll help with strength training. 3, scrap metal for Mei, and we can sell the extra off and see about putting that back into the community. Our parents could help, and we could ask Mike and Aizawa if they want to help too. Izuku. Oh come on, he whines. Alright, don't whine. I'm in, Hitoshi says. Yeah, count me in too, Mei says. We're a team, no messing with that. Thanks guys. I'll head down on my next jog and take some photos so we can have a plan of attack, he says. That's our Izuku, Mei says fondly. The next day he jogs down to the beach, his work camera safely in his bag. He stays on the boardwalk as he snaps photo after photo. Alenki had gotten it for him, so when he was doing consultations he could take photos of things he wants to have a record of to reference. It's while he's snapping photos that someone steps into his shot, seems to realize they did something rude, and move out of the way. Izuku looks up from his camera and smiles. Hey, it's you again, he says to the blonde from yesterday. Yeah, he says, what are you doing? Photographing the beach. My friends and I are going to clean it. Oh, yeah. And there's so much scrap metal here that we could make a bunch of money and use it for item donations or some other way to give back to the community. Wow, you have this all planned out it seems. Yeah, it's going to be so much fun and hard work. Yeah, it sounds like fun and hard work. Can I help? He asks and Izuku considers it. Is it weird that he wants to help? Kinda, but he's only a little older than them. Maybe he wants to be a good senpai? Besides, Alenki had agreed to come with them on Monday when they start this. So it's not like they would be immediately alone with him. It should be fine. Sure, we're going to start next week. Just come when you can. Terrific, he says, grinning widely, then adds, I can see if my friends and coworkers want to help out too. Awesome, the more the merrier, he says. Oh, I completely forgot. I don't even know your name. Oops, it's Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Izuku. I'm Mirio. So that's how it goes. They review the photos and Izuku develops a plan of attack using a grid system. Alenki agrees to negotiate the sale scrap metal. Minaki makes sure they're up to date on their tetanus shots and that they have a fully stocked first aid kit. Mike and Aizawa can't make it. The only day they have free between Mix Radio Show, prep for school, and heroics, they only have the 1 day a week available, and Izuku would never deny Hitoshi's training. But Mirio is really cool. And he's a hard worker. And the few times his friend Nijire comes she works are too. They mention a third friend who is too shy to come when they're all there. And their quirks are so cool. They only show it once because they could get in trouble, they say. But their quirks are so cool, and after the 9th time he geeks out about them, they decide to be mean. They say that if he thinks their quirks are cool, then he'll absolutely lose it when he finds out their friend Tamaki's quirk. Izuku definitely needs new friends. Ones that won't treat him so meanly. But the guessing game that comes from it helps to pass the time. It's a pleasant distraction from things. The summer passes quickly. With the cleanup of the beach, his analysis with Alenki, building with Mei, training with Hitoshi, Izuku barely has a moment to think, same as Hitoshi and Mei. Which was kind of the point. You can't worry about something if you are so busy you can't think. But they can't forget forever, and soon enough they walk into the Hatsum living room to find both Hatsum's, Minaki and her husband, and even Izuku's dad via video call. On the coffee table are 6 envelopes. 2 for each of them. One set is simple. A normal white envelope with a wax seal, and set into the seal is UA. The other envelope is much bigger, seeming to have more inside of it, and it is decorated with the logo for the school it's from. It's actually hideous. We figured you would want to open them together. Minaki says as they are each handed their envelopes. Izuku looks at Mei and Hitoshi. What do you think? You first. No. Save that one. Just in case. Izuku nods and they open the other school's envelope first. They're accepted. And Izuku feels his cheek hurt from how hard he is smiling. But once he's over the initial excitement and he's looking at the acceptance material, it feels hollow. The paper is cheap, there is nothing personal on any of it, the letter could belong to any applicant. They only bothered to put their names on the address sticker. It leaves a bad taste in his mouth. Okay, now Yue, the school we want to go to. Mei says. Same time or? You first, Hitoshi. Are you sure? Yeah, you've waited for this moment. Hitoshi takes a deep breath and opens the envelope. Rather than a letter, a small disc falls out into his hand. He looks at them and presses the button. I am here, comes All Might's shout from a small holograph of him. Then it glitches and he's replaced by Aizawa, clearing his throat. And now he isn't. Don't worry, you'll get the chance to see All Might when you start your heroics classes, Aizawa says. You should have seen it. Shoyuta fist fought All Might to do this acceptance video, Mike says, popping into view on the holograph. I did not first fight All Might, I merely explained that Hitoshi is one of my personal students, and as such, if he did not let me make this video, his over-muscled corpse would never be found. Now back to the task at hand before we get even further off track. Hitoshi, I am happy to say that your hard work has paid off in the best way. But don't think I'll take it easy on you. You're going to have to work 10 times harder as a member of the heroics course. I got in, Hitoshi whispers. Izuku quickly grabs his hand and Mei grabs the other. Welcome to your Hero Academia, Hitoshi Shinso, Aizawa says. I got in. Oh, and your written exam will be emailed to you by the end of the week, and I recommend showing a specific answer to a specific someone, Aizawa says, and the hologram melts away. Izuku and Mei don't waste any time, they just immediately jump on him. Congratulations. They immediately fall to the floor. Oomph. They giggle and help him up. We knew you could do it. Mei says. Yeah. There was never any doubt you'd be an amazing hero. Izuku says. We're so proud of you, Hitoshi, we knew you would do it. Minaki says, pressing a kiss to his hair. Thank you. Can we take the attention off me now, please? Sure. Let's do Izuku's next. Mei says. What about you? I'll go last. You've both waited far longer and wanted this far more than me. I never cared about it being Yue. I cared about being with you guys somewhere I can make my babies. Izuku takes his envelope and opens the seal. Inside is the same disc, and he takes a deep breath and presses the button. Power loader fills the screen. He quickly clears his throat. Sorry kid, I'll have to make this quick. Mike and Aizawa look like they are preparing to take the camera from me. Congratulations. It is my honor to announce your acceptance into UA's support course, Analysis Track. Your application was one of the most sophisticated we've had in recent years and one of the 2 top applications this year, Power Loader says. Hitoshi and Mei both wrap around him. A copy of your exam will be emailed to you by the end of the week, and believe me, I think there's quite a few people who would want to see what you wrote. I know that when he read one of your answers, Mike started to cry. No, I didn't. Mike squawks, sniffing. He's still crying. Even Aizawa got misty-eyed. Say anything else and you'll need your machines to keep you alive, comes Aizawa's voice. Before the hologram cuts out, Izuku hears a yelp and something that looks suspiciously like a capture weapon on the screen. You got in. Mei squeals, shaking him. I got in, he whispers. He got in. He got in. That's my brother, she says, shaking him. Congratulations, Izuku, Alenki says, hugging him, and his dad is also congratulating him through the camera. Once he stops crying, because of course he started crying, they trigger Mei's disc. It's very similar to Izuku's. Mei even got the other top 2 applications. They all got in. I feel like this question is unnecessary, but I have to ask anyway. What school are you going to? Alenki asks. UA, of course. Getting into UA was apparently only half the work, it seems. There's 1,000,000 forms they have to fill out. And 1,000,001 for Hitoshi. Financial information. An entire book worth of honor code information. Literally. It has a table of contents. There's also a ton of contracts they have signed. Confidentiality agreements. NDAs. Permission to allow an in-depth background check, which Izuku thinks is retroactive. Because he doesn't think Nedza didn't run checks on all of them before accepting them. There's also a form for checks into their family. By the end of the whole process, there's 1,000,000 pieces of paper scattered everywhere. And their papers keep getting mixed up in each other's packets. Until finally, all the paperwork is ready to be sent in. They have to special order envelopes for it because it doesn't all fit in the regular ones. But they get it in. And then they schedule financial aid discussions with Nedzu. The principal preferring to discuss and explain options and offers in person so that he can answer any questions as they are thought of. Which is how they end up at UA. His dad is on the phone and Alenki will be aiding discussion for both of them. Minaki managed to get off from work to come with Hitoshi. They're sat in the cafeteria. This definitely can't be all of the incoming class. This must only be part of it. Hey, you're the boy from the entrance exam, the one who saved me. A female voice chimes in, making them look up. There's a girl there with brown hair and a big smile looking right at Hitoshi. Hi, Hitoshi says. I'm so glad I got to see you today. I wanted to thank you after the exam, but by time I woke up in Recovery Girl's office, I was told you had already gone home. So now I get to do it. Thank you for saving me during the exam, she says. It was nothing. I'm just glad you're okay and that you got in, Hitoshi says. No, it was most definitely something. You didn't even hesitate. It was so cool and so brave. I'm Achiko Uraraka, by the way. Hitoshi Shinso. And your friends? Sorry, I really wanted to thank him before something interrupted me, she says. Mei Hatsum. Izuku Midoriya. Are you in the hero course too? No, support course. Wow, that's so cool. My dad is in construction, so I know how difficult building stuff is. Wow, that's so cool. Izuku says. They shuffle over so that she can sit with them. So what did Hitoshi do that has you so grateful? He won't tell us, Mei says. Or you can tell Izuku your quirk. It's really cool. Hitoshi says. Don't try and change the subject. He saved me from a giant robot. It was bigger than most buildings I've seen. Hitoshi lays his head on the desk. It was how big? Mei's. So big. Mei pulls out an old scrap of blueprint paper she carries just in case and begins to roll it up. Wait, can we talk about it? No, she says and whacks him. Oh. You risked your life and didn't tell us. I'm going to be a hero. I'm not mad that you risked your life. I'm mad you didn't tell us, Mei says, whacking him again. Ow, I'm sorry, okay? I'll tell you when I risk my life from now on. Good, and also we're proud of you, Izuku says. Thanks. Anytime. Now, he says, turning to Uraraka, tell me everything about your quirk. Uraraka's quirk is so cool. But Izuku definitely wants to have a talk with her quirk counselor because he never gave her the support to research the best use of her quirk to manage her exhaustion. Sure, she clearly managed for the exam, but that had been her own intuition. She had even tried researching gravity manipulation, but with no guidance on how to conduct her research from her quirk counselor. Well, it had quickly overwhelmed her and she had decided to go with pure intuition. which basically leaves Izuku foaming at the mouth to have a chance to help research her quirk. Not only because of her quirk but because she's also pretty cool. She doesn't understand Mei's fascination with support gear, nor does she really understand Izuku's fascination with quirks. But she'll listen politely when they talk to her about it. Throw in a few things based on the parts she can understand. And then gets annoyed or weirded out by it. She's a little awkward about Izuku being quirkless. Not a bad awkward. Just, she always seems uncomfortable when talking about quirks with him. Like she doesn't want to upset him by talking about something he doesn't have and won't ever have. And Izuku guesses that he's the same about money. She hasn't said anything, but Izuku, Mei, and Hitoshi are all trained in observation. So it doesn't take long for them to figure out that she doesn't have a lot of money. They don't seem to be destitute. She doesn't show signs of homelessness that Aizawa had taught them to notice. So they pick cheap places to eat or invite her over and convince one of the adults to make lunch or make them themselves. Although Izuku and Mei are banned from touching the appliances in both homes. A few times they even plan picnics. Mei cites food texture issues as to why only the three of them will be bringing food, although if Uraraka wants to bring something she can. They have no idea if she picks up on what they're doing, but if she does, she doesn't say anything. So they don't either. She joins in on them cleaning the beach. Since she has the quirk license for hero course training and Alenki is there and a licensed quirk counselor, Uraraka gets to use her quirk, which makes things a bit easier. But they still insist on moving most of it by hand. Half the point was to get in some strength training after all. And it's nice for Hitoshi to have someone to gossip about the other hero students they had seen at the meeting. Izuku joins in providing insight into the quirks they remember each student having and speculating about the ones they didn't see. Try as he might, Izuku can't get anything from the boy with half red and half white hair. He didn't see him use his quirk at all during the meeting, nor had Uraraka and Hitoshi seen him during the exam. Did that mean he was part of the recommendation exam? Or was he just in a different testing field? He looks somewhat familiar. Obviously, if he was in the recommendation exam, his quirk had to be physical. Aizawa had said it was designed for physical quirks. And if he was in the recommendation exam, he had to be close to a hero or someone in a hero-adjacent field. Was he related to a hero, and what Izuku was recognizing was a family resemblance? He's not sure, and it is actually torture. But Hitoshi has told him a million times that you can't just walk up to someone and demand to know everything about them, quirk included. So he can't just do that. But it's fine. He's in 1A with Hitoshi, who he knows will tell him all about the other boy's quirk once he finds it out. And Uraraka is in 1A with Hitoshi. So he'll already have a friend when he starts classes. He was so worried that Hitoshi would have to make friends from scratch, and Izuku felt a little guilty because at least he was going to share a class with Mei. But now Hitoshi will have an extrovert with him to help him build friendships. It's perfect. Izuku likes to think he's easy to talk to. Yeah, he gets a little excited about some stuff, but when it comes to important, serious conversations, he likes to think that none of his friends would have trouble coming to him. His friends know that short of them suddenly becoming quirkist, there's nothing they could do to lose his friendship. So when he's over at Hitoshi's house and a thick envelope from UA arrives, he thinks nothing of reaching to pick it up to hand it to Hitoshi. You would think it was $1 million with how quick Hitoshi sprung from the chair to grab it and fling it into his room. And then he returns to his seat like nothing happened and doesn't even mention it, quickly trying to distract Izuku with talk of quirks and support gear. Izuku doesn't know what to say or think, so he just goes with the subject change. Then takes the first chance to head home. He tries to tell himself that there was a logical explanation, that maybe it was something confidential for UA. But why not just say that? Was it something to do with heroes' identities? Couldn't be, because Izuku has clearance for that. And then he gets the mail when he gets home and he's similar packet and it's just his exam. Why would Hitoshi feel the need to hide his exam results? Was he embarrassed? Did he not do as well as he wanted on the written exam and didn't want Izuku or Mei to know? But they adore Hitoshi. They know exams are not a measure of worth, and besides, he got into the hero course, who gives a heck about his grade. So no, it couldn't be that. It the videos they had mentioned showing a question and answer to someone. Did Hitoshi not want anyone to see it till he did that? But it wasn't like Izuku was going to open it. He spends the rest of the day in his room thinking up less and less likely explanations for the behavior. When May asks him, he just pretends that he has a stomach ache. He's still taking a stomach 2 days later as he sits in his room staring at a file of quirk analysis he had out together months ago, adding new information to them. He had requested to work remote today. He wasn't up to dealing with people. Alenki had let him. She's just left to head into the office when familiar purple hair pokes into his room. Hitoshi. Hi, he says awkwardly. Hey, sorry I'm not feeling very well and so I'm not really up to visitors. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. Hitoshi blurts out. Huh. Hitoshi pulls the envelope out of his bag. The reason I acted so weird is because I'm embarrassed by what's in here. Hitoshi, you know May and I would never judge someone on their exam scores. What? What? I'm not embarrassed by my score, is that what you think? I don't know. I tried to come up with a logical answer and that's the only one that made sense. It's. Hitoshi sighs and sits on Izuku's bed and takes a breath. I'm not embarrassed by my score, I'm embarrassed by my answer to the written question. What does it mean to be a hero? Hitoshi shakes his head. Mine was different. I don't know if they were all different or there was some randomization, but we don't have the same question. What was yours? Who is your favorite hero? Why are you embarrassed about writing about Eraserhead? Because I didn't write about a pro hero, I wrote about. Hitoshi trails off and moves the envelope into Izuku's hands. Are you sure? Yeah, if I don't do it now I'll lose my nerve. Just don't read it out loud. Izuku opens the envelope and flips to the written section. Please write about who your favorite hero is. I first met my favorite hero when I was in elementary school. My mom and dad had just passed away and I had only moved in with my aunt and uncle shortly before I met him. Making friends has always been hard for me. I was already a shy kid, so I had trouble making friends. Then my quirk came in and the kids didn't want to be near a kid with a villain quirk. So then no one wanted to talk to me. Then the bullying started. Being tripped, being hit, name-calling, pelted with stones, and the teachers never did anything about it, which just allowed it to get worse. Suffice it to say that by the time I moved in with my aunt and uncle I didn't have a good history with people my age, or older, or younger. My aunt is a nurse. She'll sometimes help friends and family in an emergency until they can go get help from available sources. I was sitting on the couch watching cartoons when frantic knocking on the door drew my aunt out of the kitchen. That's when I met him. My favorite hero. He was my age, with bright teary eyes, and even though he had to be in pain and scared, he still smiled at my aunt. Even with an arm injury he was polite. And when he saw me, he was nervous but he just smiled at me too. And then once he had an arm brace, he just looked at me, and he just knew what I was going through. And in mere minutes had broken down every wall I had with a simple statement of there being no villain quirks and a promise that with a little time he and his sister would make me weird. And then he got me out of my horrible school and into online courses, and he helped me as best he could with learning to fight so I would be ready for the hero exam. He was the first person who I wasn't related to that thought I could be a hero. And when he was offered anything from a pro hero, he chose training for me. He could have asked for anything. I wouldn't have blamed him or even been mad. That's one of those once-in-a-lifetime sort of offers and he used it for me. That's why he's my best friend. And why he's my hero. Izuku blinks away tears that are pouring out of his eyes ever since he realized who the subject of the essay was. You? I'm your favorite hero? I know it's weird and I understand if you thought it was creepy, but... Izuku pulls the envelope with his exam from his desk and hands it to Hitoshi. Hitoshi blinks at him and opens it before reading it. Izuku can tell when he gets to the part about him in the essay because he starts rubbing at his face with the heel of his hand into his eyes to wipe away tears. Why? You wrote about me too? Yeah, you're amazing. And you're going to be an amazing hero. Why wouldn't I wrote about you? Izuku sniffles. Hitoshi rubs at his face. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, and for acting so weird, Hitoshi says. Izuku launches into his arms and hugs him tightly. Summer passes faster than Izuku thought it would, and finally it's the night before their first day of UA. To say they're nervous is an understatement. May is sleeping over in Izuku's room, because that way they can have a makeshift sleepover. Hitoshi's aunt and uncle had managed to get off work for once, and so he couldn't come over because he wanted to spend time with them. But now that they're getting ready for tomorrow and for bed, he's turned on his video call and the three of them are talking as they pack their bags. Mei has already stolen the hoodie that Izuku had stolen from Hitoshi, claiming that she would want to keep it in her bag just in case. Hitoshi threatened her with death if she used it for grease rags. Izuku had also stolen one of Hitoshi's tank tops to wear under his uniform. Or was it Mei's tank top? In all honesty, it could be his too. And that starts Hitoshi whining. "No fair, you guys keep stealing my clothes," he grumbles as he digs through his closet for one of his undershirts. "You keep bringing them here. If you don't want us stealing them, then leave them at home," Mei says as she ransacks Izuku's closet for her goggles, which he does not have. "Thank you very much." "Is that my backpack?" Hitoshi's screech is so loud the mic gives an unhappy noise. "How on earths did you leave a whole backpack here?" Mei asks, testing the strength of the straps. "I didn't. I let you two borrow it to carry home the toaster you stole from our kitchen to improve it, which by the way you need to return because eventually my aunt and uncle are going to notice it's gone. You're the only one who likes toast." "Yeah, and I haven't been able to have any for a month." "Fine, come by after school and you can take the toaster." "And my backpack?" "Nope, mine now," Mei says, adjusting the straps to fit her. Hitoshi gives a long-suffering sigh, which finally breaks all of them into giggles. "Fine, you can keep the bag." "And the toaster?" "Don't push it." "All right, Izuku, you have the checklists. Do we have everything?" "Yep. Notebooks, pens, pencils, stationery, 2 sharpeners and a backup sharpener in Hitoshi's bag. Our phones and chargers. Mei and I have our portable battery banks so we can use those in an emergency. Keys and spare keys. Wallets. I have the train map with the schedule and the stop marked off," Hitoshi says. "Why does he get to keep the map?" Mei asks. "Because it's likely to get covered in grease in your bag or crushed in mine," Izuku says. "Fair. I have snacks in my bag for you too when you forget to eat. And we have extra candies to soothe your throat. We have to remember to grab our water bottles before we head out." "Agreed. Everyone know the plan?" "Yeah, we each take the local trains to the central station where Uraraka will meet us, and we all head to UA together." Izuku nods. It had SCKD that they couldn't all travel together the whole way. But they had to work with what they had. Meeting up at the central station and heading to the station for UA was the only compromise they had. At least until they started having sleepovers again and they could take the same train the whole way. But they had to settle into their new routines first. "So, real school," Mei says, looking between Izuku and Hitoshi's face on the screen. Of the three of them, she hadn't had nearly as much trouble. Not that it was a competition. "Yeah, real school," Hitoshi echoes. "It will be different now. We have real friends that'll have our backs, and Mr. Aizawa and Mr. Mike have our backs too. We have nothing to worry about," Izuku says. They all share a determined nod and finish packing up before heading to bed. Tomorrow will be their first day of UA. No matter how much planning you do, or work you put in, the first day of school is always chaos. "Mei, have you seen my tie?" "No." "Have you seen my socks?" "No." "Did you grab my water bottle?" "Shoot, I didn't even grab mine." "I found my tie." "Get the water bottles, I'll look for your socks." Mei dashes out of the room and Izuku searches everywhere until he can find her socks. They are in the sock drawer. Who would have thought? Have you see our shoes?" Mei shouts, practically bringing the building down around them. "By the door, dear. Breakfast is almost ready, so finish getting dressed." "How are you so calm?" "One of us has to be." Izuku finishes his tie just as his phone buzzes. "Aizawa, I was told I should do something to help you feel better about first day of school jitters. So, just so you know, teachers get them too. Video attached." It opens with Mike in front of his closet in costume minus his jacket. "Hisashi, we are going to be late." "But show. What jacket should I wear?" "The super spike one will make me look cool. But it might also make me seem unapproachable. But if I go low spike, then they might think I'm a poser." "Hisashi, just wear the one you wear on patrol. It's being cleaned because someone spilt coffee on it." "Yes, you, on the tail end of a series of patrols, shows, and summer prep. You tripped me. You tripped over me. There's a difference, and you almost got coffee on my lesson plans. Oh my God, where are my lesson plans? I didn't see them in my bag this morning. They are in your desk in your office in the teacher's offices. Had you leave them there specifically so you wouldn't have to worry about losing them. I love you. The video cuts off there. Mike, sure, when I said text them, make them feel better about it being the first day, I did not mean embarrass me. Aizawa, but if they see a cool pro hero also stressed about the first day of school, won't it make them feel better? Mike, don't you try and flatter me. Aizawa, anyway, Midnight is the same way. Though only in private. She emails copies of her lesson plans to everyone she knows to make sure she won't lose them. Mike, I don't even think Cementos has lesson plans. I feel like he just talks. Aizawa, Vlad has left his roster in 7 different places so far. Mike, is it really 7, or are you moving it to various places and waiting for him to notice it's been moving around the lounge? Aizawa, fine 4 times. Green Gremlin, thanks, I swear it's like we misplaced everything or forgot how to function. Purple Gremlin, I went crazy looking for my jacket. I was already wearing it. Green Gremlin, May lost her socks in the sock drawer. Pink Gremlin, hey, Izuku lost his tie. Aizawa, you kids never cease to amaze me. Finish getting ready, you 3 will probably have to leave soon. Purple Gremlin, right, Uraraka probably left already. Pink Gremlin, nope, because she just texted me that she had to run home because she forgot her shoes. Aizawa. Mike, show, have you seen my glasses? Aizawa, Mike, are you kidding? Mike, no, you know I can't see without them. Aizawa, you're wearing them right now. How else would you be able to read the chat? Mike, they put their phones away and May and Izuku head out to eat breakfast. May anxiously gobbling the food and Izuku anxiously picking at it. Kids, don't worry so much. I'm sure UA will be leaps and bounds better than your other schools, and you already have friends. Remember, there will be kids starting there who don't know anyone. We know. But I also know that you're still both scared for yourselves, for each other and your friends. But Mr. Aizawa, present Mike, and even Nedzu have all demonstrated that they are in the corner of what is right. They nod. That makes sense. And if they aren't, let me know. No one hurts my kids or their friends. Thanks. Eventually they finally get out the door. After 3 trips back in because they forgot something. Eventually they do get on the train. Meeting up with Hitoshi at his stop. Then with Uraraka, before finally they get to start walking to UA. And before they know it, they're there at the gate of the school. The paparazzi pressing as close to the barricade as they dare to get photos of the hero hopefuls. You guys ready? Izuku asks with a grin. Yeah, they say, and they head inside. We'll see you guys at lunch, right? Uraraka says as they attempt to navigate the school and find their way to their classrooms. Of course, whoever gets to the cafeteria first texts the group and saves seats. May says, it'll likely be you or Hitoshi. If we're allowed to see or work in the labs today, we'll likely get distracted. At least they're self-aware, Hitoshi says, shrugging helplessly, making Uraraka giggle. Does anyone know where we are supposed to go? This place is a maze. May whines. Maybe it's supposed to teach students self-sufficiency? Izuku says. May huffs, that's silly. First days of school are bad enough on top of getting lost in the school itself. You're right. When the 2 of you take over the world, you can change it, Hitoshi says. I think this is where we have to part ways, Uraraka says as they come to a sign saying one direction to heroics and the other to support courses. You act like we won't be able to feel their explosions. Hitoshi says. Power Loader is there, surely he'll keep them out of trouble. Aizawa has assured me that Power Loader has no idea what he's in for, Hitoshi says. See you at lunch. May calls, grabbing Izuku's arm to drag him to class. May, getting to class earlier isn't going to get us inventing any quicker. You don't know that, she cackles. A few people glance their way, but when they see they're heading for the support classrooms, they seem to accept this as normal behavior. Stop pulling, Izuku whines, and May eases up on his arm. Sorry, but hurry or we won't get seats together. that spurs Izuku into motion as he quickly follows her to their classroom. There are a few people there, but other than that the class is empty. The kids already there seek to be in various stages of social battery recharge. One is sitting on her phone. Another has thick, heavy-duty headphones on while he listens to music. A third has her face buried in a book, and another who looks identical in only the physical sense is making paper airplanes to throw about the classroom. They seem like normal kids, which sets Izuku on edge. He really does not have the best record with normal kids. Window or door? Mei says, but the real question is, does he want to see outside or have an escape route available? Door, he says, and before he can even think about his options on that side of the room, he's being guided to the frontmost seat by the door, and Mei is dropping into the seat behind him, putting her feet on the back of his chair. Izuku smiles softly. The seat she had picked for him is against the wall in the first row, meaning the only places someone can sit is behind him or on his left. He'd be able to see what the person to his left is doing, but not someone behind him. So Mei had taken that seat so he doesn't have to worry about anyone behind him, and she can keep an eye on the people to both their lefts. All done without having to even be asked. He throws a grateful smile over his shoulder to her, and she just sticks her tongue out at him to make him snort a little. Slowly students start to filter in. Some of them are chatting with each other. Others seem to be tentatively talking to them, while others seem to be a bit more introverted. The next student to come in is a boy with pale eyes and white and black hair coming over one of his eyes. He's also extremely short, which forces him to examine the front 2 rows. And the only seats in that row are the 2 by Izuku and Mei. The boy takes the one by Izuku and slides into it quickly and quietly. Izuku thinks he might be the last. Sheet sorry coming through. He hears from the hallway as the door slams open just as the bell rings, making both Izuku and the boy next to him jump. The boy in question is a redhead with glasses and a tablet in his arms. He glances behind him, his eyes widening a fraction, before frantically scanning the class, eyes locking on the seat next to Mei. And Izuku watches as he just pops like a bubble, and suddenly he's in the seat he was looking at. Just as Power Loader walks in. Power Loader scans the classroom, seeming to do a quick count in his head before nodding. Welcome class to the UA support course. I am Power Loader, and I will be your homeroom teacher as well as your base science teacher and practical application and workshop teacher. But we will be getting into those a little later. But I know how harsh first days can be. So there's something that I should say first. Power Loader takes his place front and center of the class. I had a hand in each and every one of your acceptances to not only this school but this course. I know what you are able to do, and I know what you will be able to achieve with hard work. There is not one of you who does not belong here. Each and every one of you has earned your spot here. Power Loader pauses and lets that sink in. However, if you do not take this seriously and do not put your best foot forward, I will not be happy and steps will be taken to handle it. Now with that said, let me explain a little bit about what this course will be like and what your expectations will be for this semester. First, you will have traditional education. Math, science, English, literature, all classes you should be used to. There will also be special concepts which will teach you more about the abstract of support work. Application of concepts will have you apply what you have learned in a simulated environment. There is also a workshop which will be time in the lab to work on your end-of-semester projects as well as other projects you may have. We will discuss the end-of-semester project next week. As Izuku jots all that down, he feels a breeze as Mei's hand shoots up behind him. Yes, Miss Hatsum? Will we have additional time to use the workshop? Or will be limited to class time only? Additional time can be scheduled with me or select third yes students. What about if we have labs at home? Can we bring projects back and forth? For personal projects and select coursework, yes. But for the end of semester project, you will be limited to your school hours and 1 hour after school. This is to keep it fair to those who may have after-school jobs or who lack access to labs at home. While that's very fair, Mei says, we do try to make the support course as fair as we can. Power Loader then clears his throat. You will also have a special weekly class with Midnight and Present Mike, who will be teaching you a special business class. This class will continue through the entire 3 years as it will be preparing you for work in established support companies, Private work will select hero agencies or the establishment of your own support companies, Powerloader says, then adds, some of you may already know what direction you want to go in, have an existing connection to a company, or are already employed by one. You can discuss missing certain classes with me and the teachers in charge, and if we agree you can use it for extra lab time. But it would require a very good argument. That has to be directed at him and Hatsum. There are very few openings for support company employment prior to high school. Powerloader glances around the room before nodding to himself. I see we have no more questions. If anyone thinks of any, feel free to ask me, or my email will be in the syllabus I will hand out at the end of the day. Now, I do believe that Principal Nedzu has a special welcome assembly for the school. Please follow me, Powerloader says. The class stands, Izuku sticking close to Mei as they make their way out into the crowded hall. A lot of the older students are roughhousing and pushing and being loud, making Izuku very uncomfortable. He's fine. He's fine. Izuku. He's not fine. He can't get the words out, but he doesn't need to. First, Mei steps to the side to tie her shoes that are already tied, and once they're at the back of the pack, she pushes him down another hall. This one empty. Now that it's quiet and they're alone, he is able to breathe. Sorry it was too loud. Hey, no worries. You needed a minute. I'm not mad. Thanks. Just give me a second and we can go catch up. Or we can say we knocked around and lost and go exploring, Mei says. Or you both can come with me, a deep voice says from behind them. Hitoshi watches as Izuku and Mei vanish down the hallway away from them. They'll be fine. They have each other and will be learning all sorts of cool things. We're the ones that are probably going to have to train and fight and work out, Uraraka says. I just worry about them. They don't have a good track record with school. I'm sure they'll be okay. And if they aren't, we can help them. Uraraka says. Yeah. As he worries, they walk through the hallway before coming to an extremely large door. This seems to be Class 1A, Uraraka says, a little unsure. Only one way to find out, Hitoshi says. They push the door open and step into the classroom. The blonde he had saved is sitting in one of the seats, his feet up on the desk. Meanwhile, a tall blue-haired boy is yelling about disrespecting school property. There are a few more kids around the classroom. A blonde with a tail, a girl with jacks for ears, the blonde that he had to help, another smug blonde in the corner window, and a very flamboyant blonde closest to them. It's as Hitoshi is looking around the classroom at his classmates that he noticed a giant caterpillar on the floor. No. He knows that yellow sleeping bag. We should probably take seats, he suggests, steering her to 2 seats in the front. The blonde he saved keeps looking over at him. Does he recognize him? He can't imagine why he would remember Hitoshi. It was a relatively quick couple of moments and there was a lot going on. Not like Uraraka, who he'd helped off the field and spent a little more time when before they parted ways. But whatever, so what if he recognizes him? He'll either thank him or be mad at him for helping him. It won't make a difference either way. He watches the red and white-haired kid in the back of class. Izuku had mentioned that he was interested in him for some unknown reason. So Hitoshi had been put on recon duty for his green-haired friend. Uraraka probably would have been the better option. She's more bubbly and probably better at learning about people than Hitoshi is, but Izuku knows she'd probably ask him a million questions about why he wanted to know. Meanwhile, because he wants to know more, is a good enough reason for Hitoshi to do recon. Not that he's getting much. He seems to know the black-haired girl but isn't really talking to her or anyone really, and he glances at the blue-haired boy occasionally. But that's about it. He doesn't even think he's heard the boy speak yet. Perhaps he can at least find out his name before lunch and see if that helps Izuku figure anything out. Slowly more and more students file in, and when the bell rings everyone is still talking, and when Uraraka tries to talk to him he shakes his head. His caution pays off because Aizawa announces his presence, surprising most of the students. It took far too long for you to notice me. That is not acceptable in this class, Aizawa says, as though constantly being found sleeping in various places is acceptable. Hitoshi hides a fond smile. He watches Aizawa dig around in his sleeping bag before finally producing gym uniforms. Put these on and meet me on the field. B. Uraraka starts to say, but Hitoshi kicks her chair to keep her from finishing her sentence. But what about the assembly? Someone whines and Hitoshi winces. He doesn't even hear what's said next because he's already pulling Uraraka to grab their uniforms. Because like hell is he going to give Aizawa a reason to give them more work. Now he just has to make it through whatever sadistic first-day torture Aizawa has planned for them. Both Izuku and Mei immediately jump and scream before turning around. Aizawa is standing there staring at them unimpressed. All that work teaching you situational awareness? Wasted. He sighs, shaking his head softly. Cut me some slack, I almost had a panic attack. Izuku pouts. But you're better now, Aizawa says, and it's only by nature of how close they are that Izuku knows it's a question, not a statement. No thanks to my ninja of a teacher. So, exploring is out of the question? Mayats. Yes. Nedzu would kill me if I let you menaces run around unsupervised. But he would also kill me if I interrupted his welcome speech, Aizawa says, pulling out his phone and snapping a photo of them, then typing into his phone. Hey, what are you doing? Giving Powerloader a photo for your milk carton since I'm kidnapping you, he says. Oh, where are we going? I'm running a baseline test for my students, Aizawa says. Like you ran with us that first day? Yes. If I want to help them improve, I need to see where they are, and it'll become readily apparent who needs help and who is slacking. And we get to come? You get to come. Izuku is practically vibrating and Mei rolls his eyes. What about the rest of class? For other students it's just the ceremony and then picking up the syllabus. So you make your students spend the whole day? Yes. Because there are no early days in heroics. No half days, no coming in for an hour or two. Some days they may not get to leave their agencies for days between tests and their patrols. The sooner they realize that, the better heroes they will be, and if that upsets them, they shouldn't be heroes. You both know that. Yeah, but it's fun to make you explain it because it completely ruins your I couldn't care less about these children persona, Mei grins. You too are menaces. You get it from Hisashi's side of the family. They grin and follow behind him as he makes his way to the field. There's only Hitoshi waiting and he blinks when he sees them. Did you kidnap them? I found them. It's not kidnapping, it's rescue. Hitoshi snorts. Try to not let on that you three know each other. Pass the message to Uraraka as well. I'll be a lesson in your undercover work and in their investigatory skills. They nod. Aside from that, what will we be doing? Well, Mei will be assisting me because almost every time I run these tests, one of them always manages to break one of the machines. Mei will then repair it. And me will be offering your expert analysis to them to help them make the most of their quirks. You will also help me draft individualized training regimens for them. What if they don't want my assistance? Then Uraraka and I will keep wiping the floor with them, Hitoshi says. Izuku smiles softly. I can see some of them coming, Mei says, and they take their spots next to Aizawa. Now Izuku can see them. No wonder Hitoshi seemed a little on edge and Aizawa was grouchy. The students in question are laughing and joking and taking their sweet time to make their way over to where Hitoshi is waiting. Behind them are three more serious students. One of which is the bi-colored hair boy Izuku is desperate to learn the quirk of. Maybe he'll finally get to find out? The students slow when they catch sight of Izuku and Mei. Who are they? A pink girl asks, trying to come closer to look at them. Support Corps students who will be helping with what we are here to do. You will treat them with respect as their presence will help you. Failure to do so and there will be consequences. How do you know them? I have worked with the support company that they are employed by. I trust them to understand the importance of what we are doing here. Once everyone is here, I will introduce them properly and their role in this assignment. Slowly other students come out and begin to gather. Uraraka is grabbed by Hitoshi before she can let slip about knowing them. Until finally they are all gathered. That took you far too long. In a real emergency, seconds can mean life or death. Remember that, Aizawa says. An uncomfortable silence falls over the group and they shift a little. We will be running baseline quirk tests today to determine your abilities. You will be familiar with these from school, but this time you will use your quirks to assist with the exams. The kids perk up a little. Really, this is going to be so fun, the pink girl says, and Izuku winces. Oh, you think I'll be fun? Let's make it even more fun. The person who comes in last will be expelled. Immediately the class begins to panic and Hitoshi glares at Aizawa. Right? He's probably the only one who doesn't have a physical quirk. He can't use his quirk for all the assignments either. It runs the risk of him revealing too much of his quirk. Now these two next to me are Izuku Midoriya and Mei Hatsum. They are part of the support course. Midoriya is an analyst and Hatsum is a support head engineer. They both have worked with a support company I have used in the past and I trust them to help with this assignment. Midoriya will be available to provide advice for how to best use your quirks. Once you have performed the assigned task, see him if you want advice on how you can improve. Izuku bites his lip nervously. Looking around at the other students, Hitoshi might have a shot. The pink girl has strong leg muscles but not a lot of upper body strength. He can't see the invisible girl's physique, but last time he checked, invisibility doesn't grant super strength, and Hitoshi has some amazing upper body strength, and he's no tortoise either. Perhaps he can help Hitoshi strategize. Mr. Aizawa, you said that these activities are common in school. Mei and I haven't been in a physical school for years. Perhaps you could explain to us what they are. I'll explain the tests as they occur, Aizawa says, tucking his face into his capture weapon, no doubt to hide his smirk. First up turns out to be a 50-meter dash. Obviously the boy with engines in his legs comes in first. There's a girl with a frog quirk who also does well. Uraraka and Hitoshi are in the middle of the pack. Using her quirk on her clothes gave Uraraka a leg up on the students with quirks that aren't useful for this. Meanwhile, Hitoshi uses his height and training to stay in the middle. And then he finally learns the red and white-haired boy is named Shudo Todoroki, and when the boy goes sliding by on a piece of ice, he learns his quirk. Wow, an ice quirk. That's going to have so many practical applications. For combat and rescue. Then comes a standing long jump, which Uraraka sends herself flying during, and Mr. Aizawa has to reel her back in with his capture weapon. Izuku immediately jots down for her to find some method of controlling her floating. Hitoshi again manages to stay in the middle of the pack for this one. Because luckily for them, electricity, some sort of stone skin, and acid doesn't help much for this. Izuku also notices something as the students going through these first two events. The smug blonde seems to be watching everyone's performances in the first two events, but staying in bottom middle during them. It's time for the bar hang, and that's when he figures it out. Obviously the guy with multiple arms is going to top this, but Uraraka is also holding on. Literally the bar is the only thing keeping her from flying away again. He jots down a better way for Shuji to use his multiple arms for something like this, and then adds a note for Uraraka to not use her quirk on everything, otherwise it leaves her out of control. Todoroki freezes his hands to the bar and is able to stay on just a little shorter than Shuji. Then as he's stepping up to the bar, the smug blonde who Aizawa calls Monoma claps his hand on Todoroki's back before stepping up to the bar. And doing the same thing Todoroki had done, freezing his hands to the bar. Izuku's brain short-circuits for a moment until it catches up to what's happening. A copy quirk. He has a copy quirk. Izuku is practically vibrating in his seat. Hitoshi is glancing at him, and he's sure Mei is too from where she is fixing the grip strength tester because Shuji broke it. He forced himself to calm down and focus on the rest of the test. Hitoshi is able to hold on longer than Mina, the pink girl, and the electric blonde. They do a few more tests, and when no one is looking, Hitoshi says Shuji's full name, makes eye contact with him, and touches his arm before asking his question. They had all agreed that keeping his activation requirement secret was the best course of action. Not only would it help him when he goes against his classmates in spars, but also if he has to use his quirk to protect himself, it'd go better. Once it takes hold, Shuji takes the grip tester and breaks it again for Hitoshi before handing it back. Izuku nods. Hitoshi isn't likely to use it on many more of the tests. His scores are good enough to keep himself safe. But one more very good score as a bit of a safety net. He'll have to wait for the right moment. A few more tests occur. A sit and reach where only Azui has any advantage. The line jumping one that he missed the name of, where the boy that's probably one of the worst scorers succeeds by using the ball from his head to bounce back and forth, much quicker than anyone else. There's a longer run where again the engine boy comes in first, followed by Todoroki, However, in third is a girl who unbuttons the bottom of her shirt before pulling out a scooter and using that to get to the end. Then finally they reach what seems to be a ball toss. There are various high scores. Kirishima pitches it and slaps it with his arm like a bat. A shadowy creature erupts from the bird-headed boy's chest and hurls the ball for him. Uraraka gets an infinity score, and that's definitely going to be impossible to beat. He watches Monoma hold his hand up for a high five, and years of high fives leads Uraraka to complete it. A 5-finger touch-based copy quirk. A 5-finger touch-based copy quirk. Holy shit. That's so cool. He steps up to the plate and immediately sends the ball to infinity as well. Uraraka is looking between him and her hand, realization dawning on her face. And while Izuku knows she's competitive, but he sees grudging respect for the trick. And it's only due to that distraction that when Hitoshi touches her shoulder and says, "You're Achiko Uraraka, right?" that she absent-mindedly says that she is. And that's all Hitoshi needs to get his own score of infinity. That's one really high score mixed with a bunch of middle ranger scores. He's not going to be in the top most likely, but he won't be last, and neither will Uraraka, so they can rest easy. He winces when Aizawa set up the screen. What better way to embarrass students than to reveal their sheet scores? The girl with the scooter is named Momo. It makes sense that she would come in first. She made all sorts of cool sheet for the exam, which helped her come in first a lot. Todoroki is also about where Izuku assumed he would be. Further down are Mina and the boy with the hardening quirk. Which makes sense. They are both very fit, just not enough to match a quirk suited for some of the tests. At the bottom are Hagakure and Mineta, the invisible girl and the boy with the bouncy ball for hair. Mineta is at the bottom, and honestly from the way he was looking at some of the girls, Izuku doesn't think he'd be much of a loss. But unless he harasses someone who reports it or Aizawa catches him doing something, Aizawa won't be expelling anyone because they all did their best and used their quirks. Maybe not optimally in all places, but there would be no point if they couldn't improve. Mineta's practically shaking though, so maybe he thinks he will actually be expelled. The relief is palpable when he announces his logical ruse and that he had just wanted them to do their best. And with that the test is over. But not before Aizawa tells them to pick up the syllabus from the classroom. He then dismisses Izuku and Mei with a request for them to compile any notes they have and a promise that at their next training session they'll devote some time to discussing it. And with that they head back to their own classroom. A now very short stack of syllabi on the front desk. At Mei's urging they take 6 copies. 1 set for their bags, 1 set for their desks at home, 1 set to give to Alenki for safekeeping, and 1 copy to give Hitoshi for safekeeping. They expect to be the last ones there. Who in their right mind would sit around for hours when they don't have to? But as they are leaving they catch sight of the monochrome boy who now sits next to Izuku. They share a look then shrug. Maybe he wanted to see about the procedure for booking lab time. Or even managed to actually book some lab time. Who is he to judge? Izuku is certain that Mei already has a schedule in mind. But right now they have a train to catch with Hitoshi and Uraraka. Izuku sighs as he settles into his desk on the way to UA. They manage to survive the first week with tons of homework and hard classes. The boy next to him is as quiet and mysterious as ever, writing down everything their teachers say, in a neat, organized manner. Flinching a little whenever someone talks a little too loudly or when the redhead behind him moves a little too fast. Which the redhead has seemed to notice and makes effort to not do. Which is nice of him to do for someone he barely knows. The set of twins in the class seem to be very bright, giving Mei a run for her money with some of her questions. The monochrome boy and the redhead haven't answered anything in class, and their first exam isn't until the end of the month, so there's not class rank to determine who's where. But today should prove to be exciting. Last week Power Loader had announced that they would be going over the final semester project. Which is why Izuku has a brand new notebook in his bag today just for that. So, you guys excited to finally find out about your big project? Hitoshi asks, giving Mei a turn with the seat. Meanwhile Uraraka had just given Izuku his own turn. I don't know. They're giving us plenty of time, so it makes me think that it's either a project we can develop over time, it's a project with lots of drafting elements, or there are many different parts to it, Izuku says. I'm sure you guys will have tons of fun. Uraraka says. Yeah, hopefully the project will give us a chance to try new things. But what about you two? You mentioned today is your first heroics lesson. That's got to be exciting. It is. Mr. Aizawa implied that the lesson wouldn't be with us though. So I don't know who it could possibly be with. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure whoever it will be will have an awesome lesson for you guys, Izuku says. I bet. Hopefully whoever it is knows what they are doing. Hopefully. Izuku and Hitoshi stand as their stop is announced and they exit the train with Mei and Uraraka. Izuku splits off with Mei to head to their class. Unlike the first week, this time the monochrome boy is there before them, already sitting in his seat, writing in his notebook. Mei and Izuku quickly take their seats. The boy hasn't really gone out of his way to speak to anyone, nor has Izuku actually heard his voice. Should he say hi? But what if the boy doesn't want to talk to anyone in here? Mei seems content with their friend circle as is. Before he can think on it anymore, the redhead comes skidding into the room and into his seat mere moments before the bell rings. Like he has since the first day. Power Loader comes in and shuffles some papers on his desk. Alright kids, I know you're excited about your term project and learning about it. Izuku can feel Mei practically vibrating in her chair. But we have our first practical class today. One of twins, with black accessories, raises her hand. Yes, Miss Ataru? What will today's practical lesson be? We will be observing today's heroics lesson. I'll explain more once we are at that point. But I have a few more things to go over before homeroom ends. And Power Loader begins to talk about how now that the labs will be opening, he will be requiring an organized and fair way to organize the lab use school. For safety's sake, he will be limiting the number of students in the labs outside of the workshop course. Meaning he can only have 7 students in the lab during the various time slots and only 4 during the after-school time slot. The other twin, with white accessories, shoots her hand up. Why such a difference in numbers? 20 during class, 7 during school hours, and 4 after school. For safety reasons, the number of students in the room necessitates a certain number of chaperones. During class and the school day, I have lab assistants. Third years who are interning under me. Typically, I have a full roster during workshops. One stays with me the rest of the day while the others return to the support company, and after school there's just me. Student safety is our number one concern in the support course. Related to that, I will be unlocking the sign-up sheet for lab time tonight, for this week. Do not worry. If you miss out on lab time this week, let me know and I'll put you on the list for next week. The monochrome boy raises his hand tentatively. Yes, Mr. Turi? If we need to meet with you about something. Not related to the workshop or lab. How would we go about that? The boy asks. Good question. I have standard office hours posted on my door and in my syllabus. However, those are typically held more as group discussions to go over concepts from class. Smaller meetings and one-on-one meetings can be scheduled with me directly or through email. I prefer email just because it's easier for me to put it on my calendar. Just include a little about what you want to talk about during the meeting, that way I can have anything I need to have prepared. Thank you. Turi says. Are there any further questions? When nobody responds, he nods to himself. Alright, for your first practical class today, we will be observing the heroics lesson. They're doing a battle trial with their costumes. I want us to observe their simulations and I will assign each of you a student. I first want an analysis of your client, then I want detailed notes on how their costumes and gear can be improved. I expect these reports to reflect your course paths. The analysis for analysis students should be in depth and a level of detail befitting that. And the engineering students should have suggested gear sections befitting support engineers. Izuku quickly scribbles down everything Power Loader says, as does Turi next to him. Mei sounds like she's bouncing in her seat. He wonders what he should do. Yes, he's on the support track, but he also has a far more in-depth knowledge of support gear. Is he expected to come up with both? He could do his regular level of analysis plus some quick workups of ideas for gear. He still has his notes from the test on the first day. He could probably pull from that. Mei had also seen his notes, so she likely has a base idea how to improve their quirk use on top of her own analysis skills. Unless, of course, they are watching class 1B rather than 1A. We will be observing Class 1A. Once we get to the viewing area, we will determine your clients. I will allow you to work together if your clients are on the same team, but it's not a requirement. Yes, sir. Now, behave for present Mike. I'll come collect you for when it's time to go observe their lessons. Power Loader says and leaves so present Mike can come in to begin their lessons in English. Izuku isn't worried for Hitoshi or Uraraka during this assignment. Both of them had been with him when he compiled his notes for Aizawa, and both of them had listened to his mumbling about their classmates. So that should give them a good leg up. Something in him squirms at the idea of someone else getting Hitoshi, while another is excited to see what they come up with. Mei is not excited at all. Whoever gets him better not even think about poaching him. He's already committed to the Midori Support Company. No, he hasn't, Mei. Yes, he has. He's wearing our gear. And that won't change. And what if the person who gets him gives a good idea? Isn't it better for him to get that feedback? What if one day that saves his life? Why do you have to be so reasonable? She whines. Because you and I have to balance each other or the world will explode. At least that's what Hitoshi says. I will do physical harm if anyone tries to poach him. No, you won't. You'll end up recruiting them. No. A group of 4 is good enough. Izuku huffs a laugh as he pulls her to catch up to their classmates. The room they are now standing in has a few desks and a couple of couches. Okay kids, so the hero kids will be in teams of 2 facing each other. So the 4 of you whose clients are on screen will sit here. Power Loader points to the 4 desks closest to the screen. Then he points to the couches. The rest will sit there till your turn comes. Then Power Loader holds up a bag. I have the students' names in here. We'll do a random draw. One by one the students step up to pick their clients. Until finally it's Izuku's turn, he quickly reaches in and pulls out his token. Shudo Todoroki. Izuku has to practically hold his excitement back. Because he's just imagining all the fun he could have with his quirk. When he takes his place with Mei, she holds up hers. Tenya Ida. Oh, the one with engines in his legs. Exciting. He glances around trying to see if he can spot who has Hitoshi. But he can't see anything, nor is anyone saying who they got out loud. The screen lights up and they can see All Might. Wait, All Might? What's he doing at Yue? Izuku drags his attention away from All Might and to the students who are making their way out of the locker rooms. First his eyes find Hitoshi. His costume looks better than they ever imagined. The support engineer followed their designs perfectly. First he has his goggles, which have multiple functions: heat vision, night vision, binoculars. They can even go dark should there be a sudden flash of light or explosion. They had designed them to be a flatter style than most and are black with a bit of purple. Around his neck is a purple version of Aizawa's capture weapon. They wanted to go darker so it wouldn't stand out as much at night. Then comes the Kevlar bodysuit, with extra thickness in common strike points, with carbon fiber mesh in places to make it movable while providing protection. Then of course his utility belt and the cargo pants hold all sorts of things. Backup comm, distress beacon, first aid supplies, taser, evidence bags, backup goggles, backup distress beacon designed as a medication bottle for Tylenol, lock-picking toolkit, and a small set of normal tools. They had tried to think of everything when designing his costume. The final piece is the lower mask for his face. That had been their gift to him. His persona cords, a mask to disguise his voice so he can have more versatility both in his quirk use and it helps to be able to imitate people anyway. The design they had given him for his suit had a black base with purple streaks. But the mask he's wearing now is black like their design and has the purple stripes. But it also has a pink one and a green one. Izuku stops breathing a little. Had Hitoshi told the support company to add the stripes? Mei is vibrating next to him in glee and Izuku knows that she's probably going to tease him. And he sees Power Loader trying to get a good photo of him. Probably to tease Aizawa. He turns his eyes to Uraraka next. She has gauntlets on her wrists with some sort of grappling device. That was one of the points he had made. Something to control her floating. Her helmet has a visor, but he can't tell if it's just there to protect her face or if it has some other functions. The suit is a bit tight in his opinion, but who knows, maybe she wanted it like that. But given the way she's tugging on it, he doesn't think so. Nor does he think she requested the heels on her shoes. Given the way she's walking uncomfortably, Izuku finds himself getting set on her behalf, quickly writing down a note to talk to her and Aizawa about the suit. Then he sees Momo's and the Invisible Girl's suit and he's immediately whipping out his phone and shooting a text to Aizawa before pocketing it before he can be caught. They watch as All Might explains the course and the requirements for winning, hand out the comms, and then the teams are decided. He's happy to see Uraraka and Hitoshi on the same team. He's even happier when they're drawn as the heroes to Monoma and Ida's villains. Shudo is teamed with Shuji against the boy with the tail and Hagakure. And Izuku he's to wonder what their strategy will be. Alright, the first simulation is starting. Can I have the support students for Minor Mineta, Momo Yaoyorozu, Kyoka Jiru, and Denki Kaminari please take the desks? Izuku watches as the twin with the white accessories stands with a few other kids from the class. Momo and Mineta are playing the villains. And it's clear they have the advantage. Because Momo makes a ton of sheet to protect the P and even some spring traps to keep them away. Not even Jiru's jacks or Kaminari's electricity is enough to get through the physically demanding traps and blockades. The two teams never actually came face to face. The next two teams really don't do much. Alright, now can I have the students for Mashareo Ojiro, Toru Hagakure, Mizo Shuji, and Shudo Todoroki? Izuku stands to take one of the desks. Mizo's student doesn't seem keen to talk to him, so he'll be on his own. Looks like we're against each other, the redhead says. Who did you get? Hagakure, the Invisible Girl. I feel like I got the easiest one. All I have to do is put down, get her a real suit, and I'm good to go. Though his words are flippant, Izuku can tell he's just taking on a carefree attitude. He can see the way his eyes are scanning the girl in question. Izuku laughs. Yeah, same thing with that other girl, Momo I think her name is. I'm shocked Power Loader hasn't said anything. He's probably waiting till after class. I can't imagine he'd be okay with this. The boy goes to say something but the horn sounds to announce the beginning of the next match. Immediately the building gets encased in ice. How are we even supposed to work with that? The boy asks. Izuku just blinks because yes, that was a brilliant show of strength, but now Shudo seems to be shivering minutely. Doesn't he have a mechanism in his suit to warm him up? Izuku jots that down. If he doesn't, then he should. And also, if his quirk affects his body temperature that badly, he shouldn't be doing large-scale attacks like that without a warming mechanism. Well, the rest of you three can write down your observations and work off that. I won't take off points if it's something they would have done if they had the chance. Man Hero Course kids are unreal, the redhead says sitting back down on one of the couches. Alright, last group come on up, Power Loader says. Mei, the twin with black accessories, Turi, and another student stand and take their seats. Izuku turns his eyes to the screen, watching Hitoshi and Uraraka approach the building. Alright, step 1 is figuring out where they are and where the payload is, Hitoshi says. So, how do we do that? Go inside and scout. What do you take me for? Pink and green put heat vision in my goggles, for exactly this kind of situation, he says, clicking the side of his goggles. Seems Monoma is patrolling the second floor while Ida is on the fourth with the payload. How can you tell who is who? Ida's doing his arm chops. I guess he's trying to get into character? So, roof entry? Uraraka says. I mean, we can. I know you're kinda mad at Monoma for tricking you with that high five. Uraraka pouts but shakes her head. Our objective is to get the payload. There will be more opportunities to get even. Roof entry it is then. I'll stick to the shadows and follow behind you. Uraraka nods and Hitoshi leads them to the side of the building furthest from the villains. According to Hitoshi, Uraraka immediately begins to float and uses the grappling function on her arm to guide herself up. Meanwhile, Hitoshi uses his capture weapon to swing up to the roof. Alright, what's the plan for Ida? I'm going to play distraction while you get the payload. Wait, you're the distraction? Yep. A touch quirk is not going to be easy to use on someone with super speed. But I can use my quirk from anywhere. Plus I have hand-to-hand training, so if Monoma shows up I can distract him too with a fight. Uraraka nods. Alright. If you need backup you'll let me know? Only if you let me know if you need backup. Deal. They go to the door and Hitoshi pulls out his lockpicks. Lockpicks. Green and pink get locked of places a lot. Uraraka nods understandingly. Come on, let's go, Hitoshi says as the door swings open. Hitoshi steps inside and then scans the area. Clear, he says, letting her take the lead. Could you imagine if pink and green were here? As either group? No. Because if they were the villains, we never would have gotten into the building. Pink would probably blow us up. Meanwhile, if they were the heroes, we never would have gotten in the building. The gremlins are terrifying. Yes. They make their way to the floor Ida is on. Alright, I'm going to do what I do best and be a nuisance. Once he's gone, get the bomb out of here. Uraraka nods and sneaks up behind a pillar where she has an excellent look at the door of the room Ida is in. Hitoshi doubles back to the other side of the hall and around to the opposite side of a large open space. Before using his capture weapon to swing across quickly. Right where Ida can see. You there. Stop. Ida shouts and immediately takes off after Hitoshi. Izuku holds his breath. Because Hitoshi is fast, but is he fast enough to take out someone with super speed? As soon as Ida is too far away, Uraraka sneaks into the room and grabs the payload, immediately making it lighter, so she can carry it. Quickly she makes her way towards the stairs they had come from. She'll have to hope that Hitoshi can distract Ida long enough. While she does that, Hitoshi plays Spider-Man trying to avoid him. So, Tenya Ida? Any connection to that huge agency? Was it Ida Tone? Ida Ton. Idaten. Ida snaps and skids to a stop. Hitoshi smirks, and Izuku hears a soft noise from Turi. Take your capture tape and go capture Monoma, he says, and Ida take off at the same time Hitoshi takes off to meet up with Uraraka, who has almost made it to the roof. Okay, let's get out of here, Hitoshi says, taking the payload to give Uraraka a break. Sounds good. What happened with Ida? I sent him after Monoma. Best friend ever, she says as they exit out onto the roof. Hitoshi quickly turns and uses one of the zip ties, because of course they gave him zip ties, to keep the door stuck shut. How's your stomach? I'm okay, she says, looking a little green. Get on my back, I'll take us down. Just keep the payload light. Are you sure you can carry me? Have you met Pink and Green? I've been the unwilling piggyback giver since before I could reach most counters in stores. Even with the capture weapon? I've given them rides individually. Uraraka shrugs and climbs up onto his back. Hold on tight, he says, looping the capture weapon around the payload and swinging to the ground, and the buzzer sounds their victory. Izuku grins. He knew they would do it. Okay, climb down and I'll release Ida. He's still fighting Monoma? Don't know. I just know that my hold on him hasn't broken yet. He must not have a distance quirk or one that's a good counter for Ida. And that's where the screen goes black. Okay kids. I'll send you the video of each of their trials so you can analyze them at home. I will know if you copy the footage or send it to anyone. So do not do that. Your assignment is due on my desk by time I get to class tomorrow. Head back to our classroom and I'll explain the term assignment, which I bet you are all excited for. There are various degrees of acknowledgement in various levels of excitement. May being the most excited, they quickly make their way back to class and then take their seats. Alright, this assignment will be a group project. The sizes of the groups will be random, as will the members. This is to simulate real life where different projects might have more or less staff than another. And don't think a bigger team means the assignment will be easier. There's a reason for the saying, too many cooks in the kitchen. We will also be randomly selecting the students for each team. And what will the project actually be? A fully functioning professional support item. A murmurs goes through the class. But it'll be far more than just designing it. You will have to go through all the stages of developing an item for use before you can submit it. That means adjustment logs, marketing campaigns, testing phases and results. The whole process of making a new mass-produced item, which means it has to be usable for multiple different people. Once he's sure everyone understands, he nods and begins pulling numbers and names. The students going to the front so they can meet their team. The first group is of 5. The second is a team of 2. 3 is the next team. Then he pulls out a ball marked 6. Okay, let's find out who's out. Team of 6. First is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku gulps and goes to the front. Mei hats him. Mei practically flies at him. Akari Adaru, the black accessorized twin, comes up. Mienai Adaru, up comes the other twin. Shikuchi Basudo is apparently the name of the redhead, which leaves one more person. Masu Turi, Power Loader, announces and the monochrome boy helps, but joins them. You guys have the rest of this PRD to discuss your projects. Good luck and have fun. Izuku and Mei quickly move into a little desk circle with their teammates. And they all just stare at each other. Or rather 5 out of 6 of them stare at each other. Turi seems to have decided to stare at his paper. Should we introduce ourselves a little more in-depth? The twin in white asks. Shouldn't we jump right into thinking up ideas for babies? Mei asks. She means inventions. Izuku follows up before the confusion can occur. No reason to start out so unsteadily. Should we discuss what each of us does? I mean, are all of us engineers? Basudo asks. I am, and Izuku dabbles, but he's more quirk analysis. Mei says. I'm firmly in the engineering category as well, Basudo says. I'm Mienai, I'm more focused on costume design and function. I'm Akari, I'm more into making costumes look good. They turn to Turi, who just hunches over even more. Okay, so we have a very diverse group. Each of us with our own areas of focus, but there's decent overlap as well. Do we have any idea what sort of support item we want to make? Silence. Okay, away. How about you give me your numbers and I'll make a group chat. For coordination. We can workshop some ideas and set a time for another meeting to review, Basudo says. That sounds okay. And if we come up with some overlapping ideas, then we can take a look at it and see if we want to run with that, Akari says. Exactly. As long as I get to build some babies, I'm in, Mei says, and they pass out their numbers so he can put them in his phones. He hands them back just in time for the bell. All right, kids, have fun brainstorming and try not to make anything too insane, Power Loader says. He clearly doesn't know Mei well enough yet. He and Mei head out to meet Uraraka and Hitoshi, telling them all about their day and their assignment. Uraraka and Hitoshi are also excited to get their recommendations from the support course. Sure, Izuku and Mei had thought up a bunch of ideas, but different eyes see different things. Both of them are more function over fashion. But heroics would definitely require fashion. But as long as it keeps their friends safe, they're fine with it. Hitoshi sighs as he drops into his seat. They only a few weeks into the school year and he's already exhausted. He knew athletics would be hard, but every day he's more tired than the next. Aizawa says that's normal and at some point his body will reach an equilibrium, but he's seen Aizawa fall asleep in the randomest places. And he's seen the unholy concoctions of energy drinks and coffee that Mike makes to keep himself going when he's had back-to-back duties at his various jobs. Neither of them seem like they've reached any sort of equilibrium. But then again, maybe they're the exception, not the rule. But his normal exhaustion was just made worse by the press outside. Normally they don't come so close to the front gate, but word of All Might being a teacher must have gotten out because the press had been whipped into a frenzy. Uraraka had had to float them over the gate just to get away from them. Mei had taken Izuku with her when she'd clicked her heels to activate her rocket boots to do the same. Hitoshi isn't entirely sure she's allowed to have those outside school, but whatever. Other students hadn't been as lucky as they had been. Kirishima had been caught by several. So had Ida. And he sees the black and white-haired boy Izuku seems so obsessed by pushing his way out of some of the bushes on the inside of the gate. He doesn't know how he got over the wall, but he must have done so. Once the bell rings, a bundle of papers in a sheet protector is placed in front of each of them. During your battle trials, you were being observed by members of the support course. They put together these packets for you. Inside you will find various suggestions for improvement based on their types of support work. Hitoshi bites his lip. He's not exactly sure how to feel about the idea of getting support work from anyone but Mei and Izuku, but the two of them had been going on about how more eyes would mean they would be much safer. So Hitoshi had faked excitement. But now, holding the report in his hand, it feels like he's being disloyal. He shakes his head. Mei and Izuku had said it was okay, and that they should make the most out of this opportunity. He quickly opens the report. There isn't really much more here than what Izuku had already given him. Some suggested weapons. A few small changes to his costume. A few suggestions for equipment that he already has just didn't use during the assignment. It's still professional analysis. Whoever put this together seems to be good at it as well. The quirk descriptions and suggestions seem to show a deep understanding for his own quirk. He should let Izuku read this. He might find it interesting to know there's another analyst in his class. So, how was yours? Uraraka asks when they are allowed to talk. Good. Some interesting new points but lots of rehash of what Izuku and Mei have already done. Mine was mostly geared towards my costume. They weren't a big fan of the heels, and neither was I. They also suggested slimming down my grappling devices and a few more things. That's great, Uraraka. Mei and Izuku were hoping we could get some useful stuff out of this. She nods, but before they can say anything else, Aizawa gets up in front of the class and they focus on him. He looks at them and then clears his throat ominously. Let's get down to business. Our first task will decide your future. A class representative? The class echoes back, staring at Power Loader. That's right. Picking the right class representative and vice representative can have a multitude of effects on your future here at UA. What events you go to, how efficiently your class is run, and how well your needs as individuals and as a group are met. It is a very important position and should be decided with the understanding that this person will be seen as a leader for you all, Power Loader says. How should we decide this then? Well, first we have to decide who even wants to run. Because I definitely don't, once of Izuku's classmates says. Yes, seems like a pretty big responsibility, but it would provide leadership experience. Count me out. It'll take time away from designing babies, Mei says. Me too. I'm not so good with people, Izuku says. Turi sinks deeper into his seat. Basuto straightens up. I would like to nominate myself. I would as well. Mienai says. Akari shakes her head. Round and round they go. Only 3 people are willing to be nominated. Basuto, Mienai, and another person who Izuku does know anything about other than she has thread for hair. They each give a speech. Izuku doesn't pay attention. Basuto had proven his willingness to lead when he took charge of the group project, and he knew Mienai. She was sweet and nice, and if he ever did have a problem that requires the intervention of a rep, he could imagine going to either of them over a stranger. So his decision is made. And Mei seems to not be paying attention. They do eventually get to vote, and Basuto and Mienai come in first and second, making them the rep and vice rep. Izuku wonders if Hitoshi's class had as easy a time as they did picking reps. Or did they even pick reps today? Who knows? They go through the rest of their classes as normal and then to the lab during lunch. He and Mei are on their way back to the classroom when the alarm goes off. Immediately staring them. What's going on? Some sort of alarm? Do you think UA is under attack? Or being invaded? Mei's eyes zoom in the direction of the nearest window. It's just the press. No way they get past Mike and Aizawa. Let's just stay up here for AB. Izuku grabs Mei's arm and pulls her back around the corner of the hallway. He'd seen a small purple puff of smoke. Quirk use is not allowed in the halls. Mei can get away with it because her quirk isn't obvious, but whatever this person's quirk is, it's definitely obvious. The wisp turns into a fully formed, humanoid shape. They're taller than traditional, and there doesn't seem to be a body except for the metal collar thing. Out of him steps an older boy, blue hair, itchy skin apparently. He immediately goes for the door of the teacher's office, and Izuku pulls out his phone to record. They're going to have to tell Aizawa anyway, might as well have footage of it. The boy goes into the teacher's office while the mist guy stays outside. He comes out a few moments later with a phone in his hand. I got what we came for, he says, and the two vanish. Izuku immediately looks at Mei, and they back down the hall away from the teacher's lounge. They'll take another staircase. They'll scale the building if they have to, but they are not walking past where those two were. As they walk, Izuku texts the footage to Aizawa. Immediately he gets a request to stop by his office after school to discuss this. Mei as well. Today really SCKS it seems. Aizawa watches as the two gremlins file into his office. Shinso is with them, which while unnecessary is probably never going to change. You need one, you end up with all 3. You need 2 and you're definitely ending up with all 3. And from the look on Shinsu's face, his friends filled him on what they're doing here. Why is it that when something happens you are involved? Hey, this is the first situation of the year. We haven't gotten into trouble yet. First day of classes I found you plotting to explore the school without supervision. That's not exactly what happened. It is exactly what happened, but to the issue at hand. Tell me what happened, Aizawa says. Mei and I went to the support labs during lunch, Hitoshi we ate, do not get out the granola bars, and on our way back the alarm sounded when the press broke in. I saw this like smoky wispy thing in the hall and pulled Mei back around the hall. We got out of sight just in time for a humanoid misty purple-shaped guy to form. Here I drew him, Midoriya says and hands over a detailed drawing of the purple intruder. Then what happened? Then out of the purple guy came another guy. He had like blue hair and he seemed to talk to himself, and then he went into the teacher lounge and came out saying he got what they came for, Midoriya says handing over another drawing. Did he gave anything in his hand? No. So whatever it was he came here to get has to be either be small and enough to be hidden in his pockets, some sort of intangible knowledge, or a photo or download of something. Which means it could be anything. Which is not good. Nedzu had already swept the room for bugs, viruses, bombs, and cameras. He'd also taken an inventory of what was on everyone's desks. Most of them prefer to keep to the digital world, using the nigh impenetrable computer system to store student files, lessons, schedules, among other things. But there are a few who prefer the low-tech ways. Cementos, 13, All Might, and Ectoplasm all keep paper copies of everything. So it could be any of them. Mr. Aizawa? Midoriya's voice breaks him out of his thoughts. Sorry, I got lost in thought. Thank you both for your time today and for being cautious when faced with danger. And I apologize on behalf of myself and UA. We are supposed to provide you with a safe learning environment and we failed to do that today. It's okay, Mr. Aizawa. No one was hurt and there's no way you could have predicted something like this. We understand that even the safest places can be infiltrated. Still, had something happened to you? It didn't, and you've taught us better than to get involved when we could get hurt. We would do what we did today or get a pro. He doesn't quite believe that. But the 3 children are already gathering up their stuff to head home. Are we still training this weekend? Shinso asks the other 2 looking at him expectantly. Why you've already made it into UA? Because we like training with you and Mike, Midoriya says earnestly. I have something I need to plan for class with 2 other teachers, but Mike could probably work with you and I'll stop in to say hello when I arrive to head home with him. He'll only admit to himself that their excitement makes him smile softly to himself. Very few people are that excited to see him or spend time with him. Once he's done with the kids, he submits everything Midoriya and Hatsum told him to Nedzu in a report. The rat would have done the interview himself, but he's currently paws deep in his security system trying to figure out why it didn't go off or even alert him to the presence of these other intruders. He doesn't like any of this, and if it were up to him he would be putting a hold on anything mentioned in any of the paperwork on the desks. But already he doubts that would happen. The HPSC had already forced them to take on All Might as a teacher, and it's clear they are just looking for a bit of leverage over Nedzu or the students. This is shaping up to be a very bad day, and now his headache is killing him. It's not until a week after the intruder incident that Izuku runs into Bakugo for the first time since starting UA. It's lunchtime. Mei had managed to land some time in the lab. Izuku didn't. When the bell, Mei had given him a playful back pat and then zoomed off to the lab. Which meant he would be heading to the cafeteria to eat with Hitoshi and Uraraka. It's just him and Turi left in the classroom. And he's already packed up. When he steps into the hall it's empty and quiet except for stomping. He looks down the other end of the hall and sees Bakugo checking classrooms one at a time. Was this how he was trying to find him? Checking each class one at a time? Or was he just in the support department looking for him? As if sensing his eyes on him, Bakugo turns. Oh no. Shitty Deku. You're going to pay for getting me taken out of the hero course, he says, aiming blast to propel him. Izuku dashes back into the classroom, but there's not really anywhere to hide. He locks the door, but that will only keep him out for a minute to 2. Turi is looking at him confused and worried. Izuku doesn't know what to do. Bakugo is right outside. They're too high for him to jump. The door bangs with the force of Bakugo hitting it. Come out here, Shideku, so I can beat your face in. Bakugo snarls. Izuku flinches. His brain won't work. He's too scared to strategize. He feels a hand take his Turi and pull him towards the back wall of the classroom. Izuku tries to tell him that it won't work, that Bakugo will just break down the door. But then Turi is pulling him up to and through the wall. Into the next classroom. Passing through the wall is an insane feeling. His body lights up with a chill and a prickling sensation over himself. How are they not falling through the just in time too, because through the wall they can hear the door blast open and shouting. Things get thrown around and there's more yelling. And then a second voice and the explosions popping from his hands stop. It must be Aizawa. The yelling gets quieter and quieter until they can't hear anything at all. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief before turning to Turi with wide eyes. Thanks. Was that your quirk? It was so cool. Yeah. It's called pass-through. I and anything attached to me can pass through a single solid surface. But only one at a time. So for example, I couldn't stand in the corner and go through 2 walls. That's so cool. Why didn't you sign up for the heroics course? You'd be an amazing hero. Turi turns a bit pink in the face. Thank you. But I've always wanted to do analysis. This is where I'm happiest. You sew analysis too. That's so cool. I analyze quirks too. Turi smiles softly. They spend the rest of lunch talking about analysis and quirks. It's amazing. Mei and Hitoshi try, but they don't have the same passion for analysis he does. And when he's analyzing, Turi opens up a lot more. He's not as quiet and he doesn't shrink back at all. It's great. So are you excited? Aizawa has been hinting about a special class today for you guys. Izuku says as he snags the seat next to Hitoshi that some woman in a power suit had just vacated on the train. See, that's the problem. Aizawa is hinting at it. Which means he's excited. And an excited Aizawa is not a good thing. The man is a SDST. You're exaggerating. Yeah, what he has planned is tough, but it's not going to kill you. You don't even know it could just be an exam, Uraraka says. Hitoshi gives her an incredulous look. Are you crazy? Why are you even putting that out there? She rolls her eyes. Izuku grins. I'm sure whatever it is will be necessary for your heroics journey. You say that, but that man opened the discussions of class rep by saying it would be vital to our future. I almost had a heart attack. I mean, it kinda is though. The right rep would be invaluable to ensuring needs are met. Making your learning environment better. Right? Definitely think Momo will be a good representative. I'm not sure about Ida yet. He's nice enough but a bit rigid. I'm sure he's trying his best. Their stop comes and they get off and make the walk to school. Let us know if you guys think you'll be late leaving. Mei and I might be able to snag some lab time. Sure thing. They head their separate ways to class and Turi smiles quickly at him when he sits down. It's been a few days since the events of Bakugo's temper tantrum and the boy has been a bit more social with Izuku. It's nice. He's just sat down when he gets a text from Hitoshi saying that they have a field trip and he doesn't know when they'll get back. Or a field trip. He sends a quick text back saying they can stay after for a bit before heading home. And reminding him to text his aunt or uncle in case he's super late. He gets a thumbs up and then says that they're getting on the bus so he has to go. He puts his phone back in his bag and looks up when Power Loader starts to give the lesson. This time's it a lesson about large support item design and safety. They're using Present Mix Speaker as the example and how it is designed for his safety first. A lesson which is interrupted by the blaring of twin alarms from both his bag and Mei's pocket. Immediately they whirl to look at each other with wide eyes. What is that? Power Loader demands, but Izuku and Mei are already pulling out their tablets. Hatsum? Midoriya? That's the fail-safe we put into our friends' hero suits. What? Hitoshi's mask, Uraraka's gauntlets, and Aizawa's goggles. They all have a distress beacon in them. And that alarm is if they press it? No. That alarm is if the connection is lost. Such as if they were hit by a signal blocker or EMP. The hero course is at the USJ. One of the beacons might have gotten crushed during a simulation, Power Loader says, trying to calm them down. Because he's sure both of them look manic. Izuku pales as he looks at his screen. Not all three at the same time, he says numbly. Maybe if it was one he would buy that excuse. Maybe call Aizawa to make sure they were okay. But not all three. And definitely not all three at the same time. Which Power Loader seems to understand because he looks to the class. Class reps, I'm leaving you two in charge while I talk to Nezu about it. Do not leave the classroom, he says and steps out of the room calmly. But then hear his running footsteps in the hall. Meanwhile, Izuku is fighting hard to control his breathing. Mei gently rubbing his back as he tried to force himself to calm down. This can't mean anything good. He can feel several of his classmates' eyes on him. Good. Izuku, breathe. It's going to be alright. Eraserhead is there with them. Yeah, someone would have reached out if something was wrong. Unless whatever severed the connection is also blocking communications, someone counters. Shut up, that's not helping. Are we sure it wasn't just technically error? I mean, they're both super smart, but they're still students. All three at the same time? Guys, I just saw FND All Might rushing out of here, and the other teachers are following. Shut up. You're going to make his panic attack worse. Well, unless you can get eyes on this USJ, whatever that is, because I'm assuming it's not Universal Studios Japan, he's not going to calm down. Well, you pointing sheet out isn't going to help. Alright, that's enough. We don't need to be fighting amongst ourselves, the pseudo says. Izuku whimpers and catches movement out of the corner of his eye. Turi is on his own tablet. Typing away. What is he doing? He's murmuring under his breath about firewalls and backdoors. And about remote accessing internal schematics. Then USJ repeatedly. Is he hacking something? He makes a face and does a few more quick keystrokes. Then he seems to focus in on something. Then he lets out a noise. Then he turns to Izuku wide-eyed. Before handing over his tablet. Here. Izuku isages in a few more breaths and he grabs the tablet with shaking hands. Dude, did you just hack UA? The pseudo says, looking at Turi, who is now borrowing Izuku and Mei's tablets to set up access on them as well. Sort of. USJ is a satellite training facility far away from the main building. It focuses on natural disasters and rescue. Because of that, it uses massive amounts of power and requires a massive mainframe. Because it handles so many moving parts with fine-tuned directions, it has a weaker security system. It had to hack into that internal mainframe to access the security. Remote access to the cameras themselves through UA's servers was blocked. Which is probably what blocked the beacon and why no one called for help. He stammers, handing over their tablets. Izuku now has two different camera views. He rapidly flips through them until he finds Hitoshi, Uraraka, and the girl with the frog quirk. They're stranded in the middle of what looks like a shipwreck. Surrounded by people waiting in the water. Was USJ invaded by villains? Izuku, camera 12 has Eraserhead. Mei says, and he rapidly flips to that one on his tablet. He now has eyes on all the people he cares about. But of course, seeing what Aizawa is up against, he wishes he didn't. Aizawa is fighting a crowd of villains. And there's the blue-haired villain from the hallway. Covered in hands. OF-. Was this what he was looking for? Was he trying to find out who would be here when? He turns on the sound and he can hear the blue-haired villain cursing All Might for not being there. All Might? He was after All Might? Surely he doesn't think that he could beat him. But that giant creature? Person? Behind him scares him. How far away is USJ? How long would it take the teachers to get there? He asks. It's far. I estimate it'll take All Might 20 minutes and the rest 35 to get there. Turi says. 20 minutes. They have to survive 20 minutes. Minimum. He can't breathe again. They have a weapon system, Mei says, clicking through her own tablet. Anything useful? A turret system. Whoa. Look, I get that you want to help your friends, but I'm pretty sure if you shoot someone that's illegal. The pseudo says. Not if it's in defense of someone. The pseudo sighs. I also have control of the different zones. Alright. Step 1. Help Hitoshi and Uraraka out of the shipwreck, then check the other zones. I'm going to take the turrets and keep an eye on the main group of villains. I'll flip through the cameras and let you know if I see anything. Turi says. Izuku takes a deep breath and focuses back on the center plaza, where Aizawa has just taken down another couple of villains. And it seems the blue-haired one has gotten tired of watching because he is now running towards Aizawa. They exchange blows, and while Aizawa is better at hand-to-hand, the blue one seems to be counting. Why counting? And then it hits him. He's counting down till Aizawa has to blink again. That's why he was watching. And when the villain's hand makes contact with Aizawa's elbow, Izuku zooms in to watch the skin crack and break. What kind of quirk is that? Some sort of rapid dehydration quirk? A dust quirk? Disintegrating? He needs more data. But luckily the hand only makes contact with Aizawa for a few seconds before he's being kicked away. And as Izuku's eyes follow him, he catches Hitoshi, Uraraka, and the other girl lurking in the edge of the water. And then the villain begins to laugh, calling Eraserhead cool. But I'm not the final boss, he says, and before Izuku can catch up, that creature is behind Aizawa and reaches down to rip his goggles from his face. Someone breathes out. It might be him. He's not sure. And then he's breaking Aizawa's arms. Izuku scrambles to activate the turret. At the same time, the villain begins complaining about All Might again. About him not being here. Getting more and more angry as Izuku frantically learns the system so he can use it. And then he mentions something about wrecking his pride, and he takes off towards the three still in the water before any of the three of them can react. But Izuku does. Before his hand can make contact with the other girl's face, a bullet shoots between them, cutting him off. What the F was that? The villain demands, and Hitoshi uses the distraction to get them away from him, while Izuku keeps him distracted by shooting near his feet and at the monster. It has an exposed brain. That has to be a weakness, right? He doesn't have a good angle to get the brain, and the bullets don't seem to be doing anything, but it is drawing focus of both the handy guy and the monster away from the students and the teacher, who may be unconscious. There's another player in the game, the villain says. God, Izuku doesn't like the way he said that. He shoots at him again. He really doesn't have good aim, but he's not trying to kill. Or even hurt. He's just trying to distract them. Come on out, player 2. Izuku makes a noise but clicks on the speaker icon. He grits his teeth. Why don't you come find me? He taunts. As soon as his voice echoes through the USJ, he sees Hitoshi look ready to kill. Oh boy, he's definitely going to die if they make it out of this. Nomu, go find our guest, the villain says, and the monster. The Nomu begins barreling through the facility. He mutes himself and looks at Mei. We'll keep the other students out of its way. You focus on distracting him, Mei says from where she and Turi have been working. The pseudo having apparently switched seats with Turi. He focuses on shooting at the villain, distracting him, keeping him away from the prone form of Aizawa. They need to get him out of there. As if sensing his thoughts, Hitoshi murmurs something to the girls, and a long tongue shoots out as they do a wide arch back to land on the side of the plaza near the exit. As soon as their feet touch the ground, that tongue wraps around Aizawa and drags him to them. He watches Hitoshi check his pulse. He's alive, he says, relief clear in his voice and loud enough for Izuku to pick up. The Nomu is getting close to the turret he was using. He switches to a different one, covering their escape to the front door. At the same time, the purple mist forms next to the villain again. It's the same guy from the infiltration. Tamura Shigaraki. Perhaps it's time to leave. One of the students managed to escape and no doubt will be bringing back pro heroes. Damn it, Kurojiiri. You were supposed to make sure they didn't get out. Shigaraki rants. Someone got out. But little so they know that the heroes should be there soon. Hitoshi's head shoots up when he hears them speaking of leaving. Oh, he knows that look in his eyes. Is this what Aizawa calls their gremlin look? Izuku prepares to distract whichever one he needs to distract. Hitoshi subtly tilts his head towards Shigaraki, which means he'll be Izuku's problem. He hits the speaker again. Leaving so soon, Shigaraki? I thought you were going to come find me. Your Nomu isn't doing a very good job, you know. He's looking in the completely wrong place. Shigaraki grins. That's what someone who is about to be found would say. No, really. He's totally lost. Besides, why don't you come and find me? Or are you too scared? If you're too scared, then that's totally alright. He sees Hitoshi facing off with Kurogyari. And though he can't hear them, as he's being quiet so as to not let Shigaraki notice, he does see the look of triumph on his face when he manages to snare him in his quirk. All Might has to be there soon and the teacher's close behind. What's your name, player 2? Shigaraki asks, taking a few steps away from his lackey and Hitoshi, in the direction of where the Nomu is tearing apart the trees looking for him. Sorry, my dad always taught me not to tell strangers my name. Shigaraki snorts, you're a child. I mean, you're attacking a school. What did you expect? Puppies? He snarks back. This is fine. It's banter. He's distracting the man. And you're not much older than a high school student, so you really can't say anything, he says. And how would you know? Maybe because you talk in video game terms. I'll bet you're 19. Close, I'm 20. Perfect. He has a name, an age, an appearance. All data that can be used to track him down. Hitoshi is subtly luring Kurogyari away from Shigaraki. He shoots at the Nomu from another direction to lure it a bit further in, and then jumps when the door of the USJ explodes in. And All Might is standing there. Izuku mutes the speaker and breathes a sigh of relief. All Might is there, he says in relief, and several of his classmates cheer. Ah, All Might, how nice of you to join us, Shigaraki says, grinning as All Might helps get Aizawa and the girls to the exit while taking out a few of the remaining straggler villains. Stop this evil plan, villain. All Might booms. Sorry, player 2. The mission objective is here. Nomu. Suddenly the monster is right next to him. Kill All Might. Immediately the two of them share a blow that sends shockwaves through USJ. He watches Hitoshi almost knocked over but manage to stay up and keep his hold on Kurogyari. The Nomu and All Might trade a few more blows. That won't work, All Might. One of his powers is shock absorption, Shigaraki says, laughing as Nomu lands a clawed hit to All Might's side. Blood soaking through his wide shirt. Sheet, All Might is bleeding. And what did he mean, one of Nomu's quirks? There's some grappling. And at one point All Might manages to suplex the Nomu. Now Kurogyari. Shigaraki says. Nothing happens. Kurogyari. The other villain is missing. Izuku peels his eyes away from All Might and the Nomu to Hitoshi is sweating and bleeding from his nose as he commands Kurogyari to stay where he is. Kurogyari, get over here now. No, stay here. Hitoshi orders. Shigaraki makes an angry noise. You little brat. Give back Kurogyari. Shigaraki says, running towards Hitoshi, who is too focused on Kurogyari to move in time. And All Might is grappling with the Nomu, trading rapid-fire blows that Izuku can't even track with his eyes. Izuku takes aim at Shigaraki, ready to get him away from his friend. Before he can, though, a bullet rips through Shigaraki's hand where he was reaching towards Hitoshi. The shock has Shigaraki dropping back. At the same time, All Might punches the Nomu so hard he flies through the roof, causing the lights to explode. The shockwave and the explosions cause Hitoshi to lose his grip on Kurogyari, allowing him to block the rest of the shots. Was that you, Midoriya? No. Mei lets out a manic laugh of relief. It's the rest of the teachers. Those shots were from Snipe. Izuku lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He watches the teachers clean up the rest of the villains while Kurogyari warps Shigaraki away. Damn it. But his entire focus shifts back to his friend because Hitoshi, who is now laying on the floor of the plaza, blood dripping from his nose. Izuku isn't breathing. He can't see anything other than Hitoshi laying there unconscious. He's long since been picked up by a teacher, but all Izuku can see is him laying on the ground unconscious. Is he all right? Mei asks, wide-eyed. I don't know. It has to be quirk exhaustion mixed with stress, right? But he didn't use his quirk, except on that Misty guy. But he was struggling to hold him. I could tell. But he's never had trouble with one person before. Does it matter? He's unconscious, no matter what the reason, Izuku says hoarsely. We should go to him. Make sure he's all right. Even if we ran all the way there, he would already be on his way to the hospital. They look at Basuto. Look, even if I wanted to, my quirk doesn't work like there. It has to be a place I can see or a place I've been. And the further away and less connection I have to a place, the more likely I'll pop up high enough off the ground to break my leg. Please, he's our best friend. We have to be there for him. I haven't even been to the USJ. No way I can get is there. But I have a camera view of the front where all the police are. Can't you use that? Turi asks, you said that you can do it if you can see the place. I've never done video feed or camera. The most I've done is through a window. Then you should try it now to help out your classmates. Fine. If I get expelled, I'm not going to be happy. I'm texting Present Mike to tell him we're on our way, May says. You have his number? It's on his syllabus. Technically, it's not a lie. He has a school phone that he puts on the syllabus. Though she's probably texting his personal. But would he even be checking his phone? They all saw the state Aizawa was in. All right, let's go, he says and grabs both their arms. Hold on tight and don't squirm. I have no idea what teleporting will do in this situation. The pseudo says. The world spins and Izuku feels like he's being turned inside out. And then the three of them scream as they are suddenly plummeting towards the ground. Izuku watches as a hand slaps Basuto and Mei on their faces. Before the hand that's coming towards him can connect, something long and pink wraps around his waist, stopping his fall. It then detracts towards the girl with the frog quirk before letting him go once his feet hit the ground. Thanks, he says, then turns to Uraraka, who is helping Mei and Basuto to the ground thanks to her quirk. Where's Hitoshi? He demands, ignoring the stares of the rest of 1A. He'll deal with the consequences of this later. I'm right here, a soft quiet voice says, and Izuku whirls around. Hitoshi is sitting on a gurney, blood still lightly dripping from his nose and a large spot of it on the front of his top. An EMT is checking with his eyes and then his ears. Izuku doesn't care. He's immediately launching himself into his friend's arms. I was so scared when I saw you collapsed. And then there was all the blood. I'm okay. I just overused my quirk and blew some of the blood vessels in my nose and I have a headache. Sorry, I'll keep my voice down. Mei joins the hug. You scared the heck out of us. You were so close to getting hurt so many times, Mei whines. Sorry, but I couldn't let them hurt people and I had to at least try to help them get away. And what about Izuku? He FANG shot at the a-hole, Hitoshi says, and Izuku backs up. Yeah, because I wasn't going to let him dust you or whatever it was he was doing. You shot at him. You taunted the Nomu. He called you player 2 Izuku. You don't want to be a villain's player 2. That's how you ended up a target. Hitoshi says, then grabs his head with a groan. Hitoshi! Izuku yelps, checking on him. I'm okay. Just a headache. But seriously, Izuku, you put yourself in so much danger. And I don't regret it. I wasn't going to let Shigaraki hurt you. I couldn't protect Aizawa, but I could protect you. I'd do it again. Hitoshi sighs softly, you're too dim and brave for your own good. I wouldn't be me if I wasn't, he says with a grin. Midoriya? Hatsum? What are you two doing? Power Loader demands from where he is with the other teachers. Minus Present Mike for the obvious reason that he probably went with his husband to the hospital. We saw Hitoshi pass out while bleeding and I got scared, so we came here to check on him. You saw him? Oops. So you were the ones who were messing with the USJ's internal mainframe and who was using the disaster controls and the turrets? A Stoat hybrid says, jumping down from one of the teacher's shoulders. We just wanted to make sure our friends were all right, and then we saw they were up against real villains and well, Izuku climbs to Hitoshi. Wait, I thought the PA voice was familiar. That was you, the rock quirk boy says. Yeah. Dude, that's so manly. How'd you even know what was going on? Tape boy says. Mei and I designed Hitoshi's hero suit and Uraraka's wrist gauntlets. One of the things we put in them were distress beacons that go straight to our phones. Better to leave out the fact they also have one on Mike and Aizawa where the students can hear. And when the villain blocked the signal, we were alerted to the lost connection and we told Power Loader. Then we saw the rest of the teachers leave the building and got worried, so we got access to the USJ's internal camera system, weapons, and the operations switchboard. Wait, are you why a strong gust of wind hammered the villains hard enough so that I could hit them? Yeah. And we kept anyone from stumbling upon Hagakure too. You knew where I was? Their cameras have heat reading sensors. Since your new suit works perfectly now that it's not just gloves, May says, making a face. At least one of them paid attention to names. Someone clears their throat behind them, and they turn to find a man there standing in a trench coat. Good afternoon. My name is Detective Tsukachi, and I will be handling the investigation into this case. Now I'm going to ask that all 22 students please return to the main building. We have already called your families to pick you up. I would also like to ask you some questions when they get here. The teachers will escort you back to campus on the bus. Wait, 22? There's 23. The pseudo must have returned to the classroom so he wouldn't get caught. Wait, is Mr. Aizawa all right? Hitoshi asks. And 13? Uraraka adds. Detective Tsukachi smiles softly. Both of them will be fine. They've been transferred to the local hospital and are undergoing treatment for the injuries. Izuku feels a stiffness relax from his shoulders. They are then herded onto the bus and taken back to the school. He and Mei don't leave Hitoshi's side, choosing to cram into one of the double seats. Then all that's left is to wait for their families. All right, Midoriya. I have explained how my quirk works, and I've explained why I will be asking you some questions. Do you understand everything I've told you? Detective Tsukachi asks as he settles in front of the camera he has set up to record the interview. After they got back to the school, they sat in the auditorium to wait for their families. One by one they would leave to talk with Detective Tsukachi and then not return, probably going home. Izuku had already told Mei that he was going to take the blame, and that she can say she tried to stop him and that he was the one who hacked into the USJ. Which leads him to now, sitting across from Detective Tsukachi. Alenki next to him, a supportive hand on his shoulder. Nedzu is sitting in the corner sipping a cup of tea and watching the interview. Midoriya? Yes, I understand. But, so, you're a first year in the support course? Yes. And what is your connection to Class 1A? Hitoshi Shinso is my best friend. Uraraka is a close friend as well. Eraserhead trained Mei, Hitoshi, and I in self-defense, he says, and Detective Tsukachi nods. Power Loader said you had some sort of beacon? Yes. There are distress beacons on their hero suits, designed to be activated or to alert us if the connection is lost. When the connection was blocked by one of the villains, the alarms went off in class, leading Power Loader to go alert the teachers. Detective Tsukachi nods his head. And after that? Now things are going to get tricky. After that I accessed the USJ's internal mainframe. I had access to the turrets and the internal simulation controls. I used that keeps Shigaraki and the Nomu busy. You accessed the mainframe? Yes, I accessed the turrets and the simulation controls through the mainframe. And you then attacked Shigaraki and the Nomu? No. I attacked the air near them, sometimes the ground by their feet. Sometimes I shot at them but never hit them. I just wanted to keep them distracted till backup arrived. And how didn't you know backup was coming? Well, I had told Power Loader and he vanished, and then while I was panicking about my friend possibly dying, once of classmates said they saw the teachers leaving the school with all might ahead of the pack. I knew I just had to keep everyone alive till he could arrive. And you did this all on your own? Yes, I distracted them all on my own. You do realize what you did is vigilantism. Nope, it's actually not. The law only applies to quirked individuals. Even if you could bring the case to trial, no one is going to think a quirkless kid would be able to face off with villains. Detective Tsukachi stares him down. He knows the detective is trying to do his job. But Izuku refuses to regret helping his friend. There's still the matter of you hacking UA. That's a matter that will be handled internally, as UA will not be pursuing charges. Nedzu says, and Izuku's head shoots up. But Principal Nedzu. Detective Tsukachi, I understand where you are coming from. However, at UA we want all our students to go plus ultra. That doesn't just mean the hero course. We will handle his DSPLN internally, Nedzu says. Detective Tsukachi nods and looks a little relieved. He probably didn't want his name connected to this sort of nonsense case that would be thrown out. Come, Midoriya, I'll walk you back to the auditorium while Mrs. Hatsum waits for her daughter. Izuku follows Nedzu out and into the hall. So, am I expelled? Izuku asks. Nedza laughs maniacally. No, and you wouldn't have been expelled even if you were the one to have hacked USJ. Izuku's head shoots up and he opens his mouth. I have cameras in all the classrooms in case of incidents. I know who did what. But don't fret, the footage has mysteriously vanished. So, how will I be punished? You'll be learning to actually hack. That doesn't seem like a punishment? Izuku says. Stupid. Why would you say that? Now he's going to take that and add something or take it away entirely. Nedza grins. That's because I haven't told you who will be teaching you. Who? Me. The few days after USJ but before they are allowed to return to class are weird. The news runs story after story about the attack, often plastering photos of Hitoshi and his classmates. Which is just great. Totally not going to ruin their chances of going underground or not painting a target on their backs. Izuku is conflicted about whether or not he's upset about them not mentioning the support course's contributions to the victory. On one hand, Izuku wants to point to what he did at USJ and say that a quirkless kid did that, with a little intelligence and the desire to save people. On the other hand, he doesn't want Shigaraki to know anything about what he did. He has no idea what the villain would do if he found out his identity, and he doesn't particularly want to find out. But still, giving him some credit would have been nice. Or even just the support course in general. But it's nice that the few times Uraraka and Hitoshi are grabbed for an interview they talk about how much their suits helped them at USJ, and when asked what company designed it they say that their friends in the support course designed it. They also try to visit Mr. Aizawa only to find out that he went home already. Which is good, that means he's feeling better. So instead they text the group chat and then send him an electronic gift card to a cat cafe. Something to celebrate with when he's fully recovered. And Izuku's dad calls to make sure he's alright. And Alenki and Manaki refuse let the three of them out without an adult, leading to Hitoshi spending the night and Alenki driving them to school that first day back. They arrive at the same time as Uraraka. It must have SCKED taking the train by herself, but Manaki and Alenki were undeterred, saying none of them would be going anywhere by themselves until all this villain stuff calmed down. After a few remarks with Uraraka, they head into the school, splitting at the fork in the hallway before Izuku and Mei settle in their seats. Hey Midoriya, Hatsum, sorry for vanishing, but I really didn't want to get in even more trouble, Basuto says. Were your friends alright? Turi asks softly. Yeah, Hitoshi just suffered quirk exhaustion and blew the blood vessels in his nose. But he was fine after he woke up with the EMTs. Uraraka was fine too. Mr. Aizawa was released from the hospital the other day, so I assume he's fine. Thank you both for your assistance. You didn't have to. Turi smiles softly. You were nice to me. I wouldn't like it if you were sad, Turi says. And all I was a ride to the USJ. I didn't do anything illegal. Well, thank you anyway. And don't worry, I told them it was all me so you guys wouldn't get in trouble. Thank you. Thanks. All right, students, we have an important announcement today. So everyone give me your attention. Power Loader says, coming in as the bell rings. The man looks exhausted. Was Nedzu having the teachers work more to ensure the safety of the school? Today we will be discussing the sports festival. Izuku, come on, be more excited. We're going to get a chance to show off our babies. Mei squeals, drawing a few looks in the hallway, but as soon as they see it's Mei they turn away. Used to her antics by now. I am excited, Mei. I'm just also strategizing right now. We have to make our own equipment and normally I have to helping me. So I have to think about what I can conceivably make on my own, Izuku says. You're worrying too much. You're a good engineer too. Your passion just happens to be analysis. I'm sure whatever you build will knock their socks off. Mei says. Thanks, Mei. Should we head to lunch? Hitoshi said he and Uraraka were going to be delayed. They said something about a crowd outside the classroom. Mei says, staring at her phone. A crowd. Mei shrugs. Maybe 1A for popular after going up against real villains? Or it's trash talk before the sports festival? Izuku says. That's possible too. Should we go see what's going on? You know Hitoshi would tell us no. Well, that's the fun thing. He's not the boss of us, Mei grins. She grabs his wrists and pulls him towards the 1A classroom. The crowd seems to be leaving and the rest of the 1A are making their way out of the classroom. The copy quirk boy looks smug as he leaves and they wait a bit but they don't see Hitoshi and Uraraka come out. They share a look but make their way to the classroom. Hitoshi is at what they assume is his desk. Uraraka next to him. Everything okay? Uraraka opens her mouth but Hitoshi stands and says, yeah, just the other kids seem really competitive about it and said some stuff they probably didn't think through. It's nothing I can't handle. Izuku doubts that highly. But there was something else bothering him. He can return to this issue later when Hitoshi has let his guard down. Alright, let's say I believe you. Do you want to instead tell me why you look weird every time we mention USJ? Hitoshi sighs. When I was holding Kurojire's mind it was easy. But the quirk exhaustion. Hitoshi shakes his head. It was easy until Shigaraki started telling him what to do. Before Shigaraki gave him an order he didn't even fight my control, but as soon as he would get an order from Shigaraki his mind would fight me so that he could follow Shigaraki's demands, he says. So you're saying Kurojire might have to follow Shigaraki? Not just like a regular minion but there's some sort of compulsion behind it. Yeah. Did you tell the heroes? I told the detective. I don't know if he thought it was significant or not. I'm sure that the detective is taking it into consideration. Hitoshi opens his mouth to say something else, but gurgling from all four of their stomachs interrupts him. I guess that's a sign we should head to lunch, Mei says. Hitoshi stands and he and Uraraka share a look before following her out of the classroom. Izuku watches them, vowing to find out what happened. After that first day Hitoshi seems to have gotten over whatever was said. No longer looking sad or like he has a weight on his shoulders. But he still won't tell them. And finding out what happened is apparently harder than he thought. Between Hitoshi and Uraraka's training sessions, his and Mei's lab visits to work on their gear. Their attempts to get Turi to have lunch with them or come to the lab with them. Both to bond and see if they can get him in on their collaboration scheme. For people involved is good but 5 is even better. And Hitoshi's absolute refusal to answering when they ask what happened it's near impossible. And Izuku tries. He really does. He tried hacking the classroom footage during his and Ned's lessons, but he isn't good enough yet. He tries asking Hitoshi who either runs away or changes the subject. He also blocks his attempts to ask Uraraka. No one in Class 1A heard what was said. And like hell is he going to ask Minoma? A few times he corners Hitoshi and refuses to back down Hitoshi. Literally just swings away with his capture weapon. He also comes up with increasingly bizarre ways to escape conversations. At one point pretending to have made a vow of silence, which was easily broken when Alenki had asked what the other boy wanted for dinner. Sleepovers stopped because he was Mei and Izuku would pester him all night. Which rude. True. But still right. He tried for weeks to find out what Minoma said. He has guesses but he needs to know because different severities will earn different consequences. So when an outward assault fails he switches tactics. When Uraraka stops at the bathroom on the way to the gym Izuku pushes Hitoshi, asking him about what happened. And as expected he deflects. But he's so distracted trying to change the topic that he doesn't see Mei slink into the bathroom. He lets Hitoshi change the topic. He lets him stumble over words and when Mei leaves the bathroom he finally just lets the conversation flow naturally. Later that night, later than they should be up considering the sports festival is tomorrow, he and Mei sit down and talk. According to Uraraka, who admittedly only heard part of the conversation, Minoma, with the distraction of Class 1B declaring war, playfully apparently, had approached Hitoshi and made a few jabs about how after the sports festival no one would ever trust him again. Mei has to tackle him to keep him from hunting the boy down. Once he's calmed down he considers what his options are. Now that he's thinking clearly, what Minoma said isn't the worst thing someone could say to Hitoshi, it's still messed up, but the word villain never came up. And it's also the easiest to disprove because no way would they ever stop trusting Hitoshi. Considering they actively make him use his quirk on them during training. But still, Izuku won't let the comment stand. But he'll have to wait for tomorrow. For the sports festival. That's when he'll make Minoma sorry. Izuku, you have checked your gear storage case 7 times. You have everything you plan to need and then some more. You've got plans and contingencies for the contingencies, Mei says as if she also hasn't been checking her own container 100 times. This is about more than the sports festival. This is about proving something and getting revenge for Hitoshi. Izuku, you took on a villain. That's in the official reports. The heroes reading them will know what you've done. Besides, Mom already claimed us for internships. She's in the process of fighting Mike for custody. Izuku smiles softly. Right, I want people to want me, you know? Yeah, I know. But I also know you. And no matter what anyone else has to say, at the end of the day you're worth a hell of a lot more that anyone can ever say. Thanks, Mei, he says. Come on, let's go catch up to the rest of the class. They rush to catch up to the rest of the class, and when their time comes to head out onto the field, he's shocked at the lackluster cheering. They're just as good as the hero kids. But even if they weren't, it's still polite to cheer for them the same way. Nezu, Aizawa, and Mike had warned him that due to recent good behavior Bakugo would be participating in the sports festival. But that if he went too far, Midnight was prepared to step in. None of them are sure that he's actually changed his ways, but rather he's learned to keep himself under control to get what he wants. And they need to see if a competitive environment will break that, so they have proof. Hitoshi and Mei had already promised him that they wouldn't let him get close. Which he appreciates, but he actually wants to see Bakugo again. Show him that Izuku isn't that same scared kid anymore. Because he's not. He willingly put himself on a villain's radar. He fought 3 villains to buy time for All Might to get there. He's not afraid of Bakugo. Not after all that. Mei elbows him and he glances up in time to see Midnight taking the mic again. Sheet he zoned out during the student speech. He didn't even notice who gave it. Alright kids. It's time for the first round. Let's spin the wheel and find out what it will be, she calls out, and the wheel begins to spin. Izuku holds his breath. It will have to be something that can eliminate a high number of students. It always is. He's been watching a bunch of old festivals. One year it was balancing on tiny poles, and if you hit the ground you were out. Another year it was a giant game of capture the flag where each kid had a flag, and if they lost it they were eliminated. An obstacle course. Midnight calls out. He can do an obstacle course. He has plenty of equipment that can help him with an obstacle course. So does Mei. And there's nothing about an obstacle course that would hurt Hitoshi's chances. They can do this. As soon as the buzzer signals that they can start, Izuku's mind goes back to that first heroics class. When he got to watch the battle trials. Todoroki encasing an entire building in ice. He only vaguely registers a bit of cold biting at his cheeks and his breathing coming out in visible puffs in front of his face. Jump, he shouts, activating the springy soles in his shoes. Leaping into the air. Just in time to avoid the wave of ice crashes through the tunnel. A quick glance around shows him that Mei had used her rocket boots to avoid the ice. He spots Uraraka floating in the air. Stuck to the roof of the tunnel. But not for long, as she deactivates her quirk. Dropping back to the top of the ice. He glances around more frantically. Desperately looking for purple hair. Did Hitoshi jump? Did he jump in time? As his feet touch back down onto the ice, he engages the spikes in the soles to give him more traction. But as he does, a blur of purple races by him. Hitoshi! He's not as fast as normal, but he's making good speed. Then he glances around to look for Azui, the frog quirk girl. Cold is not good for her. But he doesn't need to worry. She's sticking to the roof of the tunnel and rushing out as fast as she can. A pink blur shoots past him. Come on, Zu! You're going to end up last. Mei shrieks as she goes rocketing into the sunlight. He wishes he could say it's her that gets him moving. But it's not. What gets him moving is all too familiar pops of explosions. Bakugo. He must have gotten caught in the initial ice wave. But that would mean nothing to him. He can easily break out. Same with his support course friends. They'll be fine. He, however, won't be if Bakugo spots him. So he takes Mei's advice and runs as fast as he can. So much for not being afraid. A Bakugo. Who is he kidding? There'll probably never be a time when the pop of an explosion doesn't terrify him. His breathing stops when several people slip, leaving an unobstructed line between him and Bakugo. But before the other boy can even register who he's looking at, a loose block of ice floats between them. He quickly glances at Uraraka, who gives him a thumbs up. And that's when something grabs his ankle and he's falling. Through the ice? The thing around his ankle up his body to his arm and pulls until he pops out through the ice and into a small clear path that was made by someone. Turi is grinning at him, hand gripping his arm. This is much easier than running on the ice, don't you think? He shouts to be heard. Two hands clap on their shoulders, and Basuto's face pushes between theirs, grinning. You know what's even easier than running? Their eyes widen. This tunnel is already boring. Let's get some sunlight. He grins and the world spins until they're in the sunlight. The three of them hit the ground running. Literally. Remember the plan. Izuku shouts at the other two nods. Take as many spots as we can, Basuto says. Show the world that we matter too, Turi says. Izuku grins. The plan had started as a snide comment from Hitoshi. It was during their forced lockdown after UJ. The news was still covering the attack. Talking about the heroics kids and not even mentioning the support course. Hitoshi had made a comment about how is the support course really wanted they could probably dominate the heroics course. Then the sports festival was announced. And he and Mei decided that they would make the final as filled with support course students as they could. Hitoshi and Uraraka were down. As long as they could show off enough to get good internships. Turi had actually taken no work to recruit. All Izuku said was that he had an idea and needed his help and the other boy was in. Basuto also didn't require any work to recruit. But he at least had allowed Izuku to explain what he wanted. It was a crazy plan. The hero course almost always wins the sports festival. Except once. Mr. Aizawa. Watch out. Turi says, dragging Izuku out of his thoughts before something crashes into his back. He sees a mass of ice and metal in front of his face before going through it. He and Turi sprawl on the ground after passing through the iced-over robot that had crashed to the ground. You okay? Turi asks, helping him up. Basuto appearing next to them. Having managed to teleport before it fell. Yeah, thanks, that would have been bad, Izuku says, looking at the now destroyed robot, a piece of metal hanging off it. Izuku has an idea. You two should go. I have an idea. You sure? Yeah. They don't look so sure, but they do as he said, and Izuku takes his chance to rip a piece of metal off the robot. Or rather, painstakingly wiggling the piece till the screws give way. Great. Now he has a weapon. And now that there's some breathing room, he can use his springy saws again. They had taken forever to get right. The angle had to be perfect. Otherwise, B would just end up sending himself backwards like an idiot. They aren't as impressive as Mei's rocket boots, but he didn't think he could make something like that safely. He doesn't have her skills. But he does have his brain. With the help from the boots, he makes quick time to the next obstacle. A chasm. It's a DMN chasm, which he can sorta hear Mike calling the fall. But his blood pumping though his head, and it's all he can hear. He watches as Basuto salutes Turi, preparing to teleport. At the last second, Turi leaps onto him, and he watches the two of them appear on the other side. Mei is zooming over the chasm, as is Uraraka, using the ropes as a guide to keep from floating away. Hitoshi is showing off his skills by literally running across the ropes like the baby ninja he is. Izuku isn't that good. But if he crawls across the first set and runs across the second, he should make up some time. Which is what he does. And it is terrifying. He has to force himself not to look down. His plan works because on the second rope everyone is much more winded and careful, while he just runs across the ropes like Aizawa taught them. He's now neck and neck with Hitoshi until they reach the minefield. Hitoshi, without breaking stride, begins to weave through the mines, leaving Izuku at the edge. How will he get through? A kid swerves around him and is catapulted into the air by one of the mines. Oh, Hitoshi is going to kill him. Aizawa is going to kill him. Mei is going to freak out about it, then kill him. But he will be doing it. He carefully digs up as many of the mines as he can. He'll need to be quick. People are starting to get a pattern going and are picking up speed. He digs up the last one and adds it to the pile before taking a few steps back. He'll have one shot at this. Taking a deep breath, he grabs the piece of metal and jumps. The wind in his ears merges weirdly with Mike screaming. Izuku himself might also be yelling, who knows. But he can see the end of the course. Bakugo and Todoroki neck and neck for the first place spot. He's not going to land far enough to steal first place. He could do something else stupid. Is he willing to make himself an enemy of Bakugo? But isn't he one anyway? Bakugo made him an enemy the day Izuku told him his quirk status. Izuku had never done anything to deserve it. Maybe it's time he did. He twists his body in the air, planting his feet firmly on both boys and bringing the metal down between them, setting off even more explosions. He doesn't even have a chance to think because he's suddenly catapulted forward through the finish line. And Izuku Midoriya of the support course finishes first. Mai calls out. He did it. He came in first. His excitement is short-lived as an angry Bakugo crosses the finish line. In third. He definitely can't be happy about that. But he seems to be settling for seething in anger as opposed to his normal choice of stomping over here and beating him up. Move people come over. Turi and Basudo crossed together in the low 20s. Uraraka was ahead of them. So was Mei. The twins were behind and Hitoshi was low 30s. They all made it in. Congratulations to our top 42 contestants. You will be moving on to the second round, Midnight says, taking to the podium. Izuku beams and wraps an arm around Hitoshi's shoulder. The other boy is grinning ear to ear. And now it's time for the second round of the sports festival, she announces to the cheers of the crowd. Turns to the wheel with a flourish and spins it. Izuku holds his breath, watching it spin and spit, until finally, a cavalry battle. Midnight calls out, earning cheers from the crowd. Each student will be given a point value based on where they placed. The 42nd place finish is worth 5 points, with 5 points added to the point value with each higher rank, which will be worn as a headband. She takes a moment for that to sink in. You will be in teams of 2 to 4. The base and a rider. Each team will have their points totaled together. These will be displayed via headbands on the rider. You will have 30 minutes to steal headbands in order to raise your team's score. Contestants are not allowed to make each other fall on purpose. The top 4 teams will be put through to the final round. Midnight pauses and then licks her lips. But with pleasure comes pain. You thought you would be able to swoop in and claim the glory, but for that you must be punished. While it is true that all the other students' points increase by 5, the first place student gets a little something extra. Izuku's stomach sinks. That's right. The first place headband is worth 10 million points. Izuku thinks he's stopped breathing. 10 million points? What the hell? Now that that's been explained, you'll have 15 minutes to form up your teams and get a strategy together. Good luck, she says. Izuku stands there a little shell-shocked. 10 million. 10 million. 10 million. Izu. Izuku. Mei shouts, startling him out of his thoughts. Huh, he says, looking up. Mei, Hitoshi, Uraraka, Turi, Basudo, Akari, and Mianai are all standing there surrounding him. I asked, how are we splitting up? Mei asks. Well, I think it should be me on one team and Hitoshi on the other. Since there's no way for any team to compile enough points to beat 10 million, my team should be more avoidance-based, while Hitoshi's team should be more distract and grab. Okay, so who is on what team? Mei asks. It should be me, Uraraka, Turi, and Basuto on one team. If we have Turi be the rider, then it won't matter if we get pinned down, no one will be able to grab a headband from him. Izuku says. Which leaves me, Mei, Akari, and Mianai on the other team, Hitoshi says. Yes, and I think Mei should be the rider. What? She demands. Think about it, no one is going to pay attention to the base. Only the rider. And with a rider as vocal as Mei, that will be doubly so. Which would give me a chance to slip in a question and have them do whatever I want, Hitoshi says. And if we are the back of the base, then we would be able to support him if he can't snag someone or distract the other members of the team so they can't snap their rider out of it. Plus, I have my extendo arm so I can grab headbands too. Mei says, pulling it out of her case. Yeah, I have one too. Only mine has offensive capabilities as well, he brags. She had come up with the basic model, but he had added his flair and a few tricks to it, so it was fair game for him to use. Someone comes through and hands them their headbands. He hopes he's making the right choice. He could just throw the headband away from as soon as the whistle sounds. Or he could burn it, or He has 3 minutes to figure it out. Hey Turi? Hitoshi? Can I talk to you? He says, pulling the boys aside. If they agree, then he'll take the plan to the others. If not, he won't even bother. But he really should expand his plan past just run till they get tired and trick them out of their headbands. Just a little bit of an expansion. Eweo and go, they announce, and immediately teams clash into each other. Some of the teams are smart enough to not come after Izuku's team, thankfully, choosing to try to pick off points from the teams coming after them. You okay up there, Turi? He calls up. Yep. And you remember the plan? Keep away. Izuku grins up at their rider. Having Turi as their rider was a stroke of genius because as soon as someone tries to grab their points, he can just let it pass through him. Which he demonstrates when an extendo arm goes right through his neck, and by extension the headbands. Izuku shoots a look over at Mei, who grins at him. Come on, Zu, surely you can't expect us to ignore 10 million points, Mei says, grinning. She drops the end of the extendo arm for Hitoshi to hold and activates it, sending her hurtling towards them. Turi isn't expecting it, and the two of them get into a scuffle on top of Izuku, Uraraka, and Basudo. Turi is shockingly holding his own against Mei. No small feat considering she's been trained by Aizawa. They're pressed so close, locked in hand to hand, that you can't see anything. Until Mei loses her footing and Hitoshi pulls hard on the extendo arm, pulling her back into position as a rider. Izuku watches Turi quickly check that their headbands are still in position and breathe a sigh of relief. We're good. She didn't get it, he says, and Izuku nods. Good, but that also distracted us. The other teams are right on our behinds, he says. The plan is the same, right? Play keep away until the buzzer. Yeah, it's the only thing we can do. Unless we want to have to face off with every team on the DMN field, Izuku says, already tired and they're only a minute into the competition. Come on, Izuku, we can do this. You've put together 2 excellent teams with strategies that work for them, Turi says firmly. It's both the most he's ever said that wasn't classwork related and the most firm he's ever been. On our left, Basudo says, and suddenly the world is tilting as the 4 of them pop into existence a few yards from here they'd been, just barely avoiding the tongue that had been aiming for them. Let's not need to do that again. I don't know how many more times I can pop with 3 extra people. Getting you and Hatsum to USJ was bad enough, he says, looking faintly green. Oh geez. Turi yelps as a purple ball flies right through him. Seriously? He made it through the obstacle course? Izuku follows the trajectory of the ball and sees that it came from the same direction as the tongue, and sure enough there is the boy with multiple arms, bent back to make what is almost a tent. Izuku can just spot 2 bodies inside. Does that even count? They have 2 riders, he says to no one as they dodge another attack from the tongue. They must have a plan because the boy with his sticky things in his head starts throwing them around their feet. He's trying to trap them. So they either can't move for fear of getting stuck in the ball or do in fact get stuck on the ball. He presses something small into Turi's hand, and when the tongue comes at them again, Turi slaps it out of the way. As the tongue retracts, he hears screams of surprise as pink goo explodes out of the tent of his arms. Is Tsu going to be okay? Uraraka asks. She'll be fine. It's not toxic and didn't detonate inside her mouth. It detonated just as if got inside the other boy's arms. They watch as Hitoshi's team, with many more bandanas than they started with, run up to the other team. Hitoshi touches the larger boy's arm and then asks if he's alright. When he says something, Izuku watches as his arms open, revealing the girl with the frog quirk, Azui, as well as the purple kid with the sticky ball on his head. They're both encased in the pink foam Izuku used. Hitoshi digs through until he pulls his hand out holding a few headbands and passes them up to Mei, who pulls them on over her head. Izuku hears a shout and turns. Bakugo. He hasn't spotted them specifically yet. Too busy arguing with Monoma. But it's only a matter of time. We should get out of here. Like right now, Izuku says. Huh. Turi looks at him, then glances around and spots Bakugo. Zu's right. We should get to a more defendable position, Turi says. Alright. Uraraka, make us all float except for me, I'll anchor us. Izuku says. He has his springy shoes on and gets ready. Okay. Uraraka says, and Izuku activates them and jumps. They clear a good number of teams that were heading for them. 3 minutes left. Geez, can this be over with already? Sensing that they are running out of time, most of the teams hunting them turn on each other, choosing to go after the more available targets. Bakugo is clearly looking around, probably for Izuku. But Bakugo's team seems to be walking in the opposite direction of what he's telling them, probably going in search of easier targets. We need to get close to Mei's team, he says. Then I suggest we drop down here, Basuto says. Their feet touch the ground and they immediately head towards where Mei, Hitoshi, and the twins are standing. Every time a team comes near them, the twins will reach out to them and they'll veer wildly off course, protecting their faces or rubbing their eyes. So their quirks have something to do with vision? 1 minute left. They stop abruptly as ice shoots up and around them, bottlenecking them in. And at the mouth of the bottleneck, Todoroki. He's teamed up with Ida, Momo, and the electric quirk kid Kaminari. Shoot. Hitoshi spots them and motions to Mei, and they begin to make their way to them. Mom has a pole, likely to ground them, so Kaminari can use his quirk without also hurting their team. Okay, so all of them are a threat then. He bites his lip. They need to get to Hitoshi. Hey Turi, does one team count as one object you can pass through? Izuku asks. I don't think so. Okay, what about the ice wall? One is right up against the boundary, so I can't go through that or will be disqualified. The other side. They hear someone attacking that ice. That seems to lead to a different sort of trouble. Basuto? Can you get us around them? I can try, he says and starts to focus at the little patch of field he should be able to see. Ice suddenly comes down blocking his view. Sheet. Nope. Did they do that on purpose? I think it was to keep us from floating over them. But it is still a pain. Alright, looks like we're going to have to fight. Fight. Turi squeaks. Just focus on keeping yourself safe and the headbands safe, alright? I have a few weapons I can use. He won't be expecting me, Izuku says. Turi nods. Alright. If you're sure, Izuku. He's not. He had hoped to avoid 2 people today. Bakugo and Todoroki, and he managed to run into one of them at the worst possible moment. Go! He says low enough for only his team to hear, and they rush the other team. The element of surprise will give them a handful of moments to gain the upper hand. It's clear that Ida and Momo were not expecting a team of 3 support kids and 1 hero student to suddenly rush them. They rear back a little in surprise and it throws Todoroki off balance. Kaminari is freaking out a little looking between their team and up at his. Turi tightens his grip on Izuku and Izuku activates a smoke bomb. Todoroki dodges around it, just in time for Izuku to smack him in the head with the grounding rod that Izuku had packed in case he had to face Kaminari. It's extendable and spring-loaded so it pops Todoroki in the face with force, which he clearly isn't expecting. Izuku twists his arm and aims for the side of his face that he hasn't seen ice come from. He doesn't know if he has any defenses for that side of his face, but it's his best bet without the element of surprise. Fire flicks from the cheek before he can get the rod close. Fire? Todoroki looks as shocked as Izuku is. But the other boy, angry now, shoots a blast of ice right at them. Turi immediately lets it pass through him. Unfortunately, because he is busy focusing his quirk on the ice, he's not able to allow a hand to pass through him. So when Todoroki reaches out with his other hand, he is able to grab one of their bands. Izuku doesn't care, they have a minute left. He activated the last item on his rod. A stream of fire shoots up into Ida and Momo, who aren't prepared and stumble back, making just enough room for them to get by. Basuto immediately takes advantage and they find themselves out of the ice trap. Todoroki far behind them. 30 seconds. Uraraka makes Turi, Basuto, and herself lighter and they race across the field. 20 seconds. Hitoshi's team is also booking their way over to them. Turi grabs the rod out of Izuku's hand and swings, catching someone in the side of the arm, sending that team stumbling. 9. Uraraka is looking queasy and so is Basuto. 8. 2 teams attempt a pincer on Hitoshi's team. Akari and Mienai raise their hands and their team speeds up so the 2 opposing teams, eyes covered in white or black depending, crash into each other. 7. Mei, using her extendo arm, grabs the easiest bands to reach. 6. Uraraka grabs something from his pocket and hurls it at a team making a last-ditch efforts against them. Immediately they are encased in pink goo. Izuku grabs his rod back from Turi and sweeps the leg of a team too close to them. 4. Uraraka had to release her quirk before she throws up. 3. They finally make it to Hitoshi. 2. They hand a headband to Turi, making sure the camera picks up the number on it. 10,000, Izuku's original headband. Turi and Mei switch them in the scuffle at the beginning of the round. What? Turi quickly pulls the 10 million over his head. The buzzer sounds almost immediately after he pulls it on. Turi climbs down and suddenly Izuku is being pulled into a group hug, Hitoshi, Mei and the others quickly joining in. I cannot believe that worked. Uraraka says. Come on, it's Izuku. His plans have a scary way of working out in the end, Hitoshi says. That's our green. Mei says, practically draped over his back. Oh look, they are announcing the scores, Uraraka says. Izuku looks up. In first place he sees Turi's face and the rest of the team's face underneath. Turi immediately turns bright red. Bakugo's team is next. Izuku has to assume that the rest of the team had somehow managed to convince him to not come after Izuku and to focus on other teams. Then it's Mei's team. Hitoshi's quirk definitely helped them with getting plenty of extra points. Then it's Todoroki's team, who seemed to only have their original point values and the one they had managed to grab from Turi. It doesn't matter. They made it to the final round. Hopefully Izuku will get the chance to face off against Monoma. He still hasn't forgotten what he said to Hitoshi. Would you stop pacing, Izuku? You're starting to make me nervous and I don't have any skin on this game. Not really anyway, except for seeing Bakugo and Monoma get their butts beat, Mei says, stepping into his path to stop his pacing. Sorry, Mei. I'm just nervous. The formation of the brackets could determine everything about how the rest of the festival goes. The last round is always the same. One-on-one battles. I know. But exhausting yourself by pacing it not going to help. Guys. Turi says, coming in, it's time. Izuku takes a deep breath. Hey, stop worrying, Izuku. You got us all this far. Let fate and skill handle the rest, Basuto says. Then make their way out onto the field. Midnight is already there with the big screen behind her. And now it's time for the final round. One-on-one battles, she says, and a bracket forms on the screen behind her. Izuku gulps. Mei immediately grabs his hand. Turi gives him an encouraging nod. Our first match will be Shikuchi Basuto from Class 1H. There's a smattering of polite applause from a few people. So Izuku does something he definitely didn't plan to do. Go Basuto! You can do it! He shouts at the top of his lungs. Before his cheeks have a chance to get red, Mei starts cheering too. Turi claps enthusiastically, or rather enthusiastically for him. The twins scream at the top of their lungs, and from where the rest of the support course is sitting he can hear even louder cheers. And even Uraraka and Hitoshi are cheering. Looks like a call out from the support course and friends for that lackluster cheering from our guests, Midnight says, and a few of the people in the stand have the decency to look embarrassed. And his opponent from 1A, Tenya Ida, she says. There's definitely more applause this time. Izuku claps politely, as do all his friends. Looks like the battle lines are drawn, Midnight says, grinning, looking between the hero course and support course. Our second match will be Denki Kaminari from 1A and Masu Turi of 1H. Oh good. That's a great matchup for me, Izuku hears his friends say, grinning. Third match will be Achiko Uraraka of 1A Katsuki Bakugo of Special Studies. A small murmur goes through the crowd at that. None of them have likely heard of Special Studies before. Then we have Hitoshi Shinso of 1A versus Mienai Adaru of 1H. And then, keeping in the family, we have 1H's Akari Adaru facing off with 1A's Nito Monoma. Followed by another student from 1H, Mei Hatsum, who will be facing off with 1A's Momo Yaoyorozu. Next we'll have a hero course showdown between Shuto Todoroki from 1A and 1B's Senkaibara. And then we'll finish up with Izuku Midoriya from 1H and Ibara Shiozaki from 1B. Match number 1 will start in just 5 minutes, so you better get ready, Midnight says. Alright Tenya Ida. Speed boy that nearly ran us down last round. I know exactly what to do with him, Basuto says. Mei is grinning. A girl who can make anything versus a girl who can make anything. It's going to be a very interesting battle. Izuku smiles at his friends. They each seem to have their matches planned out. And Izuku already has the perfect weapon for Vine Girl. But his feet carry him to Uraraka. She's next to Hitoshi wearing her pumped-up look. Uraraka. He starts. What's wrong, Izuku? You look like you're seeing a ghost. Don't underestimate Bakugo. He's dangerous. He won't hold back against you. That's good. I don't plan to hold back against him either. No. You don't understand. When I say not holding back, I mean it. He will hurt you to win. Badly if he has to. He won't care. Uraraka blinks. And they let him in? That's the whole special studies class. She frowns. He can only hurt me if I let my guard down. I'll just have to fight him just as hard as he's fighting me. She says, I have to go change. My uniform got torn during that last bit of the round and I didn't notice. I'll be fine, Izuku, don't worry about me. She says, rushing off. Izuku immensely pulls out his phone from his equipment case. What are you doing? Hitoshi asks. Texting Mike and Aizawa and telling them to have Recovery Girl on standby for injuries. Because if I know Bakugo, there's going to be a lot. Hitoshi nods. Good idea. She can handle herself, but she's completely underestimating that. But okay, texting the gay uncles now. As soon as he says it, Hitoshi immediately bursts into laughter. What? Gay uncles? I mean, they're married. They give us advice. We saved one of their lives. I'd call them uncles. Hitoshi pinched the bridge of his nose. Next time I F up in training, I'm going to tell them you said that. Do get out of trouble. You wouldn't. I would. Come on, let's watch Basuto have the fastest match of the century. Izuku grins. It really will probably set a record. Hitoshi snorts and points to the stands. Go cheer him on. I need to figure out how I'm going to beat one of your gremlin army. Ah, but you'll forget, Hitoshi, you're also part of that army, he says with a grin. Use that energy. And with that he heads upstairs. He has matches to watch. Izuku sits with the rest of his class, watching as Basuto walks out to the field. Across the arena, Tenya Ida is also coming out from his entrance. It's going to be a quick match. Ida's speed and Basuto's quirk will make sure of that. Izuku knows what he would do if he was in Basuto's place. Or what he might do rather. It would surely be much more embarrassing for Ida, and Izuku definitely does not want to make more enemies in the hero course. Basuto and Ida take their spots and Midnight announces the beginning of the match. Immediately Basuto starts backing up. Ida says something and he starts to prepare a large burst of speed. Basuto stands at the edge of the ring. Izuku knows exactly what he's going to do. They both saw the same weakness. Ida can't do turns. And he can't stop. Ida speeds towards Basuto. Basuto smirks, and there comes the familiar visual of him popping out of existence and appearing on the other side. Ida, because Basuto is no longer in front of him, can't stop in time and immediately runs out of the ring. There's silence through the audience. Absolute silence. Izuku rolls his eyes. Stupid heroes. Izuku stands and starts clapping as loud as he can. His classmates immediately follow suit. Then the rest of the support course. Then Hitoshi and Uraraka. Then the business and general studies courses. Slowly the audience starts to clap too. And the winner of the first round is Shikuchi Basuto. Miss Midnight announces. Izuku hopes the audience gets its sheet together because there's going to be a lot more support course students winning their rounds. What a quick first round. But it just goes to show that even if it's a straightforward one-on-one match, you still need to be ready for anything. Mike says. Our next match is Denki Kaminari, the blonde boy with the electric quirk. Kid steps into the ring. Versus Masu Turi. Turi steps out looking as nervous as Izuku is sure he will be when he enters his match. Turi is examining Kaminari closely. Surely he had gotten plenty of info on his quirk during their back and forth in the last round. Kaminari says something and Turi frowns, but then his face sets in determination. What did he say? What would make Turi forego his usual shyness and look that determined? He'll have to ask during another match. Begin. Turi immediately puts some distance between them. Izuku expects him to immediately use his quirk to let the electricity pass through him. But he doesn't. Instead he dodges and weaves around the bolts of lightning like a dancer or a gymnast. Where did this come from? He's noticed that Turi was well built for an analyst. And he must be in shape to have made it through the first round. Come to think of it, he has seemed unbothered by some of the balance and agility-based obstacles. The short time he'd been on Todoroki's ice hadn't bothered him at all either. Turi hasn't mentioned any hobbies besides analysis. Kaminari can't hit him, and as he continues to try, Turi gets more and more confident. And Kaminari gets more and more stressed. Suddenly the barrage of lightning stops and Turi smirks and says something. Kaminari pouts and glares before shouting something, and there's a burst of electricity. Turi's smirk widens and he finally goes intangible. When they can see again, Kaminari is dazed and standing there confused, and Turi doesn't have a scratch on him. He approaches Kaminari and gently guides him out of the ring. And our winner, Masu Turi. Present Mike leads the announcement this time, and the audience, trained over years of sports festivals, cheer loudly this time. Turi turns bright red, his eyes seeking out something. When they land on him, Izuku holds up 2 thumbs, making the other boy grin. He heads back down the tunnel, and Izuku will have so many questions when he comes back up here. Our next match will be Achiko Uraraka versus Katsuki Bakugo, but first, a short break. Mike says. Mei grabs his wrist. Let's go find Turi, she says. Yeah. We should go congratulate him and Basuto. Izuku says. Basuto hadn't yet come back up to the class box. But that doesn't mean anything. He might have wanted to work on his equipment for the next round. No telling who he'd be facing next round. Where do you think they would go? Let's try the room we were in before we go out into the field. Sure. And with that they go in search of their friends. They check the room that they wait in before going onto the field. But there's no sign of Basuto or Turi. Then they check the medical wing. Maybe Basuto was injured during his match that they couldn't see, or maybe Turi was. But no, neither of them are there. However, they do see Kaminari there recovering from his overload. Oh hey, you're Shinsu's friends. The ones that went all the way to USJ to make sure he was alright. Yeah, we are. We're also friends with Turi. What the hell did you say to him? Izuku asks. Because even if Kaminari was already eliminated, he can still make him sorry if he said something messed up to Turi. I may have said that I would take it easy on him, trash talked, but maybe I should have asked him to take it easy on me, the blonde says with an awkward shrug. I bet you'll think twice about acting cocky again, Mei says smugly. Yeah. He wiped the floor with me and he didn't even have to hit me. Be glad you didn't go up against me or Zuku, we wouldn't have been so gentle, Mei says with a demonic grin which has the blonde going pale. Why yeah, I'll apologize next time I see him. They nod and return to their search. But all 3 spots they could be have already been searched. They weren't in the waiting room, in the observation area, or the medical wing. Then where could they be? They decide to head back to the observation area. It's on their way back that they run into Turi and Basuto. Literally. Izuku runs right smack into Turi, who was apparently not ready for Izuku to be barreling around a corner at the same time he and Basuto doesn't even have a chance to get his quirk activated. Both of them grunt as they go sprawling on the ground. There you two are. We've been looking for you both, Mei says. Why? Because you both vanished after your first round matches. Oh. Yeah, oh, Izuku says, Mei helping him up, and then he turns to help Turi up. It was close to lunchtime. I wanted to make sure that we were able to eat before break was over. So I went and got food earlier after my match. Turi had the same idea. We actually just got back and headed up to the observation room, but you weren't there, so we went looking. We even grabbed you some food too. Izuku's cheeks heat up a little. He honestly hasn't thought of something as innocent as lunch. But now that he's hearing it, it makes perfect sense. They wanted to beat the lines of people that would probably be racing to the concession area right about now. Sorry we worried you. We thought it would be a nice surprise, Turi says. No. It was a great surprise. I was just overreacting. Sorry, Izuku says. Speaking of surprises, Tori, where did you get those moves from? Mei asks, making the other boy turn bright red. I did gymnastics for a few years as a kid. But I grew a little too much for it, Tori says, face red. And dance? Those were dance moves I saw, Basuto says with a teasing smirk. Tori covers his face with his hands, embarrassment palpable. I should have let him win, he groans. But you didn't. So now you have to suffer, Mei says with a wide grin. When I got too big for gymnastics, my mom put me in dance. I didn't like it all that much after a few years, so I quit. But I still have the muscle memory. Well, you looked great out there. Trust me. Thanks. Should we head up? The next match will start soon, and if I know Izuku's friends, it'll be a nail-biter, Basuto says. Now do you know that? Any friend of yours is going to make things incredibly interesting. Even if she doesn't win, it'll definitely be a show, Basuto says with a grin. Izuku smiles. Yeah, Uraraka had her work cut out for her, but I'm sure she can handle it, Izuku lies. Well, then we better get up there and cheer her on, Basuto says. Bakugo isn't going to go down easy. Izuku knows Uraraka is a strong student. He's seen her fight, and if it was anyone but him, he'd say she has a good chance. But it is Bakugo. Her first singles match is against an opponent who has never held back in his life, has never cared about how crazy he looks, and will do anything to win. Bakugo is not a good match. And yes, supposedly he's been doing good in his anger management lessons, but someone doesn't change on such a fundamental level that fast. He follows his friends back up to the observation room. He can't spot Uraraka next to Hitoshi in their area anymore. She must have already started making her way down. Izuku's stomach clenches. He tried to tell her all about Bakugo. Every weakness. Every trick he'd learned over the years. He tried to tell her. But she had refused, saying if she was going to do this, she was going to do this on her own. Izuku hadn't felt good about it, but he respected her decision to do it. All he can do now is watch and hope.